Chapter 1479. Eiderfeld Family Living Room. At the head of the table in the living room, Rin Enbin crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked straight ahead with his green eyes. Over there, Ilya and Mio stood side by side. They raised their heads and met Rin Enbin's gaze. Their eyes and faces were no longer gloomy. The only thing they have now is willpower that even Rin and Osaka was shocked by. It was like a flame that was slowly burning. Ilya and Mayu looked at each other like this for an unknown amount of time. After a long time, a happy smile appeared on Rin Enbin's face. Good eyes. Looks like you two are fine now. Yes. Ilya forcefully nodded without any hesitation. Because we promised each other that we won't leave any regrets. I can fight now. Mio looked at Rin and Osaka without changing her expression. I will fight with my full strength. Very good. Rin and Osaka's lips curled up in satisfaction. His beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. If that's the case, I can try my best to fight for it. Let's thank that gentleman first. By the side, Luvia, who was drinking a cup of black tea, also closed her eyes as she muttered softly. Although we are on different sides, he is indeed a person that we can't hate. Mio, fight with your full strength. Yes. Mio replied. Rin and Osaka and Luvia were happy but helpless at the same time. In the end, the enemy they are about to face helped them and allowed them to fight with their full strength without any worries. Two little magical girls won't hold any grudges against him. This is indeed an ironic thing. However, it was just as Luvia had said. No one present could hate such an enemy. In that case, let's temporarily seal away our unnecessary feelings. Rin Enbin clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He made a serious declaration. Until the end of the battle, we can only treat them as enemies. Is that okay? Yes. Understood. Alia and Mio replied. However, even if we treat him as a true enemy, there is still no way we can fight against him. Luvia put down the cup of black tea in her hand with a solemn expression. Whether it's the tea-haired girl with lightning or the girl with swordsmanship, their strength is unquestionable. They are definitely on par with the association's frontline combat experts. If it's just us. No, even if we ask the association for help, we might not be able to defeat them. That's not the biggest problem, at least. At least, those two girls have revealed their abilities. If they didn't hide anything, we might have a way to counter their abilities. Rin and Osaka sighed. But that man will be troublesome. You're right. Luvia clicked her tongue. Magic, martial arts, close combat, long-range combat. That man is proficient in all of them. He has no weakness in any of them. Also, he has enough noble phantoms to fill up an entire armory. Even heroic spirits like Saber and Berserker were defeated by him. There's no way we can come up with a strategy to deal with him. The magic they're using doesn't seem to belong to any system we know of. Sapphire, who was hovering in the air, spoke up. That day, the magic that the other party used to fight against the full-powered attack of the Saber relic is a magic that I've never seen or heard of before. The worst-case scenario is that the other party might still have other powerful tactics hidden up his sleeves. If it's just magic, then it's fine. Ruby floated in the air helplessly. Don't forget about the white flame that can burn time. That might be a magic ability. Now that you've analyzed it, Mio shook her head in shock. Wu Yin and Isen really is a ridiculously strong person. Doesn't that mean we have no chance of winning? Ilya started to seriously consider their chances of winning. We can't fight against Big Brother. The difference in strength is too big. That's why we need to hold a meeting here. Luvia shook her head. What we can be sure of is that if we don't think of a way to deal with that man, we won't be able to win. We definitely can't get the grade card. He's an all-rounder who can deal with any situation. It's not good for us to fight a protracted battle. That's why if we want to win this card battle, we have to decide the winner in a short time. It's best if we focus all of our firepower on the first surprise attack. We have to finish him off with the first shot. Rin and Osaka said in a threatening manner. Then he slumped his shoulders. That may be the case, but our means are also very limited. After saying that, Rin Tozaka looked at Ilya and Mio. Can the cards you two have on hand be of any use? Yes. Archer won't work. Ilya smiled helplessly. We only have a bow and no arrows. Although we can use other things to replace the arrows and the power of the bow is great, it's nothing compared to the magic that Big Brother used the other day. I think it's almost useless. If it's a caster, it's also very limited. Mayu replied. It might be useful in certain situations, but Brother Wu Yan'ai has so many tricks up his sleeves. Even if it works, he won't be able to use it again. On the other hand, the opponent has 5 cards. Saber, berserker, lancer, rider, and assassin. Sapphire's tone gradually turned serious. Even though I don't know what the specific functions of these cards are, but the power of the holy sword that appears from the limited deployment of the saber is astonishingly powerful, and the lancer's ability is so terrifying that it can kill in one shot. Compared to our side, their conditions are much better. Moreover, it's the kind of monster that can purely rely on magic as a medium to perform limited expansion. It's a monster that has no time limit when it uses materialized treasures. Ruby Future spread out her hands worriedly. Seriously, this is simply cheating. It's reliable if we're on the same side, but as an opponent, it's too disadvantageous. Although Mio said that, she had a look of admiration on her face. Brother Wu Yen is really amazing. Now is not the time for you to admire him. Rin Enosaka held his forehead as if he had a headache. It would be great if we know when the opponent will attack. Maybe we can come up with some tactics. If it's this. Ilya took out an envelope from her pocket. There might be something in here. Something in here? Rin Enosaka and Luvia were slightly taken aback as they looked at the envelope. What is this? Ilya and Mio exchanged glances and answered in unison. A letter of challenge. A letter of challenge? Luvia was shocked. Rin Enosaka quickly reached out his hand. Let me see. Rin Enosaka took the letter of challenge from Ilya and opened it. He took out a piece of paper from the envelope and read it together with Luvia. Not long after, the two of them raised their heads from the paper and looked at each other. Their faces showed an unprecedentedly solemn expression. Ilya involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What did it say? It's just like what you said. Rin Enosaka placed the paper on the table. It's a letter of challenge. At the scene, all eyes were focused on the paper spread out on the table. There were no passionate words written on it. It was just a simple line of words. Tonight. Midnight. I can confirm the time. Luvia stood up with a stern look in her eyes. Tonight at midnight, the other party will come to our door in person to carry out this card battle. We don't have much time left. Rin Enosaka glanced at the setting sun outside the window, then looked at everyone present. Before the opponent comes to us, we must come up with a strategy. Tonight is the time to decide the winner. Hearing this, each of the girls revealed a resolute expression. One thing is for sure, tonight will be a long night. Chapter 1480. A pure black color gradually covered the sky, stars broke through the night sky and twinkled in the night sky. The temperature of the night gradually dropped, the starry sky was exceptionally clear, like fine tears or pearls, sprinkling in the sky. The night sky was clear, the stars were densely embedded in the dark night sky, the little dots of light fused into a faint light. It's not as bright as the sun during the day nor as cold as the moon, but it's extremely dazzling, bringing a rare tranquility to the night sky. The bright moon above the starry sky was very dazzling. In such a night, people would not think about those sorrowful things in the daytime for the time being. It was very suitable for people to enjoy fragrant tea or coffee and watch the night sky quietly. It's a quiet night. Standing on the balcony, Wu Yen raised his head, his wine-red eyes stared at the starry night sky. From time to time, waves of ripples would appear in his eyes, it's very eye-catching against the night sky. Wu Yen is a true ancestor of vampires. Although he can't reveal his true self only at night, his unique temperament is unique to a true ancestor. Only at night can he reveal his true self to the fullest. Come to think of it, if there was an outsider watching from the sidelines, their attention would be completely taken away by the mysterious aura surrounding Wu Yen. Looking at the night sky that can reveal his true self to the fullest, Wu Yan's heart seemed to have returned to that world where he lived for 3 years, where he had a wife and a daughter, Sword Art Online. Abbreviated to SAO. In SAO's world, except for the players themselves, everything else is constructed from fake data. Even Wu Yen and Asuna's youngest daughter, Yui. Yui was also born in that world, she's originally a fake life form. However, because it's a constructed world, it's a fake world. So, even if the environment there is beautiful, it's still beautiful. There's nothing strange about it. The night sky of SAO is one of the most beautiful settings in the world. The night sky of SAO is filled with stars every night. It's enough to make the night sky as bright as day, enough to form the Milky Way. Compared to SAO's night sky, the night sky of the real world pales in comparison. The same goes for the night sky in front of him. Although it's filled with stars, it's still not as beautiful as the night sky of the artificial world. However, the night sky in front of him, Wu Yen saw the shadow of SAO's night sky. His thoughts unknowingly returned to that world. His wife and daughters sighed. Asuna. Yui. Wu Yen couldn't help but call out the name that was deeply engraved in his heart. His voice echoed in the cold night sky. However, this call that should not have received a response instead attracted two other voices. Asuna? Yui? Yui. Wu Yen quivered and snapped out of his daze. When he saw that it was Hinajiku and Mikoto who spoke, he rubbed his chest and rolled his eyes at the two girls. Don't you know that you can scare someone to death? You're a primogenitor, you can revive even if you die. Yui stared at Wu Yen with her tea-colored eyes. If that's the case, who are Asuna and Yui? If it was in the past, Wu Yen would have laughed and brushed it off. But today, his memories were evoked, and he only gave Hinajiku and Mikoto a gentle smile. He reached out and pulled the two girls into his arms. Well, you two will meet again in the future. What are you doing? Being hugged by Wu Yen, the two Tsundere girls blushed and they started putting up a symbolic struggle. Let go of me already. It's not like you'll die from a hug. Wu Yen teased. Not only did he not let go, he hugged the two slender girls even tighter. Hinajiku and Mikoto almost couldn't breathe properly, but they also felt a suffocating sense of happiness. Knowing Wu Yen, the two girls knew that once Wu Yen decided to act shamelessly, there's nothing they can do about it. Looking at Wu Yan's expression, it doesn't look like he's going to let them go anytime soon. Thus, with a blushing face, they gave up struggling and snuggled into Wu Yan's arms. The wind once again blew across the balcony, gently fluttering the clothes and hair of the man and two women who were hugging each other. It also caused a sense of warmth to rise from the three of them. Wu Yen glanced at Hinajiku and Mikoto's stomachs and he asked. Maybe it's because he's thinking about his wife and children in Sao. By the way, why aren't you two pregnant with my child? Huh? Kid? Child? His sudden question made Hinajiku and Mikoto stunned on the spot. Then like a steam explosion with a bang sound, their faces turned from a faint red to a bright red. Why did you suddenly say such immoral things over there? Hinajiku's face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Her eyes were full of shame and anger. Who would be pregnant with your child? That's right. Mikoto's ears turned red, she looked like she's going to faint at any moment. She glared at Wu Yen. What child? I don't want that. You don't want a child? This time, Wu Yen is the one who is stunned. You don't want a child? No. The two girls answered in such a way, but looking at their stuttering and drifting eyes, their hands couldn't help but caress their stomachs. No matter how one looked at it, the answer didn't seem to be what they said. Then again, not pregnant. That doesn't mean it's our relationship. Mikoto's face turned red, she said in a huff. The other sisters aren't pregnant as well? Yeah? Hinajiku agreed with Mikoto before looking at Wu Yen suspiciously. It can't be. Oh? Hearing Mikoto's words and seeing Chuju's suspicious look, Wu Yen knew what they were trying to say. Are you doubting my ability? At that moment, the hands on Chuju and Mikoto started moving around restlessly. Wu Yen looked at the two girls with a heated gaze. Do you need me to prove it? Why, you're a true ancestor who only knows how to think about random things. Hinajiku pressed down on Wu Yan's hand. She's both embarrassed and annoyed. Behave yourself. Don't do anything stupid. Mikoto's heroic voice started to turn soft like a mosquito's buzz. There's a battle tonight, don't mess around, true? Wu Yen regretfully stopped what he was doing and looked at the direction of Fuyuki City. There's a battle tonight. Hinajiku and Mikoto let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Wu Yen is no longer up to mischief. However, they are also a bit disappointed. What are you going to do tonight? To hide her disappointment, Chuju changed the topic and followed Wu Yan's gaze. With your personality, I don't think you'll really fight them, right? No. Wu Yen shook his head without hesitation. I'll go easy on them, but I'll still fight. I feel like it's a little unfair. Mikoto pursed her lips. Not only is their strength completely incomparable to ours, two of them are children while the other two are girls. In the end, we still went to look for them. It's really uncomfortable. Don't forget, you two are girls too. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Plus, you're both younger than Rin and Osaka and Luvia, so there's nothing unfair about it. Don't underestimate them or you'll be at a disadvantage. You're right? Chuju nodded in agreement. Rin and Osaka doesn't look like the type to admit defeat, so I'm sure he'll have a lot of tricks up his sleeves to deal with us. Yeah, we'll also intrude into their territory. Mikoto relaxed a little. Well, we've already gone easy on them, Don't think that only Rin and Osaka and Luvia are a threat. Wu Yin smiled meaningfully. Those two girls aren't easy to deal with either. Both Hinajiku and Mikoto were startled and tilted their heads in confusion. Well? Wu Yin didn't explain as he looked straight ahead. I just hope that both sides won't have any regrets. That's what I promised those two girls. Chapter 1481. Midnight quietly arrived. Every household's lights went off. Aside from the street lamps that are still working, looking down from the sky above Fuyuki City, the entire city is almost devoid of light. Everything has sunk into the darkness of the night and returned to tranquility. For the ordinary residents of Fuyuki City, this tranquility is nothing more than an extremely ordinary part of their daily life. It's not worth remembering. However, for the people who are about to participate in a battle tonight, this tranquility is only the calm before the storm. On the side of a certain residential street, the Eiderfeld family's mansion is still brightly lit. The entire luxurious mansion seems to be embellished with bits of light. It's exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. It's also venting the impending tension and unrest. In the main hall on the ground floor, the chandelier on the ceiling is slowly pouring down soft light, illuminating every corner of the place. Four young ladies of varying sizes were standing in the corridor at the top of the stairs in front of them. They were staring in the direction of the door. Their solemn expressions caused a deep oppressive feeling to permeate the air. Today, Rin and Osaka is not wearing her iconic red short skirt. Instead, she's wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of hot pants. She's wearing a red jacket. She looks a lot more serious than before. It's easy to see how serious she is today. Luvia is wearing a white one-piece dress. There are some laces on her dress. Compared to Rin and Osaka's light clothing, Luvia is more focused on her image. She looks like a rich young lady who's about to go on an inspection tour. However, her face also revealed a grave expression. As for Elia and Mio, they're naturally unable to change their magical girl attire. One red and one blue. Coupled with the wing-like cape, the two magical girls look like two little fairies. They're exceptionally cute. Of course, this is only for today. No one will really care about these beautiful and cute outfits. Although their opponents this time aren't heroic spirits who don't know how to appreciate their attire, what they're about to do is definitely something that no one will be in the mood to appreciate. The main hall is completely silent. Ilya and Mayu gripped their wands tightly. Their expressions were indescribably serious. Amidst this oppressive silence, Irene and Mayu felt a chill down their spine. They're silently waiting. Luvia opened her pocket watch and glanced at the time. 1 more minute. This short sentence instantly raised the hearts of everyone present. 1 minute. Rin Enbin clenched his fists and wiped the sweat off his palms as he said nervously. Bring out 120% of your attention. The opponent this time is definitely the most powerful one so far. It's not something that can be dealt with just by showing mercy. Remember to give it your all. Full power. Ilya and Mayu hesitated for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment they nodded vigorously. Just as Rin Enbin had said, the other party was definitely not someone they could deal with even if they showed mercy. If they didn't use their full strength and went easy on him, they would only lose miserably when the time came. Furthermore, with Wu Yan's strength, the group of girls did not think that they would be able to endanger his life even if they used their full strength. Injuring him was already their limit. Therefore he could not be merciful, and there was no need to be merciful. Just give it your all. Leaving time. Luvia stared at the pocket watch in her hand. 5 more seconds. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and tensed up his body. 4. Ilya held her wand tightly and gathered all her energy. 3. A sharp look appeared in Mayo's clear eyes. 2. In the space below. A ripple invisible to the naked eye gradually appeared. 1. The ripple spread out and turned into a hazy halo like raindrops. It was like a dazzling mist. 0. As the countdown ended, the fog that filled the space was still there. 3 silhouettes appeared without a single sound or presence. Brown shoulder-length hair, brown irises, orange jacket, denim shorts, heroic spirit soaring. Long pink hair, yellow-green pupils, a white dress, a red jacket, valiant and heroic. Black hair, red eyes, black shirt, black pants and a black jacket. Imposing aura. Without any warning, a man and 2 women stood in a triangular formation and silently appeared under the chandelier, exposing themselves to Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio. One side raised their head while the other lowered their head. The 2 sides looked at each other with different expressions. Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Meiyu had serious expressions. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto were calm. As soon as they met, it was clear who had the upper hand. My apologies for the delay. Wu Yen smiled as he looked at the 4 girls standing in a row at the top of the stairs. I'm not late, right? Not only are you not late, you're very punctual. Rin Enbin replied with a smile. However, there was no humor in that smile. So punctual that we want to complain. Is that so? Wu Yen shrugged and looked around. I feel that all of you have made ample preparations. That's right. A crystal-clear gem appeared between Luvia's fingers. In order to entertain our guests. Sigh. After chanting the incantation, Luvia abruptly threw the gemstone in her hand. The gemstone gently fell to the ground and hit the ground. Ding. In the next second, the gem shined brightly and drilled into the ground. Bzzz. A huge geometrical pattern suddenly expanded from the floor, instantly covering the entire hall and even the entire mansion. It spread all the way to the courtyard before disappearing with a spin. However, the disappearance of the magic formation didn't mean it didn't work. Both Wu Yen and Mikoto could feel some sort of power within their bodies being restricted. This is. Mikoto, who was standing a step behind Wu Yen, slightly frowned. She raised her hand and a weak electric current started flickering on her hand as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Looking at this scene, Mikoto's frown deepened. Electricity is restricted? Electricity. It's not just electricity. Rin Enbin also took out a gem and threw it. Set, start. Suddenly, the beautiful gem turned into a stream of light and shot out, landing on the ceiling above everyone's head. It exploded, scattering a light belt made of pink particles, spreading in the air. Not long after, it enveloped the entire scene. Gem? This time it was Chuju's turn to be confused. The crystal sword in her hand, White Cherry, trembled and fell to the ground. What's going on? Hinagiku gasped in shock. It's so heavy. If one looked closely, they would see pink particles wrapped around Chuju's White Cherry. It's like a chain between tangible and intangible. It's tightly bound to Chuju's White Cherry. It's even moving slowly. Come to think of it, the main culprit behind Hinagiku's white cherry blossoms must be these pink particles. Mikoto's electric current is severely restricted. Chuju's weapon is in a state where it can't be used. Just like that, the 2 girls' strengths were sealed by the other party. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow. He looked at Rin Enbin and Luvia with a smile. Looks like you 2 are well prepared. Useful information must be utilized. This is the foundation of battle. Luvia combed her long blonde hair elegantly. This is a magic effect directly activated by a magic formation carved out of the earth veins. The 2 of us spent a total of 5 hours to set it up. Unless you completely erase this terrain, the 2 beside you won't be able to use their abilities and weapons anymore. This effect will only last until dawn, so you can also stall for time until dawn. Rin Enbin shrugged, but his gaze shifted to the ground without anyone noticing. Looking at Mikoto and Hinagiku, who was struggling to lift her crystal sword, Rin Enosaka gritted his teeth in his heart. Wu Yan's trio didn't know that Rin Enbin and Luvia set up this barrier to seal off the electric current and weapons. However, Mikoto was still able to send out a small amount of electricity. Hinagika looked like she was having a hard time, but she was still able to wield her white cherry. These 2 young girls are monsters as well. Chapter 1482. Using the ley lines to draw a magic formation? Wu Yen looked at Rin Enbin as if he remembered something. I see, I almost forgot that Fuyuki City is under the jurisdiction of House Enbin. The so-called ley lines are the veins of the earth. Just like the human body has veins, the earth has its own veins. These veins are called ley lines. In this world, everything that could be called a ley line was connected to the source of endless mana. Therefore, the channels of the ley lines flowed with an unimaginable amount of mana. Due to the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins, it would definitely bring endless benefits to a magician or even a family of magicians. However, if there was a problem with the veins, it would also bring about a huge disaster. Because of this reason, those places where there were earth veins would generally be under the jurisdiction of a magician family. That was to say, they would look after the earth veins and maintain the normal operation of the earth veins so as not to bring a huge disaster to those places where there were earth veins. Under this premise, the magic families in charge of managing the land veins could freely use the massive amount of mana flowing in the veins as a reward for managing the land veins. There is such a ley line under Fuyuki City. The Magus family in charge of Fuyuki City is the House Enbin. Whether it is investigating, using, or managing ley lines, only the Magus family in charge of the ley lines has the means to do so. Rin Enosaka used his status as the manager of the Enosaka family's land veins to borrow the mana of the land veins. Then he used it on the magic formation to create a barrier that can stop Mikoto's electric attack and Hinajiku's weapon. But that's all he can do. It restricts the electric shock and also restricts the opponent's weapon. But you didn't restrict the mana. Wu Yin raised one of his hands. A whirlwind of mana appeared on his hand. It glowed and illuminated Wu Yan's smirk. That's not surprising. Once your magic power is restricted, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to use your magic power. In this kind of situation, you two magicians and two magical girls won't be able to do anything. I don't seem to be affected at all. So, Rin Enosaka and Luvia both tensed up as they picked up the gems one by one. Next we will attack you with all our might. After he finished speaking, the two gems flew up into the sky at the same time. Bzzz. As mana gushed out of the two gems, a dazzling light burst out. The entire hall was lit up like the center of the sun. Wu Yin, Chuju and Mikoto's vision were blocked. Careful. Chuju and Mikoto covered their eyes with their hands and jumped back. Snipe. Fire. The next moment, Wu Yin and Ko heard a delicate shout. Two magic beams, one red and one blue, pierced through the white space and shot towards them from the left and right. The target is Mikoto, who was the slowest. Boom, Mikoto's vision is completely blocked. Two magical beams mercilessly landed on Mikoto's body and exploded, creating a strong gust of wind that swept through the entire hall. In midair, Elia and Mikoto revealed a nervous expression. Did it work? How could it be that easy? However, the one who replied was a charming voice filled with heroic spirit as usual, causing Ilya and Mayo's nervous expressions to freeze on their faces. Elia, Mayu-sama. Dodge. At this moment, the ruby and sapphire wands shouted. The two magical girls panicked. They subconsciously followed their instructions and dodged. Almost at the same time, countless black afterimages suddenly shot out from the center of the white hall that was covered by the dazzling light. Carrying sharp whistling sounds, they brushed past Ilya and Mayo's bodies. Without losing any of its momentum, it shot forward and landed on the ceiling. Bam! In an instant, smoke and dust exploded, covering the ceiling that was shot. The ceiling was blown up without any suspense. A corner of the night sky was projected in. Seeing this, Elia and Mikoto's heart palpitated. They looked down at the center of the blinding light. Coincidentally, the blinding light dimmed down and revealed the scene inside. The two magical girls were able to see the original form of the object that almost hit them. Those were extremely fine black particles that could form a wave. Mikoto, who was hit by the magical beams of the two magical girls, stood there unscathed. She turned sideways and stared at the two magical girls with her tea-colored eyes. Around Mikoto, a wave of iron sand was rolling. Like a real wave, it was constantly changing its shape. It was this wave of iron sand that blocked Elia and Mikoto's attack. I'm sorry to tell you that my ability isn't purely for the use of electricity. Mikoto raised one of her hands and aimed it at Elia and Mikoto. I can also control electromagnetic waves and sense the subtle changes in the surrounding reflected waves. I can also act as a radar. That's why those flashbangs are useless against me. I can also control electromagnetic force and gather the iron sand in the soil. Then I can use magnetic force to make them move according to my will. Sealing my ability to generate electricity doesn't mean that I've lost my ability to fight. After saying that, Mikoto's hand that was aimed at Elia and Mikoto flickered with faint blue and white lightning. The iron sand swirling around him surged out and violently swung in the air, turning into black whip shadows. Whistling sounds could be heard as they ruthlessly whipped toward Ilya and Mayu. Physical defense fully activated. Elia and Mikoto were alarmed. They raised the wands in their hands and converted all of the magic power provided by the wands into physical defense. That was all she had time to do before the whizzing shadow of the whip struck the bodies of the two magical girls. Bam! Bam! Two consecutive heavy impact sounds reverberated in the air. Ilya and Mayo's small bodies were knocked down as if they were hit by a wall. They heavily smashed into the ground, smashing out two pits. Elia. Mikoto. Rin Enosaka and Luvia involuntarily took a step forward and grabbed the gemstones in their hands, intending to support them. Suddenly, several purple magic circles rippled in the air and surrounded Rin Enosaka and Luvia. Oh no. Rin and Osaka and Luvia's pretty face changed dramatically. Immediately, purple glowing chains shot out from the magic circles surrounding the two magical girls. Like arrows, they spun in the air and formed a circle around Rin and Osaka and Luvia. Then they suddenly tightened. Before Rin Enbin and Luvia could even see the shadow of the purple chains, the chains had already coiled around their slender bodies. When they finally reacted, they could already feel the chains tightening around their bodies. They were tightly bound by the chains of discipline. Humph. With their bodies tightly bound, Rin and Osaka and Luvia let out a muffled groan at the same time. Then the commandment lock tightened and pulled the two magical girls up and hung them in the air. Rinjia. Rinjia Luvia. Elia and Mikoto, who were struggling to get up from the two craters on the ground, saw this scene clearly and their faces changed. Only about a minute had passed since the start of the battle. In a short minute, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were captured while Elia and Mikoto were knocked to the ground. Although Rin and Osaka and Luvia didn't suffer any injuries, they were bound by the divine commandment lock. With their abilities, they definitely won't be able to break free. It was the same as losing the battle. Elia and Mikoto didn't suffer much damage because they activated the physical defense of their wands. However, they were still dizzy from the impact and couldn't get up. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Damn it. Rin and Osaka and Luvia started to struggle unwillingly. I think the two of you should save your strength. In the middle of the hall, Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto maintained a triangular formation. None of them were injured, not even their clothes were messed up in the slightest. Their expressions were as calm as ever. Wu Yen glanced at the struggling Rin and Osaka and Luvia, who were hanging in the air, and sighed. Although that chain isn't a relic, it's a legendary weapon forged by God. The two of you won't be able to break free with your strength. All right. Wu Yen looked at Rin and Osaka and the others. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1483. Hand over your rank card. The entire place was dead silent. Whether it's Iria, Mio, who are still struggling to get up from the hole, or Rin Enbin and Luvia, who are still struggling against the discipline lock, all of them had a serious expression on their face. The gap between them is just too big. Putting aside the difference in strength, Rin Enbin had even used the earth vein to restrain the two enemies, but in the end he had miscalculated. First of all, when they tried to use the flash to block Wu Yan's vision, they chose the wrong target to attack. They miscalculated Mikoto's ability. Mikoto's ability isn't limited to just electricity, she's also capable of controlling electromagnetic waves and electromagnetic force. With the ability to control electromagnetic waves and radar, the flash didn't work at all. Other than that, after her electricity was restricted, Mikoto can still rely on her electromagnetic force to control the iron sand to fight. Even though her strength is restricted, she still has a decent amount of strength. These two reasons caused the battle to tilt towards Wu Yan's side in less than a minute. Rin Enbin and the others are in a predicament. Actually, Rin Enbin and the others have seen Mikoto use iron sand to fight before. During the battle with the Berserker, Mikoto used iron sand to fight as well. However, at that time, the Berserker had already developed resistance against Mikoto's iron sand due to the 12 trials. The iron sand's effect was almost negligible. Therefore, Rin Enbin and Luvia thought that it was just a normal method to contain the Berserker's strength. That's how the battle started to tilt, of course. The battle has just begun, it's too early to call it a day. Luvia struggled to raise her hand. Her eyes sharpened. Sign. She didn't throw out any gems nor did she use any magic. Instead, she chanted the incantation to release the gems. In the next moment, the area where Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto were standing suddenly lit up like stars. With a shake, a belt of light formed by particles gushed out. The three of them were trapped in the center. Wu Yen and Ko didn't expect something like this to happen. They raised their heads in surprise, but very quickly, their heads seemed to have become heavier as they sunk back down. Invisible shackle wedge, a magic formation rippled out from the ground where the three of them were standing. Then it split into 4 other magic formations. They surrounded the 4 corners of the building, forming a square formation. Then, with the square formation as the center, the light ribbons formed by the particles started spinning like rings of light, turning into a black pillar of light that trapped Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto inside. At the same time, a heavy pressure like Mount Tai came down on them. This caught Hinajiku and Mikoto off guard. Their physical abilities weren't that outstanding, and they felt a weight on their shoulders. Their delicate bodies suddenly became incomparably heavy, and they fell to one knee on the ground. This is Chuju and Mikoto, their eyes A gravity-binding magic formation? Wu Yen resisted the gravity from all directions while looking around the magic formation. Did they bury the gems in the ground beforehand? Even if there's electromagnetic waves, they can't find the gems buried in the ground, right? Rin Enosaka tried his best to free up a hand and tossed out a gem. Set, start. The gem fell to the ground. With a roll, it rolled into the inner part of the invisible shackle. Like a bomb, its whole body shone brightly and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Amidst the explosion, flames and dust engulfed the invisible shackle as well as Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto. Now! Rin Enosaka shouted. Fire! Scatter! Ilya and Mikoto, who were still lying in the hole, gave up on recovering from the dizziness. They focused on their vision and raised their wands. They aimed at the center of the fire and smoke. Then a ring of runes began to undulate from the two wands. The runes slid to the top of the wands and turned into powerful magic cannonballs. They shot into the fire and smoke like an avalanche. Bam 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 bam. Pink and blue magic cannonballs mixed together and randomly shot into the center of the fire and smoke. Sounds of explosions resounded from the inside, and the wind from the impact blew out from the inside. The ground shook slightly and the fire and smoke became more vigorous. Almost every mana bullet that Elia and Mayu used was like a real bomb that was constantly thrown into the center of the flames. Explosions rang out incessantly and the ground shook more and more frequently. The black smoke screen had already spread to the entire hall like a thundercloud, stirring up streaks of mana lightning within. After a long time the shooting stopped. Huff, huff. Ilya and Mikoto stood up from the hole and panted heavily. Tisuke. Rin Enosaka tried to struggle again, but he couldn't break free from the chains around him. He looked at the smoke and smoke with his green eyes and clenched his teeth. Let's hope it's effective. It should have to take effect. Luvia's pretty face was solemn. If it doesn't work this time, the two of us won't be able to help anymore. The two young misses from the magic families have used up all their gems. Since they are bound by the discipline lock, they won't be able to retrieve their gems, so they won't be able to use them. If they can't deal any damage to the enemy this time, they can only continue to be bound and act as bystanders. With so many magic cannonballs, even if that tea-haired girl uses her Iron Sand control ability to form a defense, she can't keep defending, right? Rin Enosaka didn't answer Luvia's question. He continued to look at the smoke and smoke. Under the gazes of Rin Enosaka, Luvia, Ilya and Mikoto, the smoke that filled the surroundings gradually dispersed. That is, when the four of them saw the situation inside, their pupils of different colors shrunk at the same time. The originally glossy and beautiful floor had been completely razed to the ground, exposing the ground under the floor. Moreover, it was bumpy and extremely messy. Black smoke and flames were everywhere, as if the scene after a fire. In the middle of the charred land, in the center of the black smoke, pitch-black giant swords were inserted into the ground, forming a square wall of swords, which was also emitting black smoke. Within the wall of black swords, Wu Yen, Hinajiku, and Mikoto are still standing there unscathed. Even the ground they are standing on is still intact. It didn't get razed to the ground. How could this be? Luvia's eyes were filled with intense turbulence. Her face was filled with shock. Could it be that the tea-haired girl's Iron Sand can block so many magic cannonballs? No, that's not the tea-haired girl's Iron Sand. Rin Enosaka's face turned pale. That's that man's noble phantasm. That's right. The pitch-black huge swords sank into the ground and were absorbed by the crimson ripples. Wu Yen walked out with Chuju and Mikoto. His eyes were indifferent. It's my noble phantasm that blocked the magic cannonballs? It didn't even cause any damage? A drop of sweat slid down Ilya's cheek. How is this possible? Too strong? Mikoto clenched her teeth. It's too strong, there's no way we can win. Since you're well aware of this, then hand over your class card. Hinajiku dispersed the white cherry blossom in her hand, revealing a victorious expression. It's not that you have no chance of winning, it's that we won't lose. You should have noticed it yourself, right? Mikoto scanned the four girls one by one. Yen didn't initiate an attack from the start. In other words, they've already shown mercy. There's no need to continue this fight. Hinajiku advised. Let's just end this battle. Hearing this, Rin Tozaka, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio all became anxious. In the end, what should he do? I'll say it again. Wu Yan's emotionless voice echoed. Hand over your rank cards. Chapter 1484. Rin Enbin, Luvia, Iria, and Mio clearly heard the warning. Their hearts started to beat faster. No chance of winning. No chance of winning. His opponent this time was simply too strong. Not only were they as strong as the heroic spirits, but they were also unlike the heroic spirits that used rank cards to materialize. They lost their rationality and only knew how to destroy the enemy in front of them. This time their opponents had no chance of winning. They were different from the heroic spirits that only relied on instinct to charge forward. This time their opponents knew how to think. Just this point alone was enough to pose a threat to him. Rin Dosaka looked at Luvia before looking at Mikoto, Wu Yin, Hinajiku and Mikoto. She hesitated for a moment before looking down at Mikoto and Ilya. The hand that was bound by the lock of discipline moved slightly and touched his sleeve. When he touched something, the hesitation in Rin Enbin's eyes became even stronger. In fact, there was a gem hidden in Rin Enbin's sleeve. It was the level 8 magic crystal that Wu Yin gave him that day at the coffee shop. This magical crystal had already been remade by Rin Enbin, and not only did he remove all the mana in it, but he also removed all the mana in it. He had even infused it with the most powerful spell that Rin Enbin knew. Coupled with the powerful magic within the magic crystal, once it was used, its power would be comparable to a heroic spirit relic's attack. That was Rin Enosaka's true trump card. However, if possible, Rin Enbin did not want to use it. It was not that Rin Enbin did not want to use the gem, nor was it that he wanted to show mercy. It was just that he knew how powerful it was. Once he used it, he would not be able to stop. In this mansion, the area was limited. The people on his side would definitely be involved. Or even worse, the entire mansion could not be saved. Unless he wanted to risk his life, who would not hesitate before using such a dangerous item. However, if he did not use it, with the current situation, there was no chance of winning. Thinking about this, Rin Enbin's eyes turned vicious. Don't die, everyone. Then Rin Enosaka curled his finger. He pulled out the jewel in his sleeve. However, just as Rin Enosaka was about to release the spell within the gem in her hand suddenly disappeared. What? Rin Enosaka's body trembled. This is something that Yen gave you. How could Yen not take precautions against it? Chuju slowly walked out from behind Rin. Her yellow-green eyes glanced at Rin as she tossed the gem in her hand. Let me take care of this for the time being. You? Rin Enosaka was shocked. You? When did you? Indeed, without a weapon, my battle prowess will plummet, unlike Mikoto who can still display considerable strength. Chuju smiled sweetly. But even if I don't have any combat skills, it doesn't mean that I don't have any other skills. I just happen to be good at speed. Specialized in speed? Moving from the bottom to here in the blink of an eye? That was no longer speed but teleportation. Rin Enosaka and Luvia were both stunned speechless for a long time. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated the two women by that man's side. Let me see. Chuju started touching Rin Enosaka and Luvia's body. Wait. The two girls panicked. What are you doing? Chuju ignored Rin Enosaka and Luvia's protest and continued to touch their body. Looks like the rank card isn't with you. Then? Mikoto turned her gaze to Elia and Mio who weren't far away. The rank card is with you too, right? Hearing this, Ilya and Mio instinctively revealed surprised and vigilant expressions and retreated. Bzzz. The purple magic array fluctuated from the void once again and stopped behind the retreating Elia and Mayu, blocking their path. Before Elia and Mio could react, the discipline lock extended from the formation and wrapped around their limbs. It tightly tied them up and lifted them off the ground. It's over? Rin Enosaka and Luvia showed a bitter expression. It's over? Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other, a trace of helplessness appeared in their eyes. At this point, Wu Yan's cold expression slowly turned gentle. He walked up to the two struggling girls and opened his mouth in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Thank you for your hard work. After speaking, Wu Yan looked at Mio's determined and relieved eyes. Then he reached out his hand and took out a card from the card holder on Mio's thigh. It's a card with a picture of a black-robed sage holding a staff and the word, caster, inlaid at the bottom. Rank card, caster. A card made with a very high magic theory. It has the magical ability to trigger the power of a certain heroic spirit corresponding to the card's rank. The usage method is as follows: limited expansion. Using the magic attire as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits, materialize the heroic spirit's relic corresponding to the rank card and use it for a short period of time. Note, this rank card is called caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Parallel limited expansion. with multiple magic attire as the medium and the class card as the pass to the seat of heroes. Multiple heroic spirits relic corresponding to the class card can be materialized. The same relic can be materialized repeatedly. This is the overlapping expansion mode of limited expansion. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit's relic is the Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker. Dream summoning, using oneself as the medium and the rank card as the pass to the seat of heroic spirits. Summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and materialize it on the user's body. It can transform the user into a heroic spirit and obtain the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card. Note, this rank card is called Caster, and the corresponding heroic spirit is the rebellious, which in Greek mythology Medea. Talisman of 10,000 Spellbreaker, a dagger that can break all magic. It's the ultimate magical relic. It can restore objects strengthened with magic and life created with magic to their original state. Its attack power is weak. It only has the lethality equivalent to an ordinary knife. However, its effect in breaking contracts is outstanding. Finally, after putting away the caster rank card, Wu Yan looked at Ilya. "Give me the archer rank card as well?" Ilya clenched her teeth and struggled with all her might, trying to break free from the lock of discipline. She had no intention of giving up at all. At the same time, Wu Yan extended his hand again and reached for the card on Ilya's thigh. No. Unexpectedly, Ilya's face was filled with excitement as she shouted loudly, "I don't want Ilya." Mio, Rin and Osaka, and Livia looked at Ilya, who was abnormally agitated in surprise. Even Chuju and Mikoto were a little stunned. "Ilya." Seeing Ilya's agitated appearance, Wu Yan frowned. "It's already over, don't?" Ilya lowered her head and covered her eyes with her snow-like bangs. "I definitely don't want." Everyone looked at each other in dismay when they saw Ilya acting like this. "Is that so?" Wu Yan was the only one who asked with an indifferent expression. "What? Because. Ilya's deep and low voice sounded from below her bangs. Because, as if she was malfunctioning, Ilya kept repeating the same word. It seemed like she was preparing for something. What's wrong?" The girls all felt that something was amiss. "Ilya." Standing before Ilya, Wu Yan also frowned because of that strange feeling. "Because." Maintaining her suspended appearance, Ilya slowly raised her head and opened her eyes. Ilya's emotionless and cold voice sounded in everyone's hearts. "Because, didn't we make an agreement?" "Because." Everyone's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. That was because Ilya's originally ruby-like red eyes had turned golden at this moment. Bang! In the next instant, with Ilya as the center, a gale swept forth. Chapter 1485. Promise me that both of us won't have any regrets, okay? When Ilya saw the hand reaching toward her as if to end this battle, the first thing that came to her mind was the voice that made the promise with her. That's right. From the start, this battle wasn't a battle of life and death. It was to make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. No matter which side it is, even though they can't give up on the class card, they still won't give it up if they can obtain it. Thus, in the end, the battle began, to make sure that both of them won't have any regrets. To be honest, Ilya doesn't want to fight Wu Yan. When Ilya saw Wu Yan's hand reaching towards her, intending to take away her last class card, she secretly sighed in relief. This way the battle is over. I don't need to fight Big Brother anymore. I've collected all my class cards. From now on, I don't need to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Ever since Ilya nearly lost her life in the battle against the Berserker, she already had this thought in her mind. To Ilya, losing one's life in battle is too strange. She can't understand it at all. Part of the reason why he resisted the idea of fighting Wu Yan was because of this idea. Now the battle is finally coming to an end, there's no reason to fight anymore. No need to fight anymore. Ilya, who was completely relieved, unintentionally looked in the direction of Rin Enbin and Luvia as she waited for her class card to be taken away. On the staircase, Rin Enbin and Luvia, who were tightly bound by the discipline lock, stared at this side. Their eyes were filled with disappointment, regret, helplessness, and a little bit of unwillingness. They came to Fuyuki City to collect their class cards because of the Magic Association's Time Tower mission. The class cards fell into Wu Yan's hands. This means that their mission will be declared a failure. Once the mission is declared a failure, Rin Enbin and Luvia won't be qualified to become the disciple of the second Magus. Helplessness. Regret. That's natural. Ilya could clearly see the helplessness and regret in her eyes. His heart trembled violently. This battle was originally created so that no one would have any regrets. He had indeed lost, but the rank card hadn't been taken away yet. Himself. How could he give up just like that? To fight for the sake of not leaving behind any regrets. Therefore, before the in-service card was taken away, even if it was for Big Brother, for Big Sister Ling, and for Big Sister Luvia, she absolutely could not give up in advance. Because, didn't we make a promise? In that instant Ilya sensed. Something in his heart seemed to have broken. That thing that seemed to have been sealed in his body for many years finally burst forth. Boom! In the vast hall, a shockwave-like strong wind suddenly surged, turning into the most violent wind wave regardless of whether it was friend or foe. With Ilya as the center, a frightening wave of air rose from her petite body. Like a storm, it swept out and affected the entire scene. Boom! Wu Yan, who was the closest to Ilya and standing before her, did not expect this at all. He was unable to react in time, and the violent shockwave was like an iron hammer. It heavily smashed into his body and sent him flying. Ugh! The situation was too sudden. Wu Yan did not even have the time to think about what happened. His body was hit by the shockwave and he was sent flying. He only stopped when he was far away from Ilya. This is. After stabilizing himself, Wu Yan looked at Ilya, who had become the center of the storm, with astonishment. Ah! Mio, Rin and Osaka and Luvia, who were bound by the chains of discipline, also cried out in surprise as the wind blew. What's going on? Chuju and Mikoto returned to Wu Yan's side. They looked at Ilya with astonishment. What happened to her? Wu Yan did not answer Chuju and Mikoto's question. His wine-red eyes were fixated on Ilya, who was suspended in midair with her head lowered like Jesus. He clenched his fists. The storm that surged out from Ilya's body was all magic power. It was enough to rival the magic power of the saber, which could form a dense magic fog. This is troublesome. The storm-like magic power was like a pair of wind wings that erupted from Ilya's back and set off a stormy wave of wind. Kacha. From the center of the dense magic power storm, such a sound echoed. That was the sound of the discipline lock created by the gods cracking. As though it was hit by an invisible force, the commandment lock wrapped around Ilya's body trembled, and the purple light on its surface dimmed completely. Bang! Ilya didn't even move. The chains of discipline wrapped around her body suddenly exploded into fragments that filled the sky and scattered in every corner of the scene. Everyone present looked at this scene in shock. But an even more shocking scene was yet to come. The magic power storm that swept through the entire scene revolved and completely withdrew into Ilya's body. Her head was lowered and her expression could not be seen. A layer of gentle light covered her body. Ilya! The ruby cried out in shock, but Ilya let go of it without hesitation and it fell to the floor. Soon after, Ilya raised her head and revealed her golden pupils. Expressionlessly, she took out a card from her body. Then, the gentle light on her body melted and poured into the ground. Like a beating heart, it rose and fell and formed a red magic formation that resembled a circular door. Dream summoning. Following this emotionless and cold voice, the card in Ilya's hand turned into light particles that slowly dissipated into the air and entered Ilya's body. Bzzz. The door-like circular magic array spun, and dense mana storms emerged from the magic array and flowed into Ilya's body. In the next moment, dazzling light erupted from Ilya's body. Within the dazzling light, Ilya's clothes gradually disappeared. Her petite body was covered in a layer of magic power flames. The flames started burning all over Ilya's body. As if they were condensing something, they began to fluctuate. By the time the magic power flames disappeared, Ilya's clothes had completely changed. There was a black skin-tight garment on her chest. It covered Ilya's chest and exposed everything below her chest. She wore a short red jacket that could only cover her shoulders and arms. She wore a pair of black tights that reached her ankles, and a red skirt with a slit in the front that looked like a cloak. Her snow-white hair was tied behind her head. The skin on her neck flickered with a pearl-like luster under the light. Ilya's field? Fon. Eins Balin, level 75. Wah. Mio, Rin Enbin, Luvia and the others opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Dream summoning? It can't be? Hinajiku and Mikoto's expression changed as well. Isn't that the last of the 3 ways to use the class card? Using oneself as a medium to materialize the power of the heroic spirit on oneself? Doesn't Ilya only know how to use the limited expansion class card? Why would she use the dream summoning? No one could answer this question. Ilya, who was as cold as an iceberg, didn't give anyone the time to think about it. Projection begin. An illusory halo formed by magic power formed a faintly discernible spherical object. It flashed in Ilya's hand. Ilya's emotionless gaze shot over like an arrow. A black longbow formed in the faintly discernible magic light ball and fell into Ilya's hand. At the same time, a sword that gradually became thinner appeared in Ilya's hand. Upon seeing this, Wu Yan's expression tightened and he shouted, "Back off." Boom. At the same time, a laser-like arrow was released from Ilya's bow. The arrow tore through space and it arrived in front of Wu Yan in an instant. It sounded like a gunshot. Boom, like a missile, the laser-like arrow exploded and burst into flames. It engulfed Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Chapter 1486. Looking at the area filled with flames below them, Rin and Osaka, Luvia and Meiyu were dumbstruck. What happened? Luvia had a dumbstruck expression. She had no reaction at all. Ilya. Rin and Osaka turned his gaze to Ilya, whose eyes had turned golden. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well. An intense fluctuation appeared in his eyes. How could this be? Even Meiyu was unable to maintain her usual indifference. Shock filled her little face. At this moment, Ilya's three companions were all shaken. They looked at Ilya, who gave them a completely unfamiliar feeling, and looked at each other in dismay. Evidently, they were also unable to understand why Ilya would undergo such a change. What they were certain of is that Ilya used a class card and completely transformed herself into a heroic spirit. In other words, the current Ilya has become an existence akin to a heroic spirit. This is a lie, right? This was the only thought that Rin and Osaka, Luvia and Meiyu had right now. But at this moment, the expression of Ilya, who was holding the black longbow, changed. Her empty hand suddenly moved, and a strangely shaped dagger that resembled one of the extremes of Taiji appeared in her hand. Tightly holding the short blade in her hand, Ilya fiercely swung it. Bringing forth a sharp gale, the short blade ferociously hacked at a certain space beside her. The sharp short blade streaked across space. When it was about to reach a certain location, the space there suddenly fluctuated. A black silhouette appeared without any warning. Holding a nimble long blade, that black silhouette met the incoming short blade head-on without any hesitation. Clang. The long blade and short blade collided. A thunderous sound of collision mixed with ripples of energy rapidly spread out. The ripples of energy struck Ilya and the black silhouette holding the long blade. Ping! Both Ilya and the black silhouette retreated several steps at the same time, creating a distance between them. This allowed Ilya to clearly see the black silhouette's true appearance. Naturally, it was Wu Yan. Strength? You've become a lot stronger. Wu Yan curled his lips. A trace of graveness could be seen in his eyes. He looked at the pair of emotionless golden eyes that were looking at him. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. You are Ilya, right? Ilya didn't say a word, as if she didn't know Wu Yan. She took a step, and with a faint stomping sound, she turned into an afterimage and charged at Wu Yan. In one hand, he held a short knife that looked like one of the extremes of Tai Chi. In his other hand, the black bow suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a matching dagger. Holding a pair of black and white short swords, Ilya raised them above her head and she slashed down at Wu Yan's head with an expressionless face. Looking at his appearance, it was as if he wanted to kill Wu Yan. Ilya. Seeing Ilya's merciless manner, he felt a chill run down his spine. Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Mio, and the others turned pale with fright. Don't worry. Such a voice entered Rin and Osaka and the other two's ears. Chuju and Mikoto appeared at an unknown time. They stared at the two people fighting below and spoke without turning their heads. That little girl won't be able to hurt Yen. As if to verify the authenticity of Chuju and Mikoto's words, Wu Yen looked at the two daggers that were rapidly enlarging in his eyes. He clenched his fist and faced the charging Ilya from afar. A punch was thrown. The space in front of him shook violently. A sharp piercing sound could be heard. It was as if an invisible cannonball was shot out. With a sharp piercing sound, it violently shot out and collided with Ilya's dagger. Boom! The dagger that was hacking down stopped and collided with the invisible cannonball. The rebound force caused the dagger to tremble unceasingly. It was almost knocked out of Ilya's hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the dagger stopped, it was Wu Yan's turn to attack. His figure turned into a black shadow. Like a viper coming out of its hole, he moved to Ilya's side. Wu Yan tightly held Nyedan no Shana in his hand. Like a club, he directly smashed it towards Ilya's shoulder. Seeming to be able to sense the sharpness of the incoming attack, Ilya expressionlessly threw away the dagger in one of her hands and extended her free hand in the direction where Shana of the Niao Temple came from. 7 blazing rings, Loias. In an instant, a pink petal bloomed in Ilya's raised hand. Clang. Nyedon no Shana that carried a sharp edge ferociously chopped at the pink petal. The two collided. Nyedon no Shana seemed to have chopped at a wall, causing a clear sound of metal clashing. A cold glint flashed through Wu Yan's eyes. He twisted the arm holding Nyedon no Shana. With a bang, a burst of red lotus flames suddenly ignited on the dagger. The flames of the red lotus surged out like a tidal wave. Through the blade of Nyangdian Shana, the flames climbed onto the flower shield called 7 blazing rings, Loias. With a strange spin, the flames trickily spread and burned towards Ilya. At this moment, Ilya slightly frowned. Then her expression became more and more indifferent. Ilya straightforwardly abandoned 7 blazing rings, Loias, and allowed it to be covered by the red lotus flames. She leaned to the side and suddenly moved. Her body passed through the gaps between the petals of 7 blazing rings, Loias, and rushed towards Wu Yan like a ghost. A faintly discernible light flashed in her hand. Once again a pair of black and white daggers appeared in Ilya's hand. With a chi sound, the daggers cut through the air and ruthlessly chopped towards Wu Yan's neck. Clang. As the daggers fell, Wu Yan did not dodge. With an expressionless face, he waved Nyedon no Shana and collided with the daggers. Once again a clear sound was heard. However, in terms of strength, even if Ilya had transformed into a heroic spirit, it was absolutely impossible for her to compete with Wu Yan unless her dream summon was a berserker rank card. Bam. Therefore, at the same time when the agile long sword collided with the black and white daggers, a vast force shattered the daggers in Ilya's hands. Ilya's pupils shrank. However, before she could react, Wu Yan raised his other hand, clenched his fist, and smashed it towards Ilya like a thunderbolt. It was such a short-distance attack, and the one who attacked was in existence like Wu Yan. Even with the strength of a heroic spirit, Ilya could not dodge in time. Fortunately, although Ilya had transformed into an archer, the heroic spirit corresponding to the archer rank card was also extremely experienced in close combat. At that moment, almost like a conditioned reflex, Ilya raised her hand. A light flashed from her hand and turned into a dagger to block the incoming fist. Bam! In a muffled sound, the fist carrying a terrifying force was like an iron hammer that heavily smashed onto the dagger in Ilya's hand. Bam! The dagger shattered and scattered like powder. Ilya's slender hand also directly bore the remaining force, causing pain to her palm. The pain from her hand made Ilya frown. However, she still maintained an expressionless look. She turned her palm, spread out her 5 fingers, and pushed her palm towards the void in front of her as if she was clapping. She actually borrowed the force of this blow to turn around and hit Wu Yan's chest with her palm. Such rich close combat awareness made Wu Yan surprised and bewildered. Soon after, an interesting expression appeared on his face as he suddenly punched Ilya's palm. Pop! Ilya bent her elbow and dodged Wu Yan's punch. Then she clenched her hand and the black and white daggers flashed in her hand again. She spun in the air and slashed at Wu Yan like a spinning top. Clang 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 clang. In the face of Ilya's ever-changing and skillful attacks, even with Wu Yan's skills, he no longer continued to fight with his bare hands. He could only raise his Niandan Temple Shana. Under Ilya's violent attacks, he retreated while brandishing his sword to counter her attacks, neutralizing all of her attacks into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan and Ilya exchanged a dozen blows. Even though Ilya took the initiative to attack, Wu Yan still managed to parry all of her attacks. For a moment, swords and sabers clashed, and the attacks were all fierce. Looking at the situation, if one of them was careless, one of them would suffer serious injuries. From the looks of it, the battle no longer looked like a competition for something. This was the real battle. Chapter 1487. Bang! Fierce magic power gushed out like a shockwave, pushing back Ilya who was attacking him. Ilya raised the black and white daggers in her hands and blocked the magic power wave that was rushing towards her. Protecting her slender body, she flew back and pulled away from Wu Yan who had ignited the magic power in his body. She lowered her body slightly and a vigilant look flashed across her golden eyes. Waving the Nyama no Shana in his hand, Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked at Ilya who was standing opposite him. Looking at her expressionless face, he frowned slightly. The Ilya in front of him did not look like the Ilya he knew at all. In the original plot, there was also a time when Ilya was fighting against a certain heroic spirit. Due to her own danger, she mutated and did not know how to use Dream Summon, so she used the Archer class card to perform Dream Summon. In the original plot, due to her own crisis, Ilya mutated and transformed into an Archer, heroic spirit. She was exactly the same as this Ilya in front of him. However, why did Ilya mutate like that? Why was she able to use the Archer class card to perform the Dream Summon, without knowing how to use the Dream Summon? Wu Yan did not know. What he could be sure of was that the Ilya in front of him was definitely not Ilya herself. After all, it was impossible for Ilya to attack him so fiercely and mercilessly when fighting him. It was also impossible for her to be so cold and taciturn. Either this Ilya in front of him was someone else. Either Ilya has lost her original consciousness and is using some unknown method to fight against me. What Wu Yan cared about the most was the pair of black and white daggers that Ilya had been using since the beginning had been broken who knows how many times. There was also the petal-shaped light shield that Ilya had used not long ago, known as the 7 blazing rings. They were all noble artifacts. Not only the black and white daggers and the petal-shaped light shield, even the bow that Ilya used in the beginning and the arrow that was shot out. They were all noble artifacts. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, it was a relic used by the heroic spirit of the archer that Ilya had transformed into. It looked like they were all replicas. It was a replica of another heroic spirit's relic. Of course, it didn't matter if it was fake or not. Those were all noble phantoms. Even if they were not as good as those genuine noble phantoms, their level and power were definitely inferior. However, they were superior in that they could be discarded at will and copied at will. Before their mana was exhausted, they would be inexhaustible, which was very convenient. In fact, the black and white dual blades that Ilya had been using had been shattered many times, but Ilya was still able to replicate them. After transforming into a heroic spirit, Ilya's strength was indeed extraordinary, to the point where Wu Yan had no choice but to take her seriously. Then, taking a deep breath, Wu Yan's majestic mana burst out from his body. Just a little, let's get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, purple magic arrays appeared around Wu Yan one after another. These magic arrays then took aim at Ilya like turrets. Ilya was secretly shocked. Chi! In practically the blink of an eye from one of the purple magic arrays, a chain glimmering with purple light suddenly turned into a fuzzy black line like a viper. It pierced through space and shot toward Ilya, who was not far away. The tip of the chain was abnormally sharp. Moreover, it was faintly flowing with dense mana. Hearing the sharp sound of the chain piercing through the air as it shot over, it was clear that if one were to be pierced by it, it would be no different from being struck by a sharp sword. One's body would definitely be pierced through. Because of that, Ilya did not dare to be careless with the chain piercing through space. Tracian, projecting. Raising her small palms forward, the black and white dual blades directly dissipated in the air. As if she was holding on to something, Ilya clenched her hand. A ray of light flickered from her palm and turned into a black longbow. At the same time, her other hand also flickered with light and turned into a spiral-like longsword. The spiral-like longsword gradually became thinner and turned into an arrow. Ilya placed it on the bow and aimed at the incoming chain. Boom! Immediately, magic power surged to the tip of the arrow, and as Ilya released her grip, the arrow turned into a beam of fire amidst a gunshot sound. It shot out and collided with the incoming chain head-on. Bang! A deep and muffled explosion sound was heard. A ring of flame-like energy ripples shook and reverberated in the air. As if an explosion had occurred in midair, a wave of fire was set off. However, the wave of fire did not last for long before it completely exploded. That was because, like the chain from before, 3 black silhouettes shot out from the other side of the wave of fire. Like crossbows, they pierced toward Ilya with sharp whistling sounds. Coldly looking at the 3 black silhouettes shooting toward her, Ilya waved her hand and 3 black longswords rapidly condensed in her hand. Then they turned into arrows and were placed on the bow by Ilya again. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a series of muffled gunshots, 3 arrows suddenly shot out like lasers and collided head-on with the 3 chains. Clang, clang, clang. This time there was no explosion. When the chains and arrows collided, a burst of metallic sounds accompanied by sparks shook the atmosphere. Seeing that the battle seemed to be in a deadlock, Ilya's emotionless golden eyes flashed with inconceivable impatience. Soon after, Ilya extended her hand once again. Tracian, projection begin. An astonishing burst of magic power burst forth from Ilya's hand. That was magic power more astonishing than any of the treasured artifacts that Ilya had replicated so far. Boundless magic power fluctuated and dazzling light flashed from Ilya's hand. A short moment later, a sword was condensed. It was a sword that seemed to be completely forged from gold. The sword's edge was golden, the sword's hilt was blue, and the sword's body was flowing with a chilly sharpness. Seeing such a sword, regardless of whether it was Wu Yen who was standing opposite Ilya or the many girls watching from the sidelines, all of their eyes trembled. It was none other than the Excalibur. Ilya had replicated the Excalibur. When she held the Excalibur in her hand, the Excalibur turned into a beam of light and condensed into a beam of light that was only as wide as a finger. Then, Ilya knocked the beam of light that was as wide as a finger on her bow. Bzzz. The space around the bow began to tremble violently. A circle of terrifying mana ripples slowly emerged from all directions and converged toward the tip of the arrow formed by the Excalibur. It was like a circle of shrinking ripples that condensed toward the tip of the Excalibur arrow. What a terrifying magic power compression. Rin Enbin, Luvia, and Mio revealed an astonished expression. Yeah. Chuju and Mikoto involuntarily called out. Wu Yan's expression also changed greatly. He leaped and retreated. Of course, Wu Yan did not plan to run away. While retreating, terrifying magic power erupted from Wu Yan's body like a flash flood. A vast amount of magic power rapidly rushed through the space and unceasingly rushed toward the sky like a tide. With a spiral, it turned into a whirlpool like a black hole. The whirlpool gradually rotated. Every time it rotated, it would emit a fiery red luster. Not long after, bright red light filled the entire whirlpool. In the end, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura like a volcanic crater that was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, Ilya's expression fluctuated a few times. Then, her expression suddenly became serious. She focused, aimed, and released the arrow in her hand. Boom! A sound more oppressive than any of the previous arrows released by Ilya resounded through the sky. The many girls on the stairs covered their ears in shock. Soon after, the arrow of light carrying terrifying magic power ripples violently shot out. The speed of the arrow of light was so fast that it could even penetrate the obstruction of space. In a flash, it carried an astonishing amount of magic power and appeared only a few meters away from Wu Yan. Looking at this terrifyingly powerful attack, the faces of Rin Enbin and the others instantly paled. Even if they weren't in the center of the battlefield, they could still feel the terrifying power contained in the arrow of Excalibur. If they were hit by it, they would definitely die. But as the target, Wu Yan slowly closed his eyes. The magic power on his body suddenly revolved and poured into the fiery red whirlpool in the sky. An equally powerful and terrifying flow of mana surged out of the vortex and into the surroundings. Awaken Titan's hand. Following a shout, a huge fiery red arm over 10 meters long emerged from the red whirlpool. The moment that fiery red arm emerged, the surrounding space violently shook like an avalanche. Under the horrified gazes of many onlookers, the huge fiery red arm emitted an unusually strong pressure and mana fluctuation as it ruthlessly swung its fist at the Excalibur arrow that was shooting towards it. Boom! In the next breath, two attacks that contained an extremely frightening might collided in the air above the spacious hall. A thunderous roar resounded through the entire sky of Fuyuki City. Chapter 1488. Boom! An earth-shattering roar, centered on the Eiderfeldt's mansion, resounded throughout the night sky of Fuyuki City. Like an earth-shattering thunder, many people in Fuyuki City were awakened from their sleep, and they broke out in cold sweat. Even the residents of Fuyuki City had such an impact, let alone the many girls who were still in the mansion of the Eiderfeldts. The deafening noise was even worse. Even though they were prepared, many of the young girls watching from the sidelines were still shaken to the point that their ears buzzed. Even their vision became slightly blurry. At the point where the two extremely ferocious attacks collided, wave after wave of substance-like shockwaves crazily spread in all directions. Even space itself had become slightly distorted under this frightening shockwave and collision. It was an extremely frightening sight. Mikoto. Seeing that the shockwave was about to hit them, Chuju quickly shouted. Understood. With a single leap, Mikoto arrived in front of all the girls. With a wave of her hand, a wave of black iron sand gushed out from the ground. With a wave, it condensed into a thick wall, protecting all the girls inside. Boom! The oncoming storm mercilessly hit the wall made of iron sand, causing the black iron sand wall, which was at least 10 centimeters thick, to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear on the side of the wall that was directly hit by the storm. Below, Wu Yan, who was at the center of the shockwave, immediately waved his hand, and the space ripple of the Gate of Babylon expanded from the ground, and a huge black sword emerged from it, forming a sword wall to block the shockwave. Ilya also raised a hand and used a relic called 7 Blazing Rings, Lawayas. Pink flower petals blossomed and blocked in front of Ilya. Rumble? Unfortunately, the Eiderfeld mansion wasn't so lucky. Under the impact of the shockwave and the collision of the two attacks, the mansion's walls were shattered. Without any suspense, the walls of the Eiderfeld mansion collapsed and scattered into rubble. The ceiling exploded in an instant, and the ground cracked inch by inch. It was as if there was an earthquake and the ground shook violently. Boom! Not long after, the entire mansion exploded under the impact of the shockwave and the shockwave. With a loud explosion, an even more intense wave of fire was set off. The entire mansion was turned into a pile of rubble. Under the protection of the iron sand wall, although the girls were fine, they were still attacked by the shockwave and the shockwave. They screamed and hid behind the wall. They didn't even dare to move. The chains of discipline that bound Rin Enbin, Mikoto, and Ruvia had disappeared at some point. The 3 girls were hiding behind the black iron sand wall just like Hinajiku and Mikoto, hugging their heads with their eyes closed. Their minds were blank. The gravel flying in all directions was like bullets, wreaking havoc in the surroundings, and some even shot out explosively. Some moved like tornadoes, some moved back and forth, and some fell from the sky and smashed onto Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Mio, and the others, causing them to cry out in pain. Wu Yan and Ilya, who were at the center of the shockwaves, were also engulfed by the shockwaves. The other girls couldn't see what happened to the 2 of them. Therefore, no one noticed that the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, Lawayas, was being activated. Ilya, who was resisting the storm and waves of fire, suddenly lost focus in her emotionless golden eyes as though they had turned sluggish. At the same time, Ilya felt that her vision became blurry. In the next moment, Ilya lost her consciousness for a brief moment. The shockwave and fire that filled the entire Eiderfeld mansion continued to wreak havoc for an unknown amount of time. Only then did it slowly fade away, the area that was blinded by the shockwave. Gradually, it became clearer and clearer. Behind the iron sand wall, a group of young girls peeked their heads out, their hearts palpitating as they looked ahead. The originally luxurious residence had long since been reduced to charred rubble. Raging flames spread in the surroundings. The entire mansion has been turned into ruins. In the ruins filled with raging flames and scattered rubble, Wu Yan just so happened to walk out from the wall of pitch-black greatswords. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. Although he looked a bit wretched, he didn't receive any injuries. Seeing this, Hinajiku and Mikoto's faces relaxed. Rin Tozaka and Mio also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's great that he's fine. Only Luvia was frowning as she looked around the ruins. Just when everyone thought that she was feeling heartache over the destruction of her home, Luvia said such a sentence. "Where's Ilya Fischl?" Hearing that, the girls were startled. They finally reacted and hurriedly swept their gazes forward. After searching for a while, not a single one of them discovered Ilya. Rin Enbin and Mio couldn't help but stand up and rush out. Chuju, Mikoto, and Luvia also hurriedly followed. "Where's Ilya?" The girls all came to Wu Yan's side. Rin Enbin and Mio anxiously asked, "Where's Ilya?" "Ilya?" Wu Yan was startled. He frowned and looked around. Indeed, no matter where he looked, he didn't see Ilya's figure. "No, it can't be." Rin Enbin panicked. "It can't be that she's already? Impossible." Wu Yan denied. "I saw Ilya using a defensive noble artifact. Moreover, the attack didn't directly affect Ilya's body. It's hard to say whether she's injured or not, but it's definitely not the worst-case scenario that you're imagining." "Then?" Rin Enbin looked at the ruins in a daze. "Then where's Ilya?" Mio's eyes were filled with uncontrollable worry. In the end, she called out, "Ilya." Unexpectedly, this symbolic call received a response. "Woo-woo." In a corner piled up by rubble, a sound of shin-een rang out. I'm here, Ilya." Everyone's face lit up. They all ran towards the source of the voice. They turned around and walked into the corner piled up by rubble. However, in the next instant, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned on the spot. "Ilya? Ilya?" It's unknown who called out in disbelief, but no one had the time to pay attention to that. Everyone's gaze, attention and even the ability to think were all taken away by the scene in front of them. There, Ilya is holding her head as if she's having a headache. She sat on the ground and wobbled as if she's dizzy. Of course, that's not the reason why everyone became like this. The reason why everyone, including Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto, were completely frozen on the spot with their eyes wide open is because there are two Ilyas before them. That's right. There are two Ilyas. One of them is wearing ordinary clothes. She has snow-white hair and red eyes. She's the familiar Ilya. The other one was wearing the clothes of Ilya, who had just transformed into a heroic spirit. She had dark skin, silver hair and golden pupils. She looked exactly the same as Ilya. The two Ilyas with identical appearances but different details are sitting on the ground. They're both holding their heads. It seems like they're in a dizzy state. But the people that saw this scene are actually in a similar state. They're also in a dizzy state. Wu Yan was stunned as he looked at the scene before him. His mind is so chaotic that he's unable to think properly. What's going on here? Yu? The familiar Ilya held her head and opened one of her eyes. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, she tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong with everyone? Before she could finish her words, Ilya also noticed that something's wrong. As if they've made an agreement, the two Ilyas turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes met. Then both of them were stunned. Everyone fell into a state of bewilderment, not knowing what to do. The first one to react was the dark-skinned Ilya. Bang! Fiercely stomping on the ground, the black-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped onto a pile of rubble. Her golden pupils swept over everyone present with a glance. There was an extremely complicated expression in her eyes. No one could understand what she was thinking. Then, with another leap, the dark-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped over the Eiderfeld family's wall. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. They were completely unable to react. After a long time. Chapter 1489. Fuyuki City, the home of Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto. This is where you live? After entering the house, Livia scanned the entire courtyard with a scrutinizing gaze. She only nodded slightly when she arrived at the hall on the top floor. Although it's a bit small, it's not bad. Small? Ilya looked at the hall that was 2 to 3 times bigger than her house and laughed dryly. Then what about my house? Don't compare me to you. I just want to live comfortably. Size is not a factor that I need to consider. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and walked to the sofa. Alright, no need to be so polite. Sit down. Hinajiku and Mikoto led Rin Dosaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mikoto to sit on the sofa across from Wu Yan. They looked at each other in confusion before sitting down on the sofa. As usual, Hinajiku and Mikoto stayed by Wu Yan's left and right as if they are leaving everything to Wu Yan to handle. One has to say at this moment, the two of them gave off the feeling of a virtuous wife. Since Livia's mansion was turned into ruins by Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya, Wu Yan brought all of them to his house. Of course, the reason why he brought Livia and the others to his house was not because he felt guilty for destroying Livia's mansion and wanted to keep them as his mistress. Instead, with the current situation, if they couldn't find a place to sit down and have a good chat, none of them would be able to sleep tonight. By the way, where's that old but vigorous butler of yours? Wu Yan asked Livia in confusion. I didn't see him today. Auguste has temporarily returned to the main family, Livia casually replied. Today's battle isn't something that Auguste can participate in, so I had him leave. Fine. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then he looked at the main character of the day, Ilya, who is looking very nervous. So, Ilya, don't you have anything you want to say? Say. Ilya tilted her head. Her big watery eyes were filled with confusion. Say what? Don't tell me you don't have any clue about the changes in your body? Rin and Osaka couldn't help but ask. That black Ilya. What's going on? Everyone's gazes gathered on Ilya at the same time, causing her to involuntarily shrink her head. However, her eyes were still filled with confusion and even some grievance. Even if you ask me that, I still have no idea what's going on. According to Ilya herself, when Wu Yan was about to take away her rank card, something came out of her body. She felt as if something was coming out of her body. Then she didn't know anything else. When Ilya regained her consciousness again, it was already after the battle between Wu Yan and the heroic spirit Ilya. Another dark-skinned Ilya appeared. As for what happened in between, Ilya had no recollection at all. It was as if a part of her memory was suddenly missing. She couldn't connect the two at all. In other words, Wu Yin asked with uncertainty. You have no idea what you did. You don't even know that you used dream summoning? I can't remember anything. I only remember Oni-chan wanted to take my class card away from me. Then, my vision started spinning. When I recovered, that black guy appeared. Ilya hugged her head in frustration. She looked at Wu Yin with a pained expression. By the way, what is dream summoning? Dream summoning? Livia suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, Ilya Field also said the same thing before he turned into a heroic spirit. What is dream summoning? Rin Enbin looked deeply at Wu Yin. You seem to know a lot about it. This time, everyone's attention was focused on Wu Yin. Because of this, no one noticed that Meiyu was looking at Wu Yin with a complicated and serious expression. It was as if this question wasn't a question to her. It was as if she was on a mission. Let me explain. The one who responded to everyone's puzzled gaze was Chuju, who was pouring tea. Hinajiku explained after looking at Rin Tobasaka's group of 4. The so-called dream summoning refers to using the same principle as the limited expansion, to use the rank card. It replaces the process of summoning the heroic spirit with the magic attire, and uses the person's body as the medium to summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and cover the person's body with it. Which is the so-called heroic spirit you guys are talking about. Mikoto looked at Ilya suspiciously. But why do you know how to use dream summoning? When you use the limited expansion, the user provides the rank card and the 2 magic attires with personalities use the rank card to connect to the heroic spirit seat of heroes and make contact with the heroic spirit's body. Wu Yin looked directly at Ilya. But the dream summoning requires the person to be the medium and use the rank card as the pass to the heroic spirit's seat of heroes to make contact with the heroic spirit's body and borrow the heroic spirit's power. If you don't know how to use it, you won't be able to use the dream summoning. Ilya, how did you do it? Even if you ask me that. Ilya's little face was bitter. She was in a dilemma. I don't know what's going on either. Hearing this, many people looked at each other helplessly. If that's the case, won't they be unable to solve the problem? Brother Wu Yin. Meiyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Why are you so familiar with the usage of the rank card? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka and Livia also realized what was going on. That's right. Why are Wu Yin and the others so familiar with the so-called dream summoning of the rank card? Even the Magic Association has only analyzed that the rank card can draw out the heroic spirit's power and use the magic attire to materialize the heroic spirit's relic. Other than that, they didn't get any other information. As for this dream summoning class card that could manifest the power of the heroic spirit in one's body, it should be the true way to use the class card, right? Even the Magic Association couldn't analyze the usage of this card, so how did Wu Yin and the others know about it? The reason we know how to use the cards is because we used a special method to analyze the cards. Wu Yin mused for a bit before he came up with an answer that is somewhat ambiguous but not without some degree of truth. However, all we've got is the usage of the rank cards and the information about the hero spirits and relics that correspond to each rank card. Apart from that, we don't know who made the rank cards, what they're made of, and how they're made. I see. Rin and Osaka and Livia lowered their heads and pondered. Meiyu, who was staring at Wu Yin, softened her gaze and sighed in relief. According to what you all are saying. Ilya scratched her cheeks and spoke with an uncertain tone. At that time, I didn't know the true usage of the rank card, so I used the dream summoning thing? That's right. Mikoto nodded. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. That's why we're all curious about how you did it. Then? Ilya sighed. Could it have been that black guy who did it? That's the only explanation for now. Although I don't know what's going on with the black Ilya, she's still in her heroic spirit state. The archer rank card must be with her. Wu Yin pondered and said. No matter what, we should find the black Ilya first. Perhaps we can get the answer. Before that, Chuju's yellow-green eyes shifted to Livia and Meiyu. You don't have a place to stay, right? Why don't you stay here for the night? Stay here? Meiyu was stunned. Livia, on the other hand, frowned. No need, we'll just stay in a hotel. Bringing a kid to a hotel? You're really something. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Livia. It's already so late. I think all of you should stay here tonight. This. Rin Enbin and the other 3 looked out of the window. They looked at each other and nodded. They agreed to it. Chapter 1490. Thus, no matter if it was Luvia and Mayu who lost their residence or Rin Tozaka and Ilya, the four of them all decided to spend the night outside. Although this house wasn't very luxurious, it was still much better than an ordinary house. Furthermore, it took up quite a lot of space and there were quite a few rooms. At the very least, it was capable of accommodating 10 people. With the addition of Rin Tozaka, Luvia, Ilya and Mayu, there was no problem at all. Hinajiku, Mikoto as the hosts, along with Mio who volunteered to help out as a maid, cleaned up 3 rooms for Rin and Osaka and Luvia to share 1 room each, while Ilya and Mio shared 1 room. Originally, Ilya wanted to return home. But, since it was already very late and the sun was about to rise soon, she could only call home to report that she was safe. Then, together with Mayu, she comfortably fell asleep. It must be said that, from a certain perspective, Ilya's mental state was truly very careless. Another version of himself appeared out of nowhere. He lost consciousness for no apparent reason, he performed a dream summoning for no apparent reason, he got into a heroic spirit form for no apparent reason, he got into a fight with Wu Yan for no apparent reason, he got into a fight with Wu Yan for no apparent reason. With so many things added together, it's enough to mess up a normal person's mental state. But, apart from being a bit concerned at the beginning, Ilya only ate when it was time to eat. She slept when it was time to sleep. Although she would sometimes reveal a confused expression, she wasn't worried at all. It was as if the person involved wasn't herself. As soon as she lay down on her bed, she immediately fell asleep. If this wasn't carelessness, then what was? If this had happened to someone else, it would have been a sleepless night for them. But there were also people who didn't sleep tonight, on the balcony. A light breeze lightly blew the curtain of the open glass door. It also blew the black hair fluttering above a pair of wine-red eyes. One of his hands was straddling the white railing that seemed to be made of porcelain. The other hand was holding several cards. Wu Yan was staring at them without blinking. After a long time, he sighed. Saber, swordsman, lancer, rider, caster, magician, assassin's assassin, berserker. Until now, he had already collected 6 of the 7 class cards required for the second phase of the Demigod Path mission. It was almost done. As long as he could get the final, Archer, job card, the second part of the Demigod quest would be completed, and Wu Yan would be able to take a big step forward on the path of becoming a demigod. It saved him a lot of effort. And all of this should have come to an end tonight. Who would have thought that something like this would happen at the very end? The archer that went missing is nowhere to be found, the second Ilya. The dream summoning, that shouldn't have appeared. All of this messed up everything. Wu Yan had no way of predicting what would happen next. As for the original work, Wu Yan only knew that the 7 class cards were retrieved by Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio from the Mirror Realm, and returned to their normal lives. After that, he didn't continue to learn about it. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't know if the Black Ilya would appear in the original plot. What he was sure of was that the Archer, job card must be with the Black Ilya. No matter what, if Wu Yan wanted to complete the mission, then it was necessary to find the Black Ilya. As for what to do after finding it, it depends on the situation. Looking at all the class cards in his hand except for the Archer, Wu Yan muttered. What do you mean by depends on the situation? The moment Wu Yan finished speaking, a voice came from behind him and entered his ears. Wu Yan paused for a bit before he guessed the other party's identity from the other party's voice. He laughed out loud without turning his head. What? You haven't slept yet? Aren't you the same? With such an answer, the person came to the side of the fence. She put her hand on it and leaned her body on it. Her waist-long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her green eyes were like the surface of a lake, rippling with circles of waves. It was exceptionally beautiful. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Wu Yan couldn't help but look sideways. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This is the first time I've seen you with your hair down, Miss Rin? I don't know if there are people who tie their hair up when they sleep, but I don't belong to that kind of... Rin and Osaka caressed her black hair lazily. She didn't seem to notice that she was more beautiful than usual. She glanced at Wu Yan. Don't think that seeing my unexpected side will increase your impression. Unfortunately, I don't seem to care about my image in front of you. Don't care about your image? Wu Yan laughed bitterly. So what if she doesn't care about her image? With a good foundation she would still be a beauty regardless of whether she wore makeup or not. No matter how rough her behavior was, there was a unique charm in her gestures. Rin and Osaka was probably this kind of person. Moreover, as the young lady of a prestigious family, Rin and Osaka was very concerned about her image in front of outsiders. Now, she said that she didn't care about her image in front of Wu Yan. Thinking about it, she more or less treated Wu Yan as one of her own. The two of them leaned against the railing of the balcony. They didn't feel sleepy at all. They raised their heads and looked at the night sky of Fuyuki City. They let the breeze caress their bodies and enjoyed the tranquility of the night. Under such circumstances, the two of them seemed to have gotten a lot closer to each other. What are you going to do next? After an unknown amount of time, Rin Tasaka stared at the night sky and spoke. Should I continue to search for the archer rank card? There's only one left. Of course we still have to look for it. Wu Yan looked at the 6 class cards in his hand and shook his head. Why don't you tell me what you're going to do? You don't even have a single grade card in your hands anymore, do you? So, we don't have to decide what to do next. We'll report this to the Magic Association and let them decide. Rin Enosaka pursed her lips. Anyway, I'm not going to continue the mission and retrieve the class cards. I'm going to be fired. I'm going back to the chronometer tower to be a substitute chairman. I'm going to be a magic apprentice. Is that so? Wu Yan pondered for a moment and said. In other words, you're going to leave Fuyuki City tomorrow, right? I can't deny it. Rin Enosaka stroked her hair. But, since we can't report to the higher-ups that we've dragged ordinary people into this mess, I'll only report to the higher-ups that there's another group of people collecting the cards. If we're fired and the people in charge of collecting the cards change, they'll look for trouble with you. Don't look for me. It doesn't matter to me either. Wu Yan shrugged and smiled. No matter who the opponent is, I don't think I'll lose. You're so confident? Rin Enosaka looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was a trace of resentment in her beautiful green eyes. Yeah, it doesn't matter to you who it is. Once I go back, you'll forget about me, right? Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and a faint smile appeared on his face. Miss Rin, you can't bear it? Can't bear it? You. Rin Enosaka sneered and turned her head away. Her ears turned red. Do you think it's possible? Who knows? Wu Yan spread his hands and hugged Rin Enosaka. You. Rin Enosaka's eyes widened as she struggled. What are you doing? I'm trying to confirm the feelings of a certain arrogant girl. Wu Yan held Rin Enosaka's waist tightly with one hand and pinched her chin with the other. He lifted her beautiful face up to meet his eyes. Wu Yan looked at Rin Enosaka's confused expression and smiled. Why don't we follow up on that kiss from last time? I'm warning you. Rin Enosaka's face turned red. Her eyes flickered and her voice became coquettish. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I can't beat you, then? Wu Yan slowly moved his face closer. Just think of it as me messing around. Looking at the face that kept growing bigger and bigger, Rin's pretty face became a mess of panic. Does he really want to follow up on that kiss from last time? Wait. Rin Enosaka wanted to say something, but the short distance between them made it impossible for her to finish her sentence. In the end, Rin Enosaka's panicked expression reduced the distance between their lips to 0. Ugh. Rin Enosaka whimpered. Her slender hands kept hitting Wu Yan's chest in an attempt to make him stop. Unfortunately, Rin Enosaka's strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. In this situation, she was only trying to resist. Not long after, not only Rin's lips, but Rin's tongue was also easily subdued by the other party. Gradually, Rin Enosaka lost her strength. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes overlapped, as if they were close, as if they were separated. Chapter 1491. The next day, last night's battle started at midnight. After it ended, everyone went to Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's house to sleep. It was already 1 o'clock. However, when they woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. It was very early. In other words, they only slept for about 6 hours. There was nothing they could do about it. Ilya and Mio still had to attend classes, and Rin Tozaka had to report to the Magic Association's chronometer tower. Livia's house had already been reduced to ruins, and it was currently being concealed by a cognitive barrier. She also had to go back and deal with the aftermath. Therefore, even though they were a bit tired, the four of them still woke up early. Chuju and Mikoto were the same. They were more or less tired. But the guests were already awake. As the host, they couldn't just keep sleeping. With this thought in mind, the two of them woke up early. As for Wu Yan, he also woke up. It wasn't that he woke up. To be more precise, he hadn't slept since last night. He didn't want to go back to sleep. Instead, he personally prepared breakfast for the girls who woke up early. In the living room, the table that usually only had Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto was now filled with people. This rare lively scene made Hinajiku and Mikoto feel quite happy early in the morning as they sat on the two sides of Wu Yan. They happily enjoyed the breakfast that Wu Yan prepared. On the other hand, Luvia, Ilya, and Mayu widened their eyes after tasting the breakfast. Shortly after, they turned into gluttons and wolfed down the sumptuous breakfast on the table without any regard for etiquette. Obviously, the three of them were conquered by Wu Yan's proud cooking skills. As for Rin Tozaka, since she appeared in front of everyone, she kept her head down and didn't take the initiative to say a word. Even when someone tried to talk to her, she was hesitant. Her behavior was very strange. Moreover, most importantly, Rin didn't even look at Wu Yan during the whole process. Even if their eyes met, Rin didn't say anything. She would turn her head away in a panic. This made others suspicious. No, Rin Tozaka was the same. She sat furthest away from Wu Yan with her head down. Rin silently ate his breakfast. He didn't know if he tasted the flavor of the food. Only after careful observation did he realize that Rin Enbin's eating speed was also very fast. In this harmonious atmosphere, the seven of them finished all the breakfast on the table. Ilya leaned back in her chair. Her face was full of happiness. I'm so full, it's still as delicious as ever. Hinajiku sighed as she cleaned up the table. It's been a long time since I tasted Yan's cooking. Is it? Sitting Wu Yan was confused. It shouldn't have been long, right? You haven't cooked since you came to Fuyuki City? Mikoto helped Hinajiku and showed an expression of reminiscence. I miss it so much, that's too much. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain. I didn't know Wu Yan-san was so good at cooking. Mikoto looked at the plates in front of her that were twice as many as usual. She couldn't help but waver. If you eat this every day you'll get fat easily, right? Don't worry. Wu Yan waved his hand. I'm careful not to use food with a lot of calories. You won't get fat. You're still young. Is it okay if you don't eat more? We've eaten enough. Ilya and Mikoto smiled bitterly. This taste, it's a high-class treat. Luvia elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. She looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of passion. Hey, do you want to be my personal chef? You can choose your salary. You only need to be responsible for my 3 meals a day. How about it? I'm afraid his wealth is no less than yours, nouveau riche. Rin Tozaka said coldly. Also, your meals are prepared by Ogiest, aren't they? If he hears you say that, he will definitely cry, right? Ogiest is not as petty as you. Luvia curled her lips. I know how to enjoy myself. I'm different from a monkey who only needs to eat bananas. Who are you calling a monkey? Ah la la la, there's a monkey squeaking. Rin and Osaka and Luvia glared at each other fiercely. Chuju and Mikoto, who witnessed this scene for the first time, couldn't help but exchange glances. Chuju asked in an uncertain tone. Has your relationship always been this good? Huh. Rin and Osaka and Luvia pointed at each other with exaggerated expressions. Who has a good relationship with this upstart, monkey? Ah. Mikoto laughed. Their relationship is really good. This is someone else's house, please restrain yourselves. Ilya raised her hand weakly. Luvia. Mikoto also tried to mediate. You still have to deal with the aftermath later, it's not worth it to waste time arguing. Humph? Rin and Osaka and Luvia glared at each other and turned their heads away. Turning her head, Luvia saw Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto standing together. She changed the topic of conversation and said this to them. Speaking of which, not only do the three of you have great power, you even live together and your relationship seems to be really good. What's your relationship? Brother and sister? As soon as this sentence came out, the harmonious atmosphere in the air really began to cool down. The two little girls looked over curiously. Rin Tasaka's ponytails also seemed to shake violently. Her ears perked up, and it was almost impossible to notice that she was listening attentively. Since we're living together, our relationship should be obvious, right? Wu Yan, who sensed the atmosphere started to change, was confused. He didn't understand why this happened, but he didn't choose to hide it. Of course. Before he could finish, Chuju and Mikoto, who were standing on both sides of Wu Yan, immediately slapped Wu Yan's mouth. It almost made Wu Yan's nose bleed. Our relationship should be obvious, right? Hinajiku blushed as she laughed dryly. Since we're living together, of course we're siblings. Don't you think so, Mikoto? That's right. Mikoto explained shyly. We're siblings. It's not the kind of relationship you think it is. Is that so? Livia's face was full of doubt. But you two don't look alike at all, even the color of your hair is different. That's because. Choju and Mikoto looked at each other and answered in unison. We're not born from the same mother. Such a sharp reason made Wu Yen, who had his mouth covered, almost fall to the ground. It's fine if you don't want others to know about your relationship because you're shy, but who would believe such a sharp reason? To Wu Yan's surprise, Livia actually nodded and expressed her understanding. That's not surprising. With your strength, you two should be from a large magic family or faction. It's not strange for a large faction to have a few concubines. I think it's your father's private life that's not clean, right? Rin and Osaka sneered coldly. 100 deaths won't be enough for a fickle person. Hearing this, Wu Yin silently felt sad for his non-existent father who got stabbed in the back for no apparent reason. But that sadness was quickly dispelled by a sharp pain on his back. That's true. Chuju had a fake smile on her face. She continued to cover Wu Yan's mouth with one hand while the other hand moved to Wu Yan's back and pinched a piece of flesh. A fickle person should die 100 deaths. That's what I think too. Mikoto put on a fake smile. She and Hinajiku had a tacit understanding of each other as they pinched Wu Yan's back. If it's possible, I'd really like to electrocute those fickle people until they turn into frogs. All the women present, including Ilya and Meiyu, nodded in agreement. Wu Yan maintained his posture with his mouth covered. He looked at the girls nodding in agreement while enduring the pain on his back. He was crying in his heart. Chapter 1492. Ha! On the way to Suichuan Primary School, Wu Yan, Elia, and Meiyu yawned in unison. They looked exhausted. Are the two of you really okay with this? Wu Yan stood behind the two girls like a guardian and asked casually. You haven't slept well recently because of the class cards, right? Why don't you take a day off and have a good rest? No need. Mio shook her head. Her shoulder-length black hair swayed in the wind. We don't have to take back the class cards from today onwards. So let's just hang in there for today. Me too. Elia rubbed her eyes and answered weakly. My family will definitely make a fuss if I use sleep as a reason for taking a day off. Then forget it. Wu Yen shrugged. You two know what you're doing. Don't tire yourselves out. Big brother, don't you look tired too? Elia asked with concern. Why don't you go back and rest? If you sleep now, you won't be able to sleep at night. Wu Yen waved his hand. Moreover, Livia also said that she usually asked the butler to drive Meiyu to school. Now that the butler is not around, Livia also needs to go back to deal with the aftermath. If there is no one to drive Meiyu to school, she is a little worried, so I'm here, right? I can do it myself. Meiyu turned her head away unhappily. Why are you treating me like a child? But you're a child, aren't you? Wu Yen patted Meiyu's head and smiled. Livia must know that Meiyu is a child who lacks love. She wants to make up for the love you lost. Just accept it. Love? What love? Meiyu blushed and said in a mosquito's voice. That's not it. A child who lacks love? On the other hand, a question mark appeared in front of Ilya's head. Clearly Wu Yen and Livia weren't the only ones who didn't know about Meiyu's past. Even Ilya, Meiyu's best friend, didn't know either. Perhaps it was Ilya who spent the most time with Meiyu. He knew even less than Wu Yen and Livia. At least, Wu Yen and Livia both knew that Meiyu didn't have a good past, right? Ilya turned around and looked at Wu Yen. Where did Sister Ling go? Who knows? Wu Yen pursed his lips. He only said that he needed to report to the Magic Association's time tower. He didn't say anything else. Report? Ilya was a little worried. Is it about the job grade card? Both Rin and Osaka and Livia came to Fuyuki City to retrieve their cards. No. Almost all of their cards were in Wu Yan's hands. The last card was mysteriously taken away by an unknown Black Ilya. This caused Rin Enbin and Livia to not have a single class card in their hands, causing them to run into a lot of situations. This situation. It was already beyond Rin and Osaka and Livia's ability. It wasn't hard to understand why they would ask for help from the Magic Association's time tower. However, if Rin and Osaka really reported the situation here to the Magic Association's time tower, then the consequences would be very bad. It wasn't a big deal that the class card wasn't retrieved successfully. It was just a failure of the mission. The Magic Association wasn't some evil organization that would punish anyone who failed a mission. At most, they would fire Rin and Osaka and Livia and send another batch of people to carry out the mission. However, the two wands betrayed their original owners and found two ordinary 10-year-old children to retrieve their cards. That was a different story. Once the second mage, who sent Rin Enbin and Luvia to retrieve the cards, found out that the two magician girls actually dragged ordinary people into this mess and even lost their magic wands, it would be hard for them to avoid some punishment. There was no way they could be apprenticed to Soren. This wasn't too bad. It wasn't as if Rin Enbin and Luvia couldn't continue their magic research without a teacher. What worries her the most is that if the Magic Association finds out that Wu Yan has all the cards, they would send people to cause trouble for Wu Yan, wouldn't they? This was what Ilya was worried about. Don't worry. As though he could see the worry in Ilya's heart, Wu Yan comforted her with a gentle smile. Young Miss Lin said that she will only report some selective situations. She probably won't report the things that involve you all. What about you, big brother? Ilya's face was still filled with worry. If Sister Rin reported your situation to the Magic Association, they would definitely come to trouble you, right? Hearing this, Meiyu also turned her head with a worried look on her face. I think you're worried about the wrong thing. Wu Yan chuckled. Do you think I'm someone who can cause trouble for anyone? Ilya and Meiyu were stunned. I don't think the Magic Association can cause me much trouble. Wu Yan smirked. Although I'm not strong enough to threaten the entire Magic Association, I'm not someone to be trifled with. With the help of Chuju and Mikoto, I'm afraid the Magic Association will have to pay a price if they really want to trouble us. I don't agree with Brother Wu Yan having a conflict with the Magic Association. Meiyu looked serious. If that's the case, Brother Wu Yan and Ling and Luvia, who belong to the Magic Association, will become enemies. No one wants to see this happen. That's right. Ilya nodded in realization. If that really happens, Big Brother, Sister Rin, and Sister Luvia will be in a difficult position, right? You're worrying too much. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed the heads of the two little girls. No matter what, that's just your guess. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Don't think too much about it. After saying that, he pushed the two magical girls who couldn't let go, and the three of them continued to walk on the road to the Suechuan Academy Primary School. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed from one corner behind Wu Yan, Ilya, and Meiyu at lightning speed to another corner. In front, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was nothing there. Everything was as usual. Glancing at every corner behind him, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Just now, what's wrong? The two little girls turned around and looked at Wu Yan strangely. Wu Yan opened his mouth slightly and closed it. He shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. Let's continue walking. After glancing at the road behind him, Wu Yan brought Ilya and Meiyu and walked forward while chatting and laughing. On the street, at the top of a telephone pole, a figure suddenly appeared and stood there. She raised her eyes and looked at Wu Yan, Ilya, and Meiyu, who were chatting and laughing as they walked forward. It was a young girl dressed in strange clothes. She was wearing a tight black short top and a pair of tight black shorts. It looked like a bikini swimsuit. It was very revealing. A red coat that could only cover her shoulders and arms. Her lower body was wrapped in a red cloak-like skirt. On her back, a black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind. Regardless of whether it was the coat, skirt, or cloak, a part of them seemed to have been deliberately torn. However, they did not appear to be in a sorry state. Instead, they appeared to be very coordinated. When paired with the swimsuit-like tight clothes, it gave off a refined feeling and a bit of emotion. Her long silver hair was tied up at the back of her head, and her pupils were an amber-like gold. The little girl's appearance was only about 10 years old, but her skin was quite dark, giving off an exotic feeling. As for the little girl's appearance, she looked exactly the same as Ilya. She was the Black Ilya. Big Brother is also here? Just like Ilya herself, her tone leaned toward playfulness. The Black Ilya stared at the three people walking together below and revealed a thorny expression. Forget about Meiyu. Even Big Brother is also here. It's not easy to make a move. Standing at the top of the telephone pole, the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end, her face fell as if she had given up. Forget it. I'll find an opportunity to make a move. The dark-skinned Ilya's line of sight followed Ilya as she looked at Ilya, who was chatting and laughing with Wu Yan and Meiyu. She clenched her teeth in envy. Just you wait. Soon that happiness will be mine. After saying those words, the dark-skinned Ilya's body flashed and disappeared. Chapter 1493. Fuyuki City, Private Suechuan Gakuin Primary School. Groups of primary school students in uniforms were chatting noisily, chatting and laughing with an indescribable peaceful atmosphere. They walked into the private Suichuan Yuan primary school department, which did not occupy a large area. At the entrance of the school, Wu Yan also brought Ilya and Meiyu to the school. When he saw this peaceful and warm scene, he could not help but dispel the tiredness in his body. A smile appeared on his face. Children are so energetic. With such feelings, Wu Yan patted the two little girls' heads. You two are still children. You should learn from them. Ilya puffed her cheeks. We can't help it, brother Wu Yan. Meiyu, on the other hand, closed her eyes and said with some hesitation. If possible, I really hope you don't treat me like a child. Seeing the unconvinced and unwilling expression of the two little girls, Wu Yan more or less could not help but laugh. Ilya, Meiyu. At this moment, several young voices sounded from not far away and attracted the attention of Wu Yan's group. They saw 4 little girls around the same age as Ilya and Meiyu. They were wearing the same uniform as Ilya and Meiyu. They were carrying school bags and waving their hands at them. They were the 4 little girls who were in the same class as Ilya and Meiyu. They were called Mimi, Xiaohua, Nai Tortoise and Ryuko. Good morning. At the same time when the energetic voice sounded, Ryuko dashed towards Ilya and Ilya. She pounced toward Ilya and Meiyu, but before she could reach them, the other 3 little girls, as if they were facing an obstacle, ferociously rammed into her and sent her flying. Good morning. Mimi, Xiaohua and Nai Tortoise greeted Ilya and Meiyu. Then they looked at the 2 magical girls and blinked their eyes. You too. Kei Hua, who had a braid, pushed up her glasses and smiled meaningfully at Ilya and Meiyu. Looks like the trouble from before has been solved. Trouble? Ilya and Meiyu looked at each other. He tilted his head. He revealed a puzzled expression. Don't tell me you've forgotten? The girl with 2 pink pigtails, Nana Turtle, scratched her cheeks. You guys were in a bad mood the whole day yesterday. Hearing this, Ilya and Meiyu finally remembered. Because he had to fight with Wu Yan. The whole day yesterday. None of them were in high spirits. It wasn't until Wu Yan enlightened him that he started to treat the battle with Wu Yan seriously. Now think carefully. It was only then that Ilya and Meiyu discovered that too many things had happened in a single night, causing them to forget all about it. As it turned out, that was just yesterday. Sorry. Ilya smiled embarrassedly. It's alright now. Everyone, don't worry. No matter what, it's good that you're fine. Mimi patted her chest and noticed Wu Yan standing behind her. Mimi put her little face in front of Ilya and Meiyu, lowered her voice and asked in confusion. You're Ilya and Meiyu's classmates, right? Without waiting for Ilya and Meiyu to answer, a smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. He squatted down and patted Meiyu's head. Hello. I'm Meiyu's brother. Please take care of me. Meiyu's brother? The 3 little girls and Ryuko, who was knocked to the ground, were stunned on the spot. Meiyu's brother? Ilya also looked at Wu Yan in surprise. Brother. Meiyu muttered this word in a daze. It was as if she found it hard to believe that this word appeared. Thank you for taking care of my Meiyu. Ignoring the fuss of the little girls, Wu Yan acted as if he was really Meiyu's brother. While patting the head of Meiyu, who was looking at him in a daze, he entered into his role courteously. This child is usually quiet and not very good at expressing herself. I was worried that she would not be able to make friends in school. Now I can finally rest assured. Please take care of Meiyu in all aspects. No? The 4 little girls finally reacted. Looking at the amiable smile on Wu Yan's face, they bowed in a somewhat reserved and shy manner. You're too courteous. Sorry for the trouble? With an unchanging smile, Wu Yan took a step back. Then I'll go back first. Meiyu and Ilya, remember to get along well with everyone. Wise. Seeing Wu Yan, who suddenly transformed into the big brother next door, Ilya's reaction was slow by half a beat. Be big brother, be careful on your way back. Be careful on your way back. Brother Wu Yan. Meiyu also said goodbye to Wu Yan shyly. Seeing the 2 little girls being caught off guard, Wu Yan's eyes revealed a teasing and mischievous expression. He waved his hand and walked to the other side, leaving the scene. The group of 6 little girls had been staring at Wu Yan's back in a daze. They watched him leave and only returned to their senses after a long time. Is that Meiyu's brother? Meiyu's little hands clasped together in front of her chest, revealing an intoxicated expression. So gentle, so polite, and his eyes are so beautiful, just like His Royal Highness. And he's easy to get along with, just like an adult. Naimi could not help but exclaim. Meiyu actually has such a brother? We didn't know. Brother Wu Yan he? Meiyu blushed and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. He has always been like that. I don't think so. Long Zi curled her lips. My brothers are definitely stronger than Mayo's brother. No, no, no. Ilya could not help but ridicule. Let's not talk about whether or not we're talking about strength now. Even if we're talking about strength, your brothers are definitely not as strong as Big Brother even if they're in a group. Are you two biological siblings? Mayu asked doubtfully. It doesn't feel like it. No, no. Mayu quickly shook her head. Brother Wu Yan is not my biological brother. He's just an adopted brother, right? Kei Hua snickered mischievously and looked at Mayu mockingly. Could it be that Mayu also likes her adopted brother like Ilya? Mayu's face flushed red. Oh, the four little girls looked as though they had seen a new continent. She's wavering. Wait. Ilya could not help but stand out and widen her eyes. What did you mean by, like Ilya, just now? The four little girls looked at Ilya in disbelief. Isn't that the case? No, it's not. The four little girls looked at each other and answered in unison. Liar, ha. Ilya was petrified. But Ilya seems to be very familiar with Mayo's older brother. This time, it was Naimi's turn to snicker mischievously. Ilya, don't tell me that you like someone else's adopted brother? Why you? Ilya's cheeks were so red that blood was about to drip out. She screamed frantically. What nonsense are you all talking about? Oh! The four little girls screamed again. Ilya is wavering too. So, she really likes someone else's adopted brother? She's so obsessed with her brother. It's a little scary. Hey, is that adopted brother very strong? Can he make hamburgers? Can he sing? A adopted brother who can't sing isn't a good adopted brother. What kind of logic is that? Ilya. Even Mayu looked at Ilya suspiciously and spoke hesitantly. Could it be that you really like brother Wu Yan? Ilya's face was so red that it turned green. Hearing the ridicule from her friends, she was finally unable to bear it anymore and rushed toward the four little girls. I already said that I'm not, but at the same time that Ilya rushed out, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded in the surroundings. A black silhouette streaked across space like a bullet, cutting through layers of air currents and explosively shooting toward Ilya's original location. Soon after, it landed on the ground where Ilya was a second ago. Boom, it was as if something had exploded. The ground there suddenly burst open and a small hole was blasted open. The sudden explosion scared the four little girls so much that they screamed. It also scared Ilya and Mayu. They immediately turned their heads and looked at the ground. There, a black arrow was stuck in the center of the small crater created by the explosion. The tip of the arrow was flickering with cold radiance. Chapter 1494. The sharp end of the pitch-black arrow was inserted into the center of the small crater. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings and dissipated with the wind. Looking at this scene, everyone present was stunned. For a while they were unable to react. Ilya had a bewildered expression. What's going on here? Arrow? Mei Mei, Xiaohua, Longzi, and Naigui looked at the pitch-black arrow on the ground in a daze. There's an arrow. It's coming. It's an attack. Mayu instantly deduced. Her small hand reached into her school bag and grabbed the sapphire. She looked at a certain direction with vigilance. Where did the attack come from? From the root of the arrow on the ground, it was very easy to deduce where the arrow came from. However, when Mayu looked in that direction there was nothing there. There was only a cat that climbed up to the roof. Seeing this, Mayu's eyes gradually narrowed. It was impossible for someone to shoot an arrow for no reason. Moreover, the arrow that was shot was so powerful that it could shatter the ground. Just now, someone must have deliberately shot that arrow at Ilya. Moreover, judging from the destructive power of the arrow, that person was not an ordinary person. Magician. Mayu tightly held the sapphire in her school bag. Mayu. Ilya's brain recovered. She came to Mayu's side and asked nervously. What's going on here? I don't know. Mayu looked around and said with a grave expression. However, someone must be trying to attack Ilya. Me? Attack me? Shock appeared on Ilya's face. But I don't have any enmity with anyone. Mayu also became uncertain. She looked at Ilya and then looked at the four girls who were still in a daze. She shook her head. In short, it's too dangerous to continue staying outside. Let's go to the classroom. I understand. Ilya quickly nodded. Pushing the back of the four little girls, Alia ran into the school building as if she was fleeing. Mayu observed the surroundings and walked at the back. Only when she truly didn't discover anything did she turn around and run into the school building. As if it was timed perfectly, the bell signaling the start of class rang throughout the entire school. Surprisingly, it was time for class. Thanks to this, the scene just now was not witnessed by anyone else. Only a small hole was left at the scene, and the pitch-black arrow landed with a bang in the blink of an eye. It shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. In the distance, on the roof where a cat was crawling, a petite figure suddenly appeared out of thin air without any warning. The lazy cat was so scared that it let out a shriek and jumped off the roof. He was holding a black bow with a handle in the middle. The black wing-like cloak and the red skirt around her waist fluttered up and down. Her golden eyes stared intently at the small crater that was blasted open below. The dark-skinned petite girl who looked exactly like Ilya sighed. Did I fail? The dark-skinned Ilya released the black bow in her hand and it disappeared into thin air. The dark-skinned Ilya opened her amber-like eyes and looked at the school building of the private Suechuan Academy Primary School. She muttered to herself. She went to the classroom. It won't be easy to make a move like this. After all, I can't let anyone witness Ilya's death. The dark-skinned Ilya laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true, but I still couldn't help but make a move just now. Mayu and Mei Mei were clearly nearby. So, if you can tell me the reason why you couldn't help but make a move, I think I'll be very happy. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the dark-skinned Ilya and entered her ears. The dark-skinned Ilya's golden pupils shrunk slightly and she leaped onto the roof of another house. She distanced herself from that voice. Unfortunately, this action was completely meaningless. How about we stop for a moment? As soon as the dark-skinned Ilya leaped onto the roof of another house, the same voice sounded behind her again. Not only that, but a hand was also placed on her shoulder. Unless you directly jump to the other side of this world, it's useless for you to distance yourself from me who knows how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya's pretty face changed and her expression froze. At the next moment, the space around the dark-skinned Ilya suddenly fluctuated and distorted. Amidst a slightly surprised voice, the dark-skinned Ilya seemed to have blended into the space. In a flash, she disappeared on the spot, and when she reappeared, she was already on the roof of another house. That was also spatial transference. After the surprised voice, the person let out an unexpected exclamation. So, you also know how to teleport? The dark-skinned Ilya didn't answer. She clenched her slender hand and a pair of black and white daggers that resembled the yin and yang of Tai Chi appeared in her hand. Lifting her head and staring ahead, the dark-skinned Ilya finally saw the full appearance of the person who came. She was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. Big brother? The person who came was naturally Wu Yan. Good girl. Wu Yan shrugged. However, his eyes were still fixed on the dark-skinned Ilya. That sneaky shadow just now was you, right? You even know how to teleport. How surprising. Because I saw you use it before, big brother? The dark-skinned Ilya concealed the surprise on her face and replaced it with a playful smile. It seemed quite convenient, so I used it too. Are you trying to say that you learned how to teleport after only seeing it once? Wu Yan twitched his brows. Then you're really a genius. No, I didn't learn how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya replied with a sly expression. I don't know how to teleport, nor do I know how to do it. I just wanted to teleport and directly used the effect of teleportation. As for the process, I don't know at all. Hearing that, Wu Yan frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? The dark-skinned Ilya giggled. Why don't big brother take a guess? I can't guess. Wu Yan straightforwardly gave up. Why don't you tell me what you think? Ah, that's too boring. The dark-skinned Ilya spread out her hands holding the black and white daggers and made a helpless expression. More or less, let's make a guess. Maybe big brother will really know the answer. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He stared at the dark-skinned Ilya. After a long time he chuckled. Looks like I won't be able to get any answers from you. How can that be? What does big brother want to know? I'll definitely answer truthfully. The dark-skinned Ilya said half-jokingly. If it's a question that can be answered. Is that so? Wu Yan sighed as if he gave up. Forget it, I'll bring you back first. Oh? You're planning to use force? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled carelessly. However, the expression in her eyes turned serious. Although Big Brother is indeed very strong, aren't you looking down on me a little? I know you're borrowing the power of an archer. Your power is equivalent to a heroic spirit. Wu Yin raised one of his hands. A magical whirlwind appeared on it. It's a pity that I've killed 3 or 4 heroic spirits. Is that so? A sharp glint flashed through the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes. If you can do it, then come and try. After saying that, the dark-skinned Ilya crouched down and instantly disappeared. She suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yin. She raised the black and white daggers in her hands and mercilessly chopped down. Seeing the black and white daggers chopping down with ferocious force, Wu Yin slowly raised his hand that was surging with magical whirlwind. Gulp, just as the two of them were about to collide, a strange sound came from the dark-skinned Ilya. The dark-skinned Ilya's body froze. Wu Yin was stunned. The two of them were petrified on the spot as if time had stopped. Soon after, they lowered their heads and looked at the source of the sound. It was the stomach of the dark-skinned Ilya. The air froze. Chapter 1495. Fuyuki City, a family restaurant. Sitting at a table, Wu Yin placed one hand on the table and supported his chin. He looked at the opposite side with a helpless expression on his face. On the other side, the dark-skinned Ilya had already changed out of her strange clothes and put on an ordinary t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Her silver-colored hair draped over her shoulders and behind her head. Only one side of her head was tied up. Coupled with her dark skin, she looked just like a wild child. At this moment, on the dining table in front of the dark-skinned Ilya, messy plates stained with all sorts of sauces were piled up on both sides of her. The plates filled with dishes in front of her were also rapidly decreasing in size as they were swept clean. Without a care for her image, the dark-skinned Ilya wolfed down her food like a hungry ghost. Her actions of sweeping the plates caused the sound of plates colliding with each other to reverberate in the family dining room, attracting the attention of many people. That child can eat so much. How many plates has she eaten? 10 plates? I think it should be 20 plates? She looks so hungry. So pitiful. Is that man the child's father or brother? Don't tell me he doesn't give the child food to eat? What a sin. Along with the sound of such whispers, the surrounding people were all stunned. Gazes of disdain, sympathy, and pity landed on Wu Yin and the dark-skinned Ilya. This caused the corners of Wu Yan's eyes to twitch. The expression on his face became even more helpless. At this moment, Wu Yin thought to himself, out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind. He ignored the whispers in the surroundings and looked at the dark-skinned Ilya who was wolfing down her food. Level 75. When this information was fed back to Wu Yin from the system, Wu Yin frowned. What does mean? Does it mean that even the system can't detect her true identity? Or does it mean that she doesn't have a name? After an unknown amount of time, the dark-skinned Ilya finally stopped eating. She piled the clean plates on the table to the side. She rubbed her belly and revealed a satisfied smile. I'm full, I'm full. Your appetite is really amazing. Wu Yin suppressed the doubts in his heart and rolled his eyes at the dark-skinned Ilya. Are you that hungry? Of course I'm hungry. The dark-skinned Ilya waved her hand casually. I haven't eaten anything since I was born yesterday. How can I not be hungry? You haven't eaten since yesterday? Wu Yin was slightly surprised. What? Why? The dark-skinned Ilya's face isn't the reason? She still had that faint smile on her face. However, a trace of sadness appeared in the dark-skinned Ilya's amber eyes. She said such a sentence. Because I have nowhere to go and I have no money to buy food. Hearing such an answer, Wu Yin felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The expression on his face was completely restrained. In the air, an indescribable sense of heaviness seemed to be pressing on the hearts of the two people present. The two of them stopped talking for a while and became silent. Are you Ilya? After a moment of silence, Wu Yin was the first to speak. Should I call you Ilya? Or should I call you Black Ilya? What Black Ilya? The dark-skinned Ilya's depressed expression collapsed and she said angrily. Ilya. There's no need to add black. Is that so? Wu Yin curled his lips. But other than your appearance, you're completely different from the Ilya I know. I'm also very glad about this. I'm able to have my own personality and character. The dark-skinned Ilya spread her hands and pondered for a moment before grinning. Chloe? Fong? Einspellen. Chloe? Fong? Einspellen? Wu Yan blinked his eyes, he didn't know what's going on. What do you think of this name? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled mischievously. It sounds much better than Black Eliza. Otherwise, big brother, you can just call me Little Black. Wu Yan reacted after hearing that. At the same time, the feedback from the system's perception changed. Chloe? Fong? Einspellen, level 75. This time Wu Yan's question was answered. It wasn't that the system couldn't detect the other party's true identity, but that the system had Chloe? Fong? Einspellen, Blackie didn't have a name in the beginning. Then I'll call you Blackie. Wu Yan looked into Blackie's eyes. I have a lot of questions. Can you please answer them? Well, didn't I tell you from the beginning that I'll answer honestly no matter what big brother wants to know? Blackie narrowed her eyes. As long as it's something I can answer. In other words, you won't answer if you don't want to, right? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. You're so cunning. At least big brother can be sure that the answer to your question is unknown. Blackie imitated Wu Yan. She placed one hand on the table and held her cheek. Her amber eyes stared straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. She had a meaningful smile on her face. An unknown answer is better than a false answer, right? Yes. Indeed, if Blackie chose to answer but gave a false answer, it would be more troublesome than not answering at all. You're really good at talking. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about the questions he wanted to ask. Well then, let me ask you a question that concerns me the most. Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes and his emotionless voice echoed in the room. The Archer rank card is in your hands, right? Yes. In my hands. Blackie's smile didn't fade, but the smile in her eyes was gone. Xiaohei raised his hand and placed it on his chest. Xiaohei's voice became ethereal as it slowly entered Wu Yan's ears. To be more precise, it's in my body. In your body? Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. His face darkened as if he thought of something. Could it be? It seems like Big Brother has already guessed it. Blackie tilted her head and said something that made the situation worse. The Archer card is in my body. Because I was attached to the Archer card, I was miraculously born. If Big Brother wants to get the Archer card, then you have to kill me. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point after Blackie's words. An even heavier and more oppressive feeling than before drilled into the hearts of the two. Wu Yan and Xiaohei looked at each other with uncontrollable ripples in their eyes. It took them a while to calm down. Big Brother, like Rin and Luvia, you came to Fuyuki City for the Archer card, right? It was unknown if Blackie was urging something, or if it was anxious to know something, but an indescribable look flashed across its eyes. Right now the Archer card is in my body. If you don't kill me, you won't be able to achieve your goal. Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Do you really want me to kill you? No. Blackie smiled calmly. Of course not. I just want to know Big Brother's answer. Wu Yan didn't insist on looking at Blackie. He closed his eyes. Blackie's smile slowly disappeared. She stared at Wu Yan with an inexplicable sadness on her face. It was as if he was preparing to cut something important in half. However, this expression quickly disappeared. I can't do it. Blackie was stunned. She looked at Wu Yan in surprise. What did you say? Sigh. Sigh. Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he stood up. I said I might not be able to do it. Wu Yan turned around and left without looking back. Blackie sat there in a daze. After a long time he smiled. Big Brother is really gentle. Chapter 1496. Phew. Once he got home, Wu Yan seemed to have lost all his strength. He leaned all his weight on the sofa and sat down. One of his wrists is facing away from him. He placed it on his forehead and looked at the ceiling quietly. His pupils are not focused at all, it's as if he's lost in thought. His thoughts are drifting away along with his emotions. The situation had really reached a very bad point. Chloe? Fong? Einspellen. This little girl who was just born yesterday and only got a name today, she didn't even know what her existence was. Suddenly, she barged into the dispute of the class card. Now, it seemed like she was involved in a very cruel fate. The Archer rank card was inside Xiaohei's body. On top of that, according to Little Blackie, the Archer had become the existence that Little Blackie attached itself to. If he wanted to get the Archer rank card, the only way was to kill her. In other words, even if Wu Yan doesn't kill Blackie and take back the Archer class card, those who want the card, such as the Magic Association, will come after Blackie's life. Isn't this fate cruel? Wu Yan didn't know what kind of existence this girl he called Xiaohei is, why she appeared, why she was born, and why she was born by attaching herself to the archer class card. However, the archer rank was stuck in Lil Hei's body, or rather, in her body. There was no mistake about that. This is going to be troublesome. The second phase of the demigod mission requires him to collect all 7 class cards. As of now, except for the archer class card, the other 6 are in Wu Yan's hands. However, Wu Yan is afraid that he won't be able to get the last one. Logically speaking, Xiaohei was neither a relative nor a friend of his. They had nothing to do with each other at all. It was only today that Xiaohei were able to talk and meet face to face. Furthermore, he even attempted to kill Ilya. He was such an unstable existence. He shouldn't have said something like, "I can't do it." Unfortunately, when Wu Yan found out that the archer class card was in Blackie's body, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not to kill her to get the class card. Instead, he thought that he won't be able to get the class card anymore. She is just a little girl who is the same age as Ilya and Meiyu. Wu Yan can't kill her just to get something he needs. Moreover, Blackie's words, "Because I have nowhere to go and no money to buy food." Blackie thought she could hide her inner thoughts with a smile on her face when she said that. Unbeknownst to her, the sadness in her eyes were all captured by Wu Yan without leaving a single trace behind. Under these circumstances, why would Wu Yan kill Xiaohei for the sake of getting the archer rank card? The answer of "I can't kill her" really expressed Wu Yan's inner thoughts. As for the archer rank card, it seems like I won't be able to get it anymore. The Demigod Path Quest. Wu Yan mumbled like he was sleep-talking with a gloomy look in his eyes. Do I have to give up? At this moment, the glass door of the balcony opened. A girl walked in from the balcony with a sad face while holding her phone. Damn it. Is still like this? Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, turned around when he heard this voice. After confirming the identity of the person who came, he replied. After confirming her identity, he said, "Ms. Rin, you seem to be troubled." Wow. Rin Enosaka didn't seem to notice that there was someone in the living room. She was shocked. When she saw Wu Yan sitting on the sofa, her green eyes widened and her cheeks reddened as she retreated a few steps back. He stuttered and shouted nervously. Why are you here? That's an interesting question. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw Rin blushing, shocked, retreating and nervous. This is my home. Is it strange that I'm here? This is your home? Rin Enosaka looked like he was overheated and couldn't think properly. He looked around blankly and then smiled embarrassedly. Yes, this is your home. I have something to do. I'll take my leave. After saying that, Rin Enosaka tried to run out of the door in a panic, but as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a familiar yet unfamiliar embrace. It looks like you don't want to see me? Wu Yan hugged Rin tightly as he tried to escape. He flashed a radiant smile. Can you tell me why? Realizing that he ran into Wu Yan's arms, Rin panicked and shut his eyes. He didn't even dare to look at Wu Yan as he struggled and screamed at the top of his lungs. What? Let go of me. You don't want to tell me? Wu Yan thought for a moment and smiled. Then let me guess. Is it because a certain young lady hasn't recovered from last night's kiss? She couldn't help but feel shy and wanted to run away when she saw her first kiss? Rin Enosaka's body froze and her face turned a few degrees hotter. Her reaction confirmed Wu Yan's guess. I say, even if you've never been in a relationship, isn't this a little too innocent? Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. He tightened his grip on Rin Enosaka's waist and pulled her into his embrace. But you're cute. Who's in a relationship with you? Rin Enosaka opened her eyes and pressed her hands against Wu Yan's chest. She glared at him, but her face was red and she didn't look dignified at all. I'm the head of the Enosaka family, the candidate for chairman of the Chronometer Tower and one of the top magicians in the Magic Association. How could I run away from a kiss? Is that so? Wu Yan snickered. Just like last night, he grabbed her by the chin and lifted her face up to meet his gaze. His wine-red eyes were burning with passion. Then do you want to do it again? Wah. Looking at Wu Yan's fiery red eyes that are so close to his face, Rin Enosaka's head started emitting steam with a bang. Don't be like this. After being defeated by Wu Yan, the prideful Miss Lin couldn't bring herself to be haughty anymore. She could only act coquettishly. Her jade-green eyes rippled like water as she pleaded in a very soft voice. Someone will see. You don't want to be intimate in the middle of the day, right? Wu Yan's lips are only 5 centimeters away from Rin's. He breathed out hot air and he said in a lustful manner. Then, can you answer a few questions for me? How could Rin Enbin say no? He quickly nodded his head vigorously. Tell me, where are Chuju and Mikoto? They went out to buy ingredients. Then what were you doing outside the balcony? Call? Why did you call? To report the situation to the master, the second magister? Wu Yan inched closer and he continued in a gentle tone. Then what did you report? Nothing. Rin Enosaka's eyes are already misty. His answer stunned Wu Yan. Wu Yan gasped. I only said that I haven't collected all the rank cards yet. I didn't say anything else. You didn't say anything? Wu Yan looked at Rin Enosaka's misty eyes in surprise. Including me, Ilya and Mayu dream summoning and the other Ilya? Yes. Why yes? Rin Enosaka hesitated. You didn't say anything. Why is that? Wu Yan's passion turned into confusion. You didn't tell me about Ilya and Mayu because you dragged them down as ordinary people. You didn't tell me about the other Ilya because she's closely related to Ilya. You didn't tell me about the dream summoning because you couldn't explain the source of the information. But why didn't you tell me about my situation? I'm really interfering with the Magic Association's work, right? Rin Enosaka didn't answer immediately. He hesitated. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he closed the distance between their lips. Ryu Enbin was shocked and he yelled out as if he had given up. I'm afraid the Magic Association will cause trouble for you, so I'm trying to stall for time. Oh. Wu Yan stopped what he was doing and he continued with a half smile. So you're saying that you didn't report it because you were worried about me? That's right. That's it. Rin Enosaka closed his eyes and said with tears in his eyes. I've told you the truth, let me go. Halfway through, Rin Enosaka's eyes suddenly widened. I underestimated the shamelessness of a certain wolf. Rin Enosaka can only be bullied. Ugh. In the hall, the helpless whimpers of the young girl and the tiskate sounds of her lips and tongues intertwining could be heard endlessly. Chapter 1497. Nighttime, in the dark room, the soft panting and moaning reverberated in the air. The cold night didn't have the slightest bit of chill, only a warm and tender feeling. The moonlight that shone into the room from the window gradually dissipated as time passed and the sound of panting intensified. Only bits and pieces of starlight were left. It seemed like even the moon and stars were embarrassed by this situation and hid in the clouds. However, the pink moaning continued for a long time without stopping. At a certain moment, a delicate begging sound came from the undulating waves. The panting also became more and more intense. After a long moan, the lingering warmth ended. After a round of lovemaking, Wu Yan laid on the bed. Chuju and Mikoto were lying on Wu Yan's body. Their heads were buried in Wu Yan's chest. Their chests were heaving up and down, their panting continued. Their faces were flushed red and their eyes were blurred. Drops of sweat without any odor slowly slid down the two girls' bodies. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at Chuju and Mikoto's panting appearance. He felt pity for them. His hand lightly stroked Chuju and Mikoto's smooth back covered in sweat. In his mind, the scene from earlier appeared. Wu Yan couldn't help but admit that tonight, he was a bit too crazy. He pounced on the two girls for a full 3 hours. Even if Chuju and Mikoto worked together, it was still not enough. It wasn't the first time they did it, but it was still a bit forced. If it wasn't for their good physiques, they would have already fallen asleep from exhaustion. In fact, Chuju and Mikoto already wanted to sleep. But seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to be sleepy at all, the two girls could only try their best to calm their breathing. Forcing themselves to stay awake, they raised their head and looked at Wu Yan's face with watery eyes. Still not sleeping? Chuju took a deep breath. She calmed her panting. The blush on her face also subsided a little. Let's sleep, it's already late. You two sleep first? Wu Yan hugged the two girls and shook his head. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling. We don't have to fight in the middle of the night anymore. We have more free time. It doesn't matter how long we sleep during the day. There's no rush. I don't think that's the only reason. Mikoto looked as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. She stared at Wu Yan's red eyes and wrinkled her nose. Is something troubling you? I can't hide it from you too. Whoa. He heaved a sigh. I'm thinking, what should we do next? Chuju and Mikoto hear him. There was nothing he needed to hide from his two partners. Naturally, he was also worried about the completion of the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yan decided not to take the archer card from Xiaohei's body. Chuju and Mikoto are kind-hearted people. Even though they're no longer the same as when they were Wu Yan's side. They're not afraid to even see the blood of a dead person. However, they're still unable to do anything that's truly outrageous. Killing a 10-year-old child is something that the two girls wouldn't do either. That's why Chuju and Mikoto didn't object to Wu Yan's decision. In fact, they agreed. However, if they do that, they won't be able to achieve their goal of coming to this world. Should we give up? Mikoto lowered her voice. Demigod Path Quest. You've already completed the first part of the Demigod Path Quest. Even if you don't continue, you'll still be able to ascend to demigod rank. Chuju rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. Even if I can't go further in demigod rank, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Take it slow, I know. Wu Yan patted the back of the two girls and closed his eyes. I don't regret making this decision. However, I'm not willing to give up on the quest just like that. Then what do you plan to do? Mikoto showed a confused expression. Are you really going to kill that kid called Xiaohei? If he's so disgusting that I can't bear to look at him, I might be able to do it. Wu Yan shook his head in frustration. But other than being a little naughty and having an unknown goal, there's nothing about him that I hate. How can I do it? That's not going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. Chuju stroked Wu Yan's chest to comfort him. However, I can understand your unwillingness. Do you have any other thoughts? Yes, I've thought about it a lot. Wu Yan reached out his hand and took all the cards from the counter. He raised them in front of him and stared at the pictures on the cards. After thinking about it, I have 3 ideas without giving up on the Demigod Path quest. 3 ideas? Hinajiku and Mikoto's spirits were lifted and they began to focus. What ideas? First of all, there are 7 ranks that can be held by heroic spirits. However, there are more than 7 heroic spirits who can hold these 7 ranks. As far as I know, there are indeed quite a number of heroic spirits who are capable of holding the rank of archer. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the cards and narrowed his eyes. Rank cards are created using high-level magic theories. It can trigger the power of a heroic spirit that corresponds to the rank card. It's a high-level item. Since it's an item, is it possible that there's another archer card in this world? Another archer card? Hinajiku flinched a bit before asking Wu Yan in a surprised tone. We can't say for sure that there isn't another archer card. But do you really want to look for another archer card? That's why I said it's an idea? Wu Yan scratched his face. Let's not talk about whether or not there's another archer card. Even if there is, I don't know if we can find it with just the 3 of us. Moreover, isn't it a little too far-fetched to place your hopes on a second archer card that we don't even know if it exists? Mikoto pondered for a moment before asking. Then what about the second idea? It's as far-fetched as the second archer card. Wu Yan said with a headache. Although I don't know how the cards are made, there must be a creator for them to exist. Creator. Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought of something. Don't tell me you're thinking of, well, that's how it is. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to help us make a second archer class card. That's pretty far-fetched. Chuju's mouth twitched. Let's talk about the third idea. The third idea is more realistic than the first 2, but it's much more difficult. Wu Yan placed the rank cards in front of the 2 girls and his eyes flashed with a glint. From now on, I'll analyze the card structure, theory, and design. I'll decipher the existence of the card. Then I'll create the card myself. You're creating your own class card? Hinajiku and Mikoto were stunned. Since someone can create the card, then I can't do the same, right? Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. The class card is a tool created with a very high level of magic theory, and I have all the knowledge of the tactics in the 103,000 magic books. Let alone magic, I know all the tactics in other aspects and even magic. In terms of understanding magic, I don't think I'll lose to anyone. Of course, the 103,000 grimoires are the encyclopedia of magic in the world of magical catalog. It's different from the magic in the world of magical girl Elia. But in terms of theory, the magic shouldn't be that different. Wu Yan looked at the 2 girls in his arms. So, I'm thinking that with my ability, the possibility of analyzing and creating the card shouldn't be 0, right? Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the possibility can't be 0. Mikoto pouted. But it's still not that much, right? That's why I said it's going to be difficult. Wu Yan looked at the card in his hand again. No matter what, Chapter 1498. Now, if he wanted to continue the Demigod Path mission and complete the second part of the Demigod Path mission, he had to start from 3 aspects. 1. Go and look for another Archer class card, but I don't know if it exists. 2. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to create the second Archer card. 3. Analyze the class card and find out its existence theory, structure, and design principle. Then personally create the class card. The first 2 methods were really a little hopeless. The second, Archer rank card still didn't exist, and the creator didn't even have a clue. Looking for it was more difficult than looking for a needle in a haystack. Compared to the first 2 methods, the third method was more or less promising. Like Wu Yan said, he has the knowledge of the 103,000 magic tomes in the Forbidden Tome world. The knowledge of magic in the Forbidden Tome world might be different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world, but in terms of theory, it's not that different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world. Therefore, with the magic theory in the 103,000 grimoires, it wasn't impossible to analyze the class card and create the second Archer card with his own strength. Actually, in addition to these 3 methods, there was another one that could work. That was, he had to find a way for Xiao He to survive even if he took out the Archer class card. It wasn't impossible. Needless to say, wasn't Yui just an artificial intelligence in the beginning? In the end, she still relied on the items in the system to obtain a body and become a complete life. Wu Yan didn't know what kind of existence Xiao He is. He also didn't know how much Xiao He's life and existence depended on the Archer rank card. However, he can't say for sure that there isn't a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, he couldn't say for sure that there was, so Wu Yan didn't mention the 4th method. Besides, even if there was a way to get the best of both worlds, whether Blackie would cooperate or not was another matter. Whether she was willing to choose to believe Wu Yan under the premise of losing her life was another matter. Wu Yan's intuition told him that this might seem careless. She was a very naughty girl, but she was actually quite sensitive. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan decided to study both sides together. He analyzed the class card in his hand and began to think of ways to collect information about Blackie's existence, to see if he could find a way to let Blackie survive without the Archer card. In addition, there was information about the second Archer class card and the Archer class card's creator. Wu Yan also began to take the initiative to collect. It was also because he knew that he had to start from 4 aspects at the same time. That was why Wu Yan said that it was difficult no matter which aspect it was. Unfortunately, such an orderly arrangement was disrupted by an accident the next day before it could even begin. Fuyuki City, Private Suechuan Gakuan Primary School. After being confirmed by the guard, Wu Yan entered the Private Suechuan Gakuan Primary School. Under the guidance of some teachers and the curious eyes of the students, he ran towards the direction of the health room. Just now, when Wu Yan was preparing to analyze the class card, a phone call suddenly came in. The other party claimed to be Ilya and Meiyo's class teacher. Then he told him a piece of news. Ilya and Meiyo were injured. Hearing this news, Wu Yan was almost stunned on the spot. Then, under the suggestion of the class teacher, he went to the Private Suechuan Gakuan Primary School. On the way to the health room, other than worry, Wu Yan only felt puzzled and vexed. What she was puzzled about was why Ilya and Meiyo were injured, and why their form teacher called her immediately instead of calling their families. Furthermore, how did that class teacher know his phone number? He was vexed because he was not smart enough. Ilya and Meiyo were accompanied by Ruby and Sapphire. They were able to transform into magical girls at any time. Since they were injured, then other than an accident they could only have been attacked. According to the class teacher, Ilya and Meiyo were not injured because of an accident. In that case, the only possibility was that they were attacked. But, would an ordinary person be able to attack 2 magical girls and even injure them? The answer was, of course, impossible. Wu Yan thought about it for a bit and he understood the situation. The attacker was definitely Little Black. After all, Blackie had just attacked Ilya yesterday. However, Wu Yan forgot about this. This was the reason why he was vexed. However, Wu Yan could not be blamed. At that time, Wu Yan's mind was already filled with the matter of the class card. He did not have the time to think about other things. Moreover, he was also present yesterday. If Ilya could have been injured, he would have definitely acted. Moreover, in the end, Ilya was not injured at all. Moreover, Little Black still looked as cute and playful as before. Thus, Wu Yan forgot about this episode. Now, thinking about it carefully, Little Black's attack on Ilya must have some hidden reason. Perhaps he could find some information about why Little Black was born. From there, he could find a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, the most important thing was still Ilya and Mayo's injuries. Thinking of this, Wu Yen immediately quickened his pace. After passing through a long corridor, he arrived at the health room. Ilya. Mayu. The door of the health room was not closed. Wu Yen directly barged in. In the health room, Ilya was lying on a bed. She did not have any injuries on her body. Other than her clothes being a bit messy, she was still chatting with Mayu. As for Mayu, she moved a chair and sat beside Ilya. She chatted with Ilya intermittently. One of her arms was wrapped in bandages. Presumably, she had suffered some injuries. Big brother Wu Yen. When the two girls heard the voice from the door, they immediately turned around and looked over. Soon after, their eyes lit up. One sat up from the bed and the other stood up. Seeing that the two girls seemed to be full of energy, Wu Yen secretly sighed in relief and walked over. How are you? After pressing Mayu down and Ilya back on the bed, Wu Yen sized them up. Are you okay? I'm okay. It's fine. Ilya and Mayu shook their heads. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at them. You're okay? One is lying on the bed and the other has bandages on her arm. How can you be okay? I'm okay. I'm really okay, big brother. Ilya stretched her body and patted her head. I only fainted because my head was hit. I didn't suffer any injuries. Mayo's injuries are a bit more serious. I was only scratched by an arrow. It's just a superficial wound. Mayu also moved her arm. It was rare for her to explain to Wu Yen. Sapphire already healed that wound. This bandage is just for show. Big brother Wu Yen, don't worry. You don't seem to have suffered any injuries. Seeing Ilya and Mayu moving their bodies calmly to prove themselves, Wu Yen felt relieved. At the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your teacher spoke so quickly. She didn't even give me a chance to ask before asking me to come here and hang up the phone. I thought you two were seriously injured. Ah? Ilya laughed embarrassedly. Our teacher is indeed a bit impatient. Her nerves are also a bit big. She didn't let us say anything and forced us to come to the infirmary. We're fine. What I'm more curious about is why she called me instead of your family? Wu Yen asked curiously. Could it be your idea? Mayu also felt embarrassed. It's because it's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Our teacher insisted on informing her family. That's why we asked her to call big brother Wu Yen. Wu Yen felt relieved. Chapter 1499. It's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Wu Yen rubbed his chin and was puzzled. But it's okay to call Livia, right? Aren't we looking for relatives? Even if we don't look for Ilya's relatives, we can look for Mayo's relatives, right? This? Mayo's cheeks reddened and she began to stutter. Big brother, aren't you Mayo's relative? Ilya smiled mischievously. Yesterday at the school gate, big brother, you personally admitted that you're Mayo's brother? Ah. Wu Yan's expression became resentful. Alright, but why does your teacher have my phone number? Hearing this, Mayo's face stiffened. Ilya was also stunned for a moment before she answered. Teacher got big brother's phone number from Mayu? From Mayu? Wu Yen looked at Mayu in surprise. But I didn't ask for my phone number from Mayu. Eh? Then why does Mayu have big brother's phone number in her notebook? Ilya tilted her head. A question mark appeared on her head. I remember it was written in my most. Ilya. Mayo's little face panicked. She revealed an unprecedented ferocious expression and glared at Ilya. Ilya held her breath and smiled embarrassedly. My most? Wu Yen became more and more puzzled. His face was filled with confusion. Yes, that's right. Brother Wu Yen. Seeing that Wu Yen seemed to have the intention to continue asking, Mayu quickly changed the topic. We saw the person who attacked us. Hearing this, Wu Yen suppressed the doubts in his heart and returned to the main topic. It's Blackie, right? Blackie? It's that black Ilya whose skin is very dark. It's very similar to Ilya's heroic spirit transformation. Wu Yen moved a chair and sat next to Mayu. It's her, right? That's her. Ilya puffed up her cheeks, looking angry. What's going on with that black guy? Why attack me? Tell me about the situation first. Wu Yen waved his hand. What the hell is going on? That was this morning? Mayu was the one who explained. I went to school with Ilya. On the way to school, an arrow suddenly shot at us from the sky. Yesterday morning, after Big Brother sent us to school, I also encountered the same situation. Ilya hurriedly added. At that time, I was almost shot by that arrow. I was there too. Wu Yen nodded. At that time I was just about to make a move when you dodged the arrow by yourself. It was also at that time that I discovered Little Black's existence. It seems that you weren't so lucky this morning. Just in time to dodge that arrow. That's right. With an innocent expression, Ilya lowered her shoulders. At that time, if it wasn't for Mayu discovering that arrow and pushing me away, let alone being in the infirmary, I might not even need to be taken in by the hospital. It was also because of this that my arm was scratched by the arrow. Ilya, who was pushed away by me, also crashed into the pole and fainted. When she reached here, Mayu lowered her head apologetically to Ilya. I'm sorry, Ilya. Mayu didn't do anything wrong. Ilya hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head. If it wasn't for Mayu, I would be dead now. The one who should apologize is me. I caused Mayu to be injured. I'm fine. I was just scratched, the wound isn't deep. Mayu shook her head and looked at Wu Yen. At that time I looked up and saw the attacker leaving the scene. Then you saw Little Black, right? Wu Yen pursed his lips and muttered. But why would Little Black attack Ilya? Big brother, didn't you say you met that black guy yesterday? Ilya sat up from the bed and grabbed the blanket. Her gem-like eyes were a bit angry and also a bit doubtful. What happened at that time? Ma, we almost got into a fight. Wu Yen shrugged. But later, because she was hungry, she found a family restaurant and chatted for a bit. Big brother, you went to eat with that black guy? Ilya widened her eyes in disbelief. What? Little Black doesn't have any hostility towards me. Wu Yen awkwardly turned his face away. So unknowingly, what? Ilya had a displeased look on her face. That guy wanted to kill me? That's why we almost fought. Wu Yen laughed and patted Ilya's head, who was throwing a tantrum. Later, because of other things, I forgot that she attacked you. I didn't expect that she would attack you again. It was my negligence. Sorry, it has nothing to do with Big Brother. Ilya puffed up her cheeks again. It's all that black guy's fault. Both Wu Yen and Mayu chuckled when they heard Ilya's childish reply. But Mayu showed a confused expression. Why did that Ilya want to kill Ilya? I don't know. I wanted to ask her yesterday, but looking at her, she won't answer me. Wu Yen knocked on the edge of the bed and said in a muffled voice. What I can be sure of is that since Blackie attacked Ilya both yesterday and today, she will definitely come to take Ilya's life again. Ilya jumped in fright. Then won't I be in danger? It's all right, Ilya. Mayu said with a determined expression. I will definitely protect you. I'm just afraid that even if the two of you work together, you won't be Little Black's opponent. Wu Yen put his hand on Mayu's head. He gently stroked her head while his eyes fluctuated slightly. Little Black is currently borrowing the power of the Archer class card and possessing the heroic spirit of the Archer class card. Mayu, you also saw the battle between me and the heroic spirit of the Archer class card that day. Little Black has that kind of power. I don't think the two of you have a high chance of winning against such an opponent. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead. Moreover, Little Black is different from those violent heroic spirits who use class cards to materialize. She has her own rationality and knows how to use her brain to fight. The difficulty of dealing with her is definitely not something those heroic spirits can compare to. It's better for you to treat her as your strongest enemy, the strongest enemy. Ilya and Mayu looked at each other in dismay. Then what about you, Big Brother? Ilya asked cautiously. Is that black guy stronger than you, Big Brother? I can't really tell. Wu Yen scratched his head. In terms of level, Little Black is the same as Wu Yen, whose power was suppressed by the limiter bracelet. They are both level 75. However, level only represents the surface power. It doesn't represent the true strength. For example, if both of them are level 75 and have the same strength, but one of them has a gold armament while the other is bare-handed, then the former will definitely win and it will be an overwhelming victory. For example, if both of them are level 75 but Wu Yen has the infinite armory, 103,000 grimoires, superpowers, familiars, ruby mode and many other means. If the other person only has the surface power without any means, then the winner will definitely be Wu Yen. Last time, when I fought against the heroic spirit Ilya, I still have other means that I didn't use. I also kept my trump card. After some consideration, Wu Yen gave such an answer. Little Black's strength should be the same as Ilya's at that time. Or rather, Ilya might be Little Black at that time. In that case, if she only has the strength that she showed that day and doesn't have any other means, then it won't be hard for me to win against Little Black. Isn't that enough? Ilya clapped her hands happily. With Big Brother here, that black guy can't do anything to me, right? But I can't always stay by your side. Wu Yin poured a bucket of cold water on her without mercy. Little Black will definitely find an opportunity. Then what should we do? Ilya wanted to cry but no tears came out. Should we just wait for them to come to us? Wu Yin was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. That's right. Let's do that. Ha! This time, it was Ilya and Mei Yu's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1500. Late at night. Clear and cold air gradually pervaded every space. Darkness slowly swallowed all the sounds, causing all the activities during the day to cease. The lively atmosphere also dissipated with the wind. On the terrifyingly quiet street, Ilya, who was wearing casual clothes with a scarf around her neck, was walking by herself. Cold wind blew past Ilya's frail and slender body, causing her to curl up into a ball. Her desolate back appeared so miserable. As for Ilya herself, her face was covered in tears. She wanted to cry but had no tears. And here I thought that I would no longer have to sacrifice my sleeping time to wander around late at night. Ilya's large watery eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't help but shout loudly. Why do I have to be so unlucky? Ilya. Ruby was on Ilya's shoulder. She waved her ribbon-made limbs and took joy in Ilya's misfortune. All of this is for your own sake. You must not give yourself away. Woo. Ilya immediately sobbed. She endured the cold wind and complained with tears in her eyes. Magical girls and whatnot. Sure enough, they can only be so unrestrained on television. I have truly disgraced all magical girls. How can you say that? Ruby retorted. Ilya is already a very qualified magical girl. Is that so? Ilya asked with a lack of interest. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to ask you how you judged me. Is there even a need to ask? Ruby said proudly. Of course it's cute. A magical girl only needs to be cute. Everything else doesn't matter. Ilya, you're very qualified. I knew it. Ilya was like a deflated balloon. She withered. Sure enough, I shouldn't have asked. While chatting with Ruby intermittently, Ilya walked to the other end of the street in a seemingly desolate manner. In a corner not far behind Ilya, several heads popped out. They looked at Ilya, who was shivering in the cold wind. At the same time, sympathy appeared in their eyes. I keep feeling. Chuju turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel sorry for Ilya. It seems bad for us to be here and watch others suffer. Ilya sure is pitiful. Mikoto couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Looks like it's very cold. It's fine if it's cold. The ruby is providing magic power to Ilya. Even if it snows, nothing will happen to Ilya. Rin Enbin's eyes twitched. If I had to choose between cold and walking back and forth on foot for 3 hours on a deserted street, I would choose one. I would definitely choose the former. The most important thing is, Sapphire said calmly. Lady Ilya took both of them. Hearing this, the many young ladies hiding in the corner fell silent for a moment. Then they looked at Ilya with even more sympathy. Speaking of which, after a while Luvia grumbled. Why do we have to stay here and watch over Ilyasfer? Mikoto looked at Luvia in surprise. Aren't you companions? Shouldn't you step forward when your companions are in trouble? Well, you're right. Luvia pouted, unable to let go of the situation. We can capture that black Ilya tomorrow. Why do we have to capture her on the street at this time of the night? Not tomorrow. Mikoto, who was hiding at the bottom of the group, stared at Ilya, who was walking in front of her. She answered without hesitation. If we capture her later, she'll be in danger. Ilya will be in more danger. We need to capture that blackie bro Wu Yenji mentioned as soon as possible. You're all too serious. Luvia's face fell. Seriously, I still have to build my new home. Stop complaining. Luvia. Rin Enbin glanced at Luvia. We're the ones who dragged Ilya and Meiyu, who are ordinary people, into the water. Not only that, we haven't reported the truth to the Magic Association yet. Now, such an abnormal situation has occurred because of the class card. If we don't hurry up and capture that black Ilya and figure out the reason for this matter, once this matter is exposed, both of us will be doomed. This time, Luvia was speechless. The child didn't even complain, so you should stop complaining. Mikoto looked around Ilya's surroundings. There's no harm in capturing that kid called Little Black, no matter if it's for public or private reasons. So let's be serious. I know. Luvia sighed helplessly. But will she really take the bait? As long as the target is still Ilya, she won't let go of any chance. Mikoto clenched her fists. Her eyes were burning with flames. It's fine. I'll protect Ilya. Mikoto-sama. Sapphire couldn't help but ridicule. I feel that your concern for Lady Ilya has reached an overly heavy degree. In short. Rin Enbin had a meaningful smile on his face. The bait has been thrown. Now let's see when the fish takes the bait. As soon as he said that, a blue and white light flashed on Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto was shocked. It's here. At this moment, a black shadow flashed through the air. Like a bat in the night, it left a long afterimage and landed on top of a wall. Then an unusually loud air-piercing sound echoed in the silent street. Like a fierce gale, it cut through the darkness of the night and shot toward Ilya, who was walking in front of her. Don't even think about it. In the corner, Mikoto was the first to jump out. She spread out her hands and a weak electric current danced between her fingers before landing on the ground. As if she was pulling something out of the ground, Mikoto forcefully raised her hand. A wave of black iron sand rolled back and forth. Like a pitch-black materialized air current, the iron sand was violently flung out in the air. The iron sand transformed into whips and ruthlessly lashed out, colliding with the object shooting toward Ilya. It was a black arrow. Bam. With a muffled sound, the pitch-black arrow and the pitch-black iron sand whips that came from all directions collided in midair, causing a gust of wind to explode. Ilya. The other girls also rushed out and rushed towards Ilya. As expected, it's not that simple. However, just as the young women were about to arrive before Ilya, the black silhouette on the ground suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked Ilya's path, blocking all the young women from advancing. Good morning, sisters. A mischievous laughter came from the black figure, attracting the attention of all the people in the room. No, it should be good evening now. Her black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind, and her red skirt undulated in response. The petite girl raised her head, and a pair of dazzling amber-like eyes were imprinted in everyone's vision. At the same time, what was imprinted in everyone's vision was a pair of black and white sabers that flickered with cold arcs, and a perverse smiling face. That face was exactly the same as Ilya's. You bastard. Ilya grabbed the ruby and transformed. She glared angrily at the girl who had the same face as her. You finally appeared. I knew it. With your personality, it's impossible for you to wander around the streets in the middle of the night. Blackie spread her hands that were holding the dual swords and said helplessly. So it's a trap? You're Blackie, right? Chuju took a step forward and aimed White Cherry at Blackie. I've heard Yen mention you before. Has Big Brother mentioned me before? The perverse smile on Blackie's face slowly turned into a genuine smile. That's truly delightful, unfortunately. Mikoto stroked her bangs and looked at Blackie. Yin isn't very happy about what you've done. Well, if it's Big Brother, he'll definitely forgive me. Blackie smiled provocatively. After I kill that eyesore, I'll definitely apologize to Big Brother. Do you think you can do that? Mikoto raised her sapphire wand. She didn't hide the hostility in her eyes. Perhaps we're not your match, but with Wu Yin-Yang's two companions, do you think you have a chance of winning? Although I don't want to bully you with numbers. Rin Enosaka placed one hand on her waist and stared at Blackie. However, I still ask you to surrender without a fight. Oh? Blackie raised her eyebrow and smiled. Her smile was very sarcastic. You seem to have forgotten. My goal isn't to fight with you. After saying that, Blackie turned around and charged forward. She carried her dual swords and pounced at the stunned Ilya. Chapter 1501. Like a ferocious beast that had blended into the night and pounced on its prey, everyone present could see that Little Black's amber eyes were filled with genuine murderous intent as he charged out. He raised his black and white dual swords that flickered with an icy cold light and slashed down mercilessly at Ilya's head. The black and white dual swords that were slashing down stirred up a frenzied wind, blowing Ilya's snow-like long hair that was below the blades into a mess. It also woke Ilya, who was in a daze. Ilya. Seeing that Ilya was about to die under Little Black's blades, Rin Enosaka and the others narrowed their eyes to the size of a needle tip. Got her. Accompanied by a shout that was filled with confidence of victory, the pair of black and white dual swords fell toward Ilya's head. Clang. Unfortunately, Little Black's attack that was filled with confidence of victory was exchanged with an extremely clear clashing sound and intense sparks that shot out in all directions. Little Black's expression turned grave as he looked at the pink-haired girl who had appeared in front of him without any warning. She held a long sword made of crystal in her hand and blocked the black and white dual swords. He could not help but let out a tisk sound. "I'm sorry." Chuju's yellow-green eyes reflected Little Black's vexed expression as the hand that was holding White Cherry continued to exert strength and rubbed against the black and white dual swords even more violently, causing even more intense sparks to shoot out in all directions. "Before we figure out the cause of this matter, I won't allow you to continue like this. For the time being, I can't let you touch Ilya." After saying that, Chuju exerted force and White Cherry in her hand suddenly flicked upwards. Clang. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, the black and white dual swords in Little Black's hand actually shattered under White Cherry's upward flick and exploded into pieces. This allowed White Cherry's momentum to cut through the air and flick up from below, slashing toward Little Black's chin. Little Black quickly leaned back and took a step back. The sharp sword light just grazed the tip of her nose and flicked upwards. What a fast speed. Little Black stomped on the ground. Chuju quickly retreated and put some distance between him and Chuju. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chuju, who was protecting Ilya behind her. "You actually reacted in such a short time. Even bypassed me." He shielded the coward behind him. "You're quite capable, sister." "It's a pity?" Chuju stared at Xiaohei while holding White Cherry in one hand. He used his other hand to protect Ilya behind him. "If you were an enemy, there would be no need for me to go around you. I would have killed you with a single slash." "You speak as if you've already won?" Blackie revealed a malicious smile. But Blackie's petite figure suddenly turned into a red mist and blended into the night. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chuju and Ilya. "If it's just a competition of speed, I have an even better way to cheat." "What?" Sensing the aura behind her, Chuju's face changed. "Teleportation?" "Correct." Magic whirlpools appeared on Xiaohei's hands and turned into two different colored short blades. She raised them slightly. Presumably in the next instant, this pair of sharp short blades will once again slash toward Ilya. However, Xiaohei's body suddenly stopped. Her heart tightened. That's because two resplendent gems slid down from Xiaohei's head and entered her field of vision. Private mark, sex, start. In the next instant, the gems shone with intense light and exploded. Boom, intense flames instantly enveloped the center of the street. Violent wind and dust engulfed the entire place. The instant the gems exploded, Chuju carried Ilya and arrived beside Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia and Miyo in a blink of an eye. They avoided the flames and explosion. Xiaohei really wanted to chase after Ilya, but even she couldn't ignore Rin Enbin and Luvia's gem magic. She could only helplessly use teleportation and retreat to the other side of the flames. They actually used such a powerful magic on the street of a residential area? Xiaohei looked around. She frowned when she saw the buildings that didn't even light up despite the commotion. Did they set up a barrier? It's just a magic barrier used for hypnosis. Rin Enbin held a gem and had a fake smile on his face. So, if you go berserk and decide to destroy all the buildings and kill everyone in there, we won't be able to do anything. No matter what, it won't reach that state. Xiaohei narrowed her eyes and pointed her short blade at Ilya. Don't worry, my target is only Ilya. That's the most worrisome thing. Ilya shouted. We don't want to do anything to you. Mikoto met Xiaohei's gaze. We just have some questions we want to ask you. So, if possible, can you talk to us? Of course. To everyone's surprise, Xiaohei didn't refuse at all. She agreed without hesitation, causing the girls to show joy. But Xiaohei's next words proved that the girls were too naive. I told you my target is only Ilya. Xiaohei rested her short blade on her shoulder. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were very serious. As long as you obediently hand Ilya over to me, I will answer all of your questions. Why do you have to kill me? Ilya couldn't help but shout. Did I do anything to you that's out of line? Excessive? Xiaohei's expression turned cold. I don't know if it's excessive to you, but I know that what I'm about to do is definitely excessive. You. Ilya was so angry that she trembled. It seems like there's no way to talk in this situation. Chuju tightened her grip on White Cherry. You really don't want to return with us? Sorry. Xiaohei smiled faintly. I also want to get along with everyone, but that's after killing Ilya. Then there's no other way. Rin Hasaka's face tensed up. Everyone, capture her. You should have done this long ago. Xiaohei's smile disappeared. She lowered her body and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Blackie arrived in front of the girls from nearly 20 meters away. The black and white swords in his hands glowed in the night. His target was still Ilya, and he slashed at her with a sharp howl. The first one to react was Mikoto. Mikoto's brown eyes locked onto Blackie's figure. Lightning flashed from her body, and the iron sand around her undulated up and down. The shadow of a whip lashed out at lightning speed, and with a puff sound, it landed on Blackie's body. No. The iron sand whip didn't hit Xiaohei's body. A sword wall formed by giant swords appeared beside Blackie out of nowhere. It was as if it knew that the attack would come from there. It blocked the iron sand whip that was wildly lashing at Blackie. Xiaohei stared at Ilya with her cold eyes. She let out a low growl. She stomped on the ground and leaped over. Although she wasn't as fast as Chuju, she was still faster than anyone else present. Ha! Hinajiku, who had been protecting Ilya all this while, used her white cherry to create a dazzling sword light and slashed towards Blackie, who was charging towards her. Clang! Xiaohei raised her black short blade and swung it at Chuju's white cherry. Clang! Hinajiku felt a powerful force from Xiaohei's black dagger, along with White Sakura's blade, and actually pushed White Sakura to the side. Chi! The white dagger with sharp sword light cut through the air and swung toward Ilya. Activate all physical defenses. Ruby's voice sounded at almost the same time. Clang! Ilya raised her wand horizontally in front of her and blocked Blackie's white dagger. You! With an angry expression on her face, Ilya shouted out loud. Don't look down on me. The wand in Ilya's hand flashed with pink magical light. Cannon fire. A streak of pink light flashed across the entire street like a meteor. It carried with it a powerful force as it suddenly exploded between the many girls and Blackie. Bang! Flames and dust once again rose in the middle of the street, enveloping everyone in it and spreading to the surroundings. Not long after, wind and waves blew in all directions. Chapter 1502. The chilly night wind whistled through the street that was filled with flames and smoke, taking away everything that obstructed one's vision, revealing the somewhat broken street. Cough, cough, cough. In the evening wind, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Miyu, and even Ilya were coughing non-stop as if they were choking on the smoke. However, they didn't seem to have any injuries on their bodies. Ilya. Rin Enbin glared at Ilya while coughing. Don't use the mana cannon at such a close distance. Ilya asked for. Luvia was furious as well. Are you trying to drag us all into this? I am sorry. Ilya also coughed. She had an awkward expression on her face. I forgot, but it's strange. Mayu covered her mouth and nose as she said this with a face full of suspicion. She used such a powerful mana cannon, why didn't we suffer any damage? Did she go easy on us? Hinajiku was impressed. She wanted to kill you. I didn't expect that as the person involved you would actually show mercy. Go easy on her? Ilya was stunned. She said something that caused the girls to be stunned. I didn't go easy on her, I used my full strength. You didn't go easy on her? Mikoto was surprised. That can't be right. It was clearly much more powerful than the last time they fought in that mansion, okay? But I really didn't show any mercy. Ilya raised her magic wand. Layers upon layers of magic power surged out from it. It rose into the air. However, even though the mana in Elias' staff was constantly being released, the amount of mana that could be released in one go was pitifully small. If it was the Ilya of the past, the mana she released would be at least 2 or 3 times stronger. Ilya was shocked. Why is it like this? Many of the girls seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Hinajiku and Mikoto glanced at each other and activated their system perception to look at Ilya. Ilya's field? Fon? Ainsbaron, level 62, level 62? Wasn't Ilya originally level 66? Became weaker? She's become weaker. Ilya. Not far away from the girls, Blackie also emerged from the dust carried away by the evening wind. A smile appeared on his face. However, that's only natural. Although my power comes from the class card, the magic capacity is taken away from your body, and your own magic capacity will decrease. That's a very normal thing. This? Rin and Osaka, Luvia, and Mio looked at each other. In other words, Xiaohei grabbed the black and white sabers. He tapped his foot. Then with a swoosh, it pounced at Ilya again. Attacks that are purely composed of magic power. For a magical girl who doesn't perform magic, her mana capacity will decrease, and her mana output will decrease as well. If her output is insufficient, her attack power will decrease, and her strength will naturally decrease as well. With these words, Blackie rushed into the group of girls in the blink of an eye. It was completely unrestrained and was not afraid of being besieged. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Hinagiku lowered her body and slid, sticking close to the ground. She slid under the belly of Blackie, who was charging at her. White Cherry pierced towards Blackie's belly with a clear whistle. Clang. The crystal sword clashed with Xiao Hei's black saber and sparks exploded. So annoying. Xiao Hei's white saber that could cut a person in half tore through the air and slashed at Chuju. The sharp edge of the saber enlarged in Chuju's eyes, but Chuju had an unusual smile on her face. Xiao Hei seemed to have thought of something and his eyes flickered. Whoosh. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded above Xiao Hei's head. Xiao Hei raised his head and looked above him. Then a pitch-black iron sand sword descended from the sky. The scene of it descending like a stream of light entered Xiao Hei's field of vision. Clang. At this moment of imminent peril, Xiao Hei used all of his strength to forcibly pull back the white saber that was slashing at Chuju. Then he collided with the iron sand sword that was descending from the sky. With a sound of collision, the iron sand sword was knocked flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, right after the iron sand sword was knocked flying by Xiao Hei, a series of sharp piercing sounds mixed together in the sky, and without any rhythm resounded in the moonlit night. Pitch-black iron sand swords were like a torrential storm, and with great force, they fell toward Xiao Hei, whose beautiful face changed abruptly. 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas. Xiao Hei shouted and abandoned the short saber in one hand. He raised his palm and aimed at the iron sand swords that were descending like a storm. A whirlpool of magic power fluctuated above his palm, and with one expansion, it turned into a blossoming pink flower petal light shield. Clang 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 clang. Immediately after, the pitch-black iron sand storm mercilessly fell on the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, violently colliding with each other, setting off an endless series of collision sounds. In Xiao Hei's perception, the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, in his hand seemed to have become heavier. Moreover, as the pitch-black sword rain fell, each sword became heavier. A moment later, like a flood bursting out of a dam, a violent force burst out from the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, attacking Xiao Hei's petite body. With the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, as defense, Xiao Hei was not injured, but under the impact of the iron sand sword rain, he still let out a muffled groan. The ground under his feet has already cracked inch by inch, and cracks spread out in all directions. Suddenly Xiao Hei saw. In the sky above the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, and the pitch-black sword rain, a smurf-like girl stood there, holding a magic wand with a rotating ring of runes at the front, gathering a huge magic light ball half the size of a person, and aiming it downwards. That is Meiyu. Meiyu, who has not made a move all this time, has been accumulating magic power from the very beginning, waiting for the opportunity to release the accumulated power to surpass the limit of the attack. Now is that opportunity. Xiao Hei's pupils shrank. Snipe. In the next second, Meiyu's cold voice entered Xiao Hei's ears. In the sky, a dazzling light flashed, and a beam of light suddenly appeared, like a falling meteor falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, all of the pitch-black iron sand swords were instantly vaporized by the dazzling blue light. The atmosphere repeatedly shook, and even the space rippled. It directly fell towards the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, Lawayas, below, and heavily fell down. Dong, like a meteorite crashing into Earth, the blue light beam hit the petal-shaped shield of light, stirring up violent magic ripples that scattered in all directions like sparks. Kacha. After a few minutes of accumulation, the power of Meiyu's magic cannon was now comparable to the power of a noble phantasm from True Name Liberation. The petal-shaped shield, 7 blazing heavens overturning 7 rings, Lawayas, cracked without any suspense. The dazzling light beam landed directly on the ground. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred in the middle of the street. On top of a roof far away from the center of the explosion, Xiao Hei stumbled out from a cloud of fog and landed on the ground, his face covered in cold sweat. Isn't this too reckless? Even Xiao Hei couldn't help but curse out loud. Isn't this a residential area? Aren't there people in the surrounding houses? Don't they have any scruples? Don't worry, a voice responded from behind Xiao Hei. The two magicians have already set up a defensive magic formation. Not good. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with horror when he heard the voice behind him. Whoosh! In the sharp sound of something breaking through the air, a pink stream of light flashed behind Xiao Hei and appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Chuju raised her head and looked at Xiao Hei's back. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. Blackie clenched his teeth and raised his hand as if he wanted to do something. However, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the side and wrapped around Blackie's raised hand. It's the Iron Sand Whip. White Cherry drew a trail of afterglow and slashed down heavily. Poochie! A tearing sound echoed from Xiao Hei's body. Chapter 1503. Poochie! Along with the ripping sound, all the other sounds in the arena seemed to have been blocked out, completely disappearing. Down below, Mikoto, Rin and Osaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mio all looked up at the ceiling with their mouths slightly agape, revealing a look of surprise. It wasn't just the other girls, even Hinajiku, who had cut down White Cherry, was slightly surprised. Chuju controlled the direction and strength of her attack. At most, it would only cause a superficial wound to Blackie. However, when the sword slashed down, it was not Xiao Hei's cry of pain or the sound of blood splattering. Instead, it was bits and pieces of clothes that flew around and were blown away by the wind. Xiao Hei gasped for breath, and a ball of mana burst out from his wrist, blowing up the Iron Sand Whip that was wrapped around him. He dodged and retreated, landing under a tree below. However, Blackie's current situation caused many young girls to be stunned on the spot. Her skin is as dark as unmade chocolate, but it has a smooth luster. It's so dazzling that it's hard to look at it directly. A pair of slender legs adorned her delicate body that looks like it's made of glass. With her dark skin tone, she looks like a burning flame, revealing a sense of wildness. However, this body that was filled with wildness was now completely naked. Completely naked. Those clothes that are different from normal people's are only left with a bit of tatters. It's not enough to cover up her embarrassment. When White Cherry was about to cut Blackie's body, Blackie instinctively shrunk her body. In the end, because Hinajiku held back on purpose, conserving her strength and deviating from her position, when Blackie shrank back, White Cherry couldn't cut Blackie's body. Instead, her clothes were shredded into pieces. That's how Blackie ended up in this state. The girls didn't expect this to happen and were petrified. They didn't move at all. Their faces were filled with shock. So this big sister likes this kind of development? Blackie was also stunned for a moment. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on her face and she looked at Chuju playfully. You should have said so earlier. I don't mind letting you have a look. No. Chuju's mind was in a mess. Stuttering. Her face flushed red. It's not like that. I didn't mean that. Well, it doesn't matter. Xiao Hei generously tore off the remaining pieces of his clothes. She fell into a situation where she was completely naked. Anyway, it's late at night now. No one will see. Aren't there a lot of people here? Ilya shouted in exasperation. Don't say such shameless things with that face of yours. Sigh. Xiao Hei patted the dust off his body and covered his chest with his hand. Looking at the many girls who were confronting him, he frowned and muttered. Sure enough, 1 against 6 is still too difficult, not to mention that there are also the companions of those two big brothers. Those two people, even if they were to fight me one-on-one, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Ilya, Mio. If Xiao Hei only had these 4 enemies, then he wouldn't be afraid at all. Rin and Osaka and the others are all tier 7, but other than Mio, who is at the peak of tier 7, Rin and Osaka and Luvia have just reached tier 7. Their strength is nothing to be afraid of. Ilya's strength has also decreased a lot. Even if the 4 of them work together, Xiao Hei is confident he can easily defeat them. After all, Xiao Hei has the strength of a tier 8. Not just any tier 8. However, it's different if it's Chuju and Mikoto. They are at the same level as Xiao Hei. Although Xiao Hei is confident that he won't lose to either Chuju or Mikoto in a one-on-one situation, that's only if it's a one-on-one situation. Projection magic. This is the power of the archer's heroic spirit that Xiao Hei controls. In this world, projection magic is a magic that isn't very useful. It's known as one of the most useless magic. It's a magic that uses mana to make an equivalent exchange. It uses mana to make a copy of an item and create an imitation of a material. There are 3 reasons why it's said to be useless. First, lack of imagination. Projection is a method that uses one's imagination to recreate the material in one's mind. If one's imagination is flawed, then the projection will have flaws. In other words, if the user of the projection magic thought that the projection was flawed, then it would be flawed. Second, capacity of mana. Because projection consumes mana. If the mana is too little, then the projected item won't have the ability to exceed the mana. In other words, the more powerful the projected item is, the more mana it requires. If the projected item exceeds the limit of the user's mana, then the user may die from excessive mana consumption. Third, instability. The projected item will disappear once it leaves the user's hand. The time it exists is very short. It's not practical and can't be used in any situation. Because of this, in this world, projection magic was only a useless magic trick that could only be used by some novice magic apprentices. Basically, there were many people who knew how to use it, but it could be said that there was no one who could use it. However, the archer rank card that Blackie relied on to survive had a very special projection magic that corresponded to his heroic spirit. Can project a noble phantasm. In other words, it's a replica of a noble phantasm. No. It's not as simple as projecting a noble phantasm. It can also copy the original user's experience and skills of the noble phantasm. As long as it's a projected noble phantasm, one can immediately use it as if they have used it before. Of course, there are limitations. No matter how perfect the projected noble phantasm is, it will be one level lower than the original noble phantasm. Most of the phantasms that can be projected can only be swords. Only a few special ones can be projected. The projection magic itself has limitations. No matter how special the heroic spirit's projection magic is, it can't be avoided. But it's different from normal projection magic. If it's used in a battle, it's a very powerful skill. Because of this projection magic, Xiaohei is confident that she can win against Chuju or Mikoto in a one-on-one situation. After all, she has more powerful noble phantasms that she hasn't projected yet, but it's not a one-on-one, it's not even a one-on-two, it's a one-on-six. There's no other way. Xiaohei took a step back. The situation is not good, we can only retreat. You want to run? Mikoto stood up. Do you think you can run? Ah, Allah, have you forgotten, sister? Xiaohei smiled slyly. I know how to teleport, I think. Hinajiku's tone changed as she laughed. You're the one who forgot, right? Huh? Xiaohei was startled and tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Don't you think it's weird? Hinajiku and Mikoto took the rest of the girls and retreated. Where is the big brother that you keep talking about? Hearing this, Xiaohei's expression froze and he was stunned. 1. Suddenly, with Xiaohei as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius fluctuated and was covered by a layer of yellow light. Xiaohei only felt an amazing gravitational force coming from the ground. His body couldn't help but shrink. Even his blood and heart were affected by the gravitational force at this moment. Xiaohei cried out in pain. Take a nap. The familiar voice reverberated in the yellow space, causing Xiaohei's face to turn slightly pale. In the next moment, an abnormal impact rushed into Xiaohei's mind. Xiaohei's vision blurred, her head was dizzy and she lost consciousness. Behind Xiaohei, who was slowly falling down, a figure walked out of the void and hugged Xiaohei's smooth and delicate body, holding it in his arms. Phew. Wu Yin let out a long sigh of relief. He shook his head as he watched Xiaohei close his eyes and fall asleep. She really knows how to cause trouble? Hand her over to us. Chuju and Mikoto ran over and grabbed Xiaohei, covering her naked body. Along with the rest of the girls, they looked at Wu Yen with vigilance. Still looking? Turn your head away. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yen felt like he was being treated badly despite being a hero. Chapter 1504. In her hazy state, Xiaohei felt like her body is soaked in water. She doesn't feel like she's on the ground or floating in the air. She only feels like she's in an illusion. My body is a bit strange. That's the only thought in Xiaohei's hazy consciousness. With Xiaohei's hazy consciousness, she can't determine what kind of situation she's in. She only knows that there's a binding feeling around her. It's like something is hanging her in the air. That feeling is heavy but also light. In this situation, Xiaohei's consciousness slowly recovered. Her brain also regained the ability to operate. She slowly opened her eyes. The faint light began to enter Little Black's vision, causing it to subconsciously close its eyes again. Then it opened its eyes again, revealing its amber-like eyes. Oh! Almost at the same time, a familiar voice sounded in the surroundings. Finally awake? Xiaohei was startled when she heard the voice. She raised her head and looked in front of her. There Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio are all gathered together. They're either standing or sitting in groups of 2s and 3s. They're all looking at Xiaohei. Only now did Xiaohei clearly see her current situation. This was a rather spacious hall. Inside the hall, there's a complete set of furniture. There's a sofa, a table, chairs, a counter, and a small kitchen. There's a glass door at the outside and an open balcony. At first glance, it's like a luxurious living room. The only difference between this room and an ordinary living room was the fact that there were palm-sized magic arrays on the surrounding walls. Upon closer inspection, Shifeng discovered that there were about 4 magic arrays. Meanwhile, inside these 4 intricate magic arrays, there were 4 different kinds of magic arrays. Pitch-black beams of light extended out like ropes towards the center. The front end formed 4 rings, which wrapped around a pair of slender wrists and a pair of soft ankles. Those are Xiaohei's wrists and ankles. Xiaohei's limbs are bound by these 4 black rings. Then he was suspended in the air by a black rope of light that extended from the ring. Realizing its current situation, Blackie finally remembered. During the battle with Chuju, Mikoto, and the others when he was about to retreat, someone took advantage of the situation and knocked him out. Tisk. Xiaohei gritted his teeth as he recalled everything that happened before he fainted. He began to struggle slightly. It's better not to waste your energy, Xiaohei. Wu Yin, who was sitting on the sofa, shrugged. The 4 things on your limbs will neutralize the power exerted by the person who binds you. Once you use your strength, they will dissolve it. Unless your strength is above mine, you won't be able to break free. Neutralize the power used? Blackie stopped moving. Its amber eyes stared at the 4 precise geometric patterns rotating on the wall and frowned. What kind of magic is that? What kind of tactic was that? Why haven't I seen it? There are plenty of things you haven't seen before, little girl. Wu Yin chuckled. Are you so knowledgeable that you can recognize all the magic tricks in the world? Umph. Blackie coldly snorted and turned his head away, looking like he was throwing a tantrum. I didn't expect Big Brother to be the kind of person who would attack people from behind. I misjudged you. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. He walked in front of Xiaohei and pulled her cheeks. You're just a girl who has been shooting arrows behind Ilya's back. You have no right to criticize me. You. Xiaohei whimpered incoherently as if she was resisting. Enough. Rin Enbin stepped forward and said with dissatisfaction. If you want to bully her, you can bully her after you figure out the situation. Wu Yin shrugged again and let go of Xiaohei's cheeks. Big Brother is a bad guy. Xiaohei looked over with teary eyes. I thought Big Brother was gentle, but it was all a lie. Even if you look at me like that, it's not going to work. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Blackie. Who told you to attack Ilya for no reason? It wasn't for no reason. Xiaohei retorted. I did have a reason to attack her. Don't take it for granted. Ilya was furious. Can't you consider the feelings of those who were attacked? You should also consider the feelings of those who are kept in the dark. Rin Enbin crossed his arms and looked at Xiaohei. We have a lot of questions waiting for you to answer for us. Sigh. Xiaohei sighed and turned her head away impatiently. Why does everyone who meets me want to ask me questions? Because everything about you is a mystery, Luvia sneered. Including existence. Hearing this, Blackie snorted softly. Then, unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now. I won't answer any of your questions. That's not something you can decide. Rin Enbin's expression turned serious. As a prisoner, you have no right to refuse to answer. Is that so? Xiaohei smiled provocatively. Then I don't mind if you ask in a more violent way. Let's see if I'll obediently answer your questions. You? Rin Enbin stared at Xiaohei. Xiaohei didn't back down and looked at Rin Enbin. The two stared at each other as if they were in the middle of a battle. It didn't take long for Rin Enbin to admit defeat. Seriously, why is it so troublesome to find out something? Rin Enbin rubbed his temples and glanced at Wu Yen. Since you know so many magic tricks that others don't know, isn't there a magic trick that can make people obediently answer your questions? If there's such a convenient magic trick, I want to learn it too. Wu Yen slapped his forehead and pouted. Well, I do know a magic trick that can read someone's memory. Oh? Hearing this, the girls all looked at Wu Yen with sparkling eyes. Read someone's memory? Xiaohei's expression changed and she glared at Wu Yen with a sharp gaze. Big Brother, if you really do that, I will never forgive you. If I really wanted to do that, I would have done it from the start. Wu Yan looked at Xiaohei seriously. I understand. Everyone has their own difficulties. Little Black, I'm sure you're the same. You don't want your secret to be known by others. But, no matter what, you should tell us why you attacked Ilya, right? We can't just watch Ilya get hurt, right? This time, Xiaohei couldn't refute. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Xiaohei, waiting for his answer. Under everyone's gazes, Little Black lowered his head and said after a long time had passed. I just feel unbalanced. Unbalanced? Everyone was stunned. That's right. Blackie abruptly raised his head and stared at the stunned Ilya as he yelled. You think you're right, you're living an ordinary life and you think you're very happy. You're clearly living a life arranged by someone else but you still think you're happy with it. I just feel unhappy. What are you talking about? Ilya couldn't help but reply somewhat angrily. Is it wrong to want to live an ordinary life? Yes. It is indeed right to live an ordinary life. But why can't I do it? Unknowingly, Blackie's tone had become emotional, and his expression had also become agitated. Why do I have to bear all of your past, all of your pain? Bear all of my past. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of my pain? Ilya had a doubtful look on her face, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. It was as if she had pushed all of her problems to this person who looked exactly like her. This caused Ilya's heart to involuntarily tighten. She clutched her chest tightly and asked with a trembling and perturbed tone. What do you mean? Xiaohei opened her mouth. She seemed to want to say something. But in the next moment, her expression changed. At the same time, Blackie's body that was suspended from the ground trembled and became blurry. It was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Chapter 1505. As though she was soaking in a bubbling liquid, an orange stream of air rose from Blackie's body. Like steam or mist, it gradually spread to the surroundings. As the steam-like orange gas spread, Blackie's body gradually became illusory. As though her existence was erased by something, her delicate body became transparent. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone present was at a loss of what to do. What's going on? Blackie. Wu Yan stood up from the sofa. His expression fluctuated violently. Although he didn't know what was going on, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Blackie's tanned face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though her body had become transparent, one could still clearly see that her complexion had become deathly pale. Moreover, she was fiercely struggling. Let me go. Let me go. What's going on? What's going on? Ilya was the first to panic. What's going on? Blackie. Wu Yan came in front of Blackie and placed his hand on her faintly discernible shoulder. What's going on? Let me go. Big brother. Let me go. Blackie didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Instead, she continued to struggle while shouting at Wu Yan agitatedly. It was as though she was a child being chased by a ferocious beast. Her eyes were filled with intense fear. Seeing Blackie's appearance, Wu Yan realized that now wasn't the time to ask about the cause of the matter. He raised his hand and immediately wanted to undo the restraints on Blackie's body. Wait. At this moment, Livia hastily stopped him. What if she runs away again? I won't run away. I won't run away. Blackie shouted with a face full of pleading. I beg of you, let me go, big brother. I don't care. Seeing this, Wu Yan didn't hesitate anymore. He fiercely clenched his teeth. If she runs away, I'll catch her again. After saying that, Wu Yan placed his hands on the two pitch-black rings on Blackie's wrists. A ball of impact exploded in his hand. It cut off the flow of magic within the pitch-black ring. Bang! On the wall, the four precise geometric patterns that were rotating suddenly paused, trembled, and then burst apart with a crisp cracking sound. The pitch-black beams of light that extended from the four precise geometric patterns also dissipated instantly. The four pitch-black rings on Blackie's four limbs also exploded. He released Little Hay from its shackles. However, Xiaohei, who had been freed from his restraints, did something that shocked everyone present at the same time. Orange gas rose from his body. As soon as Little Black landed on the ground, it stomped hard on the floor with its little feet and threw its faintly discernible and somewhat transparent body into the arms of Wu Yan, who was caught off guard and unable to react in time. Wu Yan did not expect Blackie's sudden move. Being pounced on so forcefully, his body immediately fell backwards. With a bang, he sat on the ground. Big brother. Before Wu Yan could cry out in pain, Xiaohei, who jumped into Wu Yan's arms, leaned forward and without hesitation, he kissed Wu Yan on the lips. Mouth to mouth. Wu Yan was stunned, Ilya was stunned, Meiyu was stunned, Chuju and Mikoto were also stunned, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were also stunned, even Ruby and Sapphire, who were acting as UFOs by the side, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Other than Blackie, everyone including Wu Yan widened their eyes and mouths. They were completely stunned on the spot and did not react for a long time. Ugh. Xiaohei didn't give them time to react. Like a fairy that only appears in a dream, she flashed in and out of existence. She wrapped her hands around Wu Yan's neck and hugged him tightly. She moved her head closer to Wu Yan as if she didn't want to get close enough to Wu Yan. She started moving her lips. Even its little tongue did not hesitate to enter Wu Yan's mouth. It took the initiative to wrap around Wu Yan's tongue, which was a little too big for itself, and intertwined with each other. For a moment, the entire hall was deathly silent. The only sound was the incessant tsk from Little Black's passionate kisses and the incessant sucking sound that reverberated in the vast hall. Many girls' minds were blank, they did not move at all. They stood there in a daze as if they were petrified. Wu Yan didn't know what to do for a while. It took him a while before he came back to his senses. What on earth was Blackie doing? At the same time, Wu Yan reflexively wanted to push away the little girl in his arms. But at this time he also realized that something was wrong. Xiaohei wasn't just kissing her. She was absorbing his magic power. Wu Yan could clearly feel that the mana in his body was being absorbed by Little Black at an extremely slow rate. The mana that was being drained was only a drop in the ocean for Wu Yan. But after the mana flowed into Little Black's body, its faintly discernible body quickly returned to its original appearance. Seeing this, how could Wu Yan not understand the meaning of Little Black's sudden action? Although he did not know what was going on, Little Black seemed to need enough mana to support its existence. Otherwise its body would evaporate like just now. Thinking about it, the battle with the girls just now must have consumed a lot of Little Black's mana. Laughing bitterly in his heart, Wu Yan could only maintain his sitting position and be begged by Little Black. On the other side, Little Black was passionately kissing Wu Yan while absorbing the mana that he needed. His heart was full of shock. In just a short while, Little Black had already absorbed all the mana that an ordinary magician possessed. It was enough to satisfy his needs and maintain his body for a long time. However, after absorbing such a large amount of mana, Wu Yan did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His expression was still as usual. Only now did Little Black feel the mana in Wu Yan's body through the intimate contact with Wu Yan. It was like an ocean, endless and endless magic power. Moreover, it was not ordinary mana. The quality was extremely pure, to the extent that Little Black was shocked. Such pure mana, even if it was just a drop, was enough to match the mana of an ordinary magician. With such pure mana, even if it was just a drop in the ocean, it would be of great use to Little Black. For example, if an ordinary version of the same amount of mana could only sustain Little Black for about 10 days, then the extremely pure mana in Wu Yan's body could sustain Little Black for about a year. The difference was so great. Moreover, the mana in Wu Yan's body was not only pure, but also almost endless. How could this not shock Xiaohei? Little Black did not know that not only was Wu Yan the most suitable true ancestor to cultivate mana, but he also cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Not only that, Wu Yan's mana was also purified by the water of the mystical pond. He was also purified by the first blood of the Ivolan Saint Dragon Emperor. Even the other primogenitors couldn't compare to him in terms of mana. Perhaps Wu Yan already stood at the peak of the magic world. Wu Yan had many tricks up his sleeve, but only familiars and the ruby mode could be considered the strongest. If there was anything Wu Yan could surpass these two, it would be Wu Yan's mana. As the pure mana flowed into Little Black's body, the orange gas on Little Black's body slowly disappeared. Little Black's body solidified again, and not long after, it returned to its original state. Phew. As if it was satisfied, their lips parted with a comfortable gasp, drawing a silver line in the air, making the atmosphere a little more lewd. Big brother. Little Black's cheeks were red, her eyes watery and dazed. She panted heavily as she hugged Wu Yan again. I can't live without you. I can't live without you. Her soft and affectionate words made Wu Yan's mouth twitch as he hugged Little Black's tiny body. The other girls also came to their senses. They looked at Wu Yan with anger, disdain, indifference, shyness and all sorts of other emotions. However, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth. Lulakan. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1506. Explain it to me clearly. Seeing Blackie sitting on the sofa beside Wu Yan with a blissful expression and tightly hugging one of his arms, Ilya hugged her head in frustration. You said strange words and did strange things. You strangely chased after me to kill me and strangely kissed Big Brother. What are you trying to do? Didn't I already explain it earlier? Blackie seemed to be in a good mood. She was no longer as excited as she was when she confronted Ilya. She was also not as anxious as she was when her body almost disappeared. Instead, she had a calm smile on her face. I merely absorbed a little bit of Big Brother's magic power. So, why do you need to absorb Big Brother's magic power? Ilya bared her teeth and tried her best to put on a fierce expression. However, when she made such an expression with her delicate face, others would only think that she was making a face. Was very cute. Furthermore, to absorb magic power, must you use that kind of method? You really don't know anything. You're so ordinary that it's frightening. Blackie restrained her smile and curled her lips. Do you think that everyone is like rubies and sapphires, able to provide magic power to others as they wish? Then why is it Big Brother? Ilya closed her eyes. Her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She had an embarrassed and resentful appearance. You're still using that face that's exactly the same as mine. Oh. Blackie blinked her eyes and smiled proudly. Could it be that you're jealous? Jealous that I can take Big Brother's lips? Woo! Ilya immediately cried out. Steam rose from her head and she weakly refuted. No. It's not like that. Seeing Ilya's appearance, the group of girls gathered their gazes on Wu Yan again. It was as if they were looking at a perverted Lulakan. Their eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. I'm innocent. Wu Yan really wanted to shout out this sentence, but he knew that he couldn't. However, he knew that it would be useless even if he shouted. The entire process. The group of young ladies were all watching at the scene. Naturally, they knew who was to blame for this situation. But who told Wu Yan to take advantage of him? Since he had taken advantage of her, it didn't matter whether he was wrong or not. All of them had to bear the depression in the hearts of the young girls who had nowhere to vent. Wu Yan could only swallow the bitterness in his heart. Under the disdainful and cold gazes of so many pairs of eyes on the scene. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her emotions and glanced at the arm that was hugging her tightly. Little Black was humming happily. Xiaohei, can you tell us what happened just now? Hearing this, Little Black stopped humming. The girls also became more spirited and serious. If I'm not wrong just now, if you didn't absorb the mana from me, you might have already disappeared, right? Wu Yan frowned. What's going on? Why was it like this? Isn't this a matter of course? Xiaohei is still hugging Wu Yan's arm, but the smile on her face faded into a thin line. She didn't even look at the others as she answered with a nonchalant expression. I don't exist in this world to begin with. Now that I have a body, how can I continue to live without paying a price? Price? Rin Enbin frowned and said with uncertainty. In other words, paying the mana is the price for your continued existence? That's right. Little Black put one of her hands on her chest. Because of the rank card and Ilya's heroic spirit transformation, plus many coincidences, I was born. My existence is basically the same as the heroic spirits you've faced in the past. I relied on the power of the rank card in my body to materialize. Little Black's amber eyes trembled slightly. However, the heroic spirits can maintain their form in the mirror realm by absorbing the mana in Fuyuki City's veins, but I can't. So, I can only use other means to obtain the mana I need. That's... Livia lowered her voice. Absorb mana from others? Little Black didn't answer. It was a silent agreement. Wouldn't that be too reckless? Rin and Osaka shot Blackie a sharp look. Although everyone has magic power in their bodies and even ordinary people more or less have some, if you wantonly absorb other people's magic power like this, the people who can't adapt will fall into a state of exhaustion, and the people who have too much magic power sucked will go into shock. What's more, if you absorb it endlessly, it is possible that the life force will be converted into magic power. Do you know that you are harming people? I'm not going to sacrifice people's lives just to maintain my existence. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to remind me. Little Black glanced at Rin Enbin. What's more, the mana I've been using up until now was taken from Ilya. I haven't absorbed anyone's mana until today. You don't have to worry, Plus, like a sunny day after a storm, Blackie beamed as he buried his head into Wu Yan's arm. He continued with a blissful look on his face. Big Brother has such powerful mana and it's terrifyingly pure. As long as Big Brother is here, I'll be able to exist forever. Little Black raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. I gave you my first kiss, Big Brother. You'll take responsibility for it, right? Wu Yan covered his head and closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at Little Black. Even if he used his knees to think, he could imagine how the girls were looking at him right now. Little Black. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan looked up and stared at Little Black. Who are you? Everyone had their hearts in their mouths. This was undoubtedly the question that the relevant personnel wanted to know the most. If it was before, Little Black would definitely not answer Wu Yan's question. But now Little Black had a vague answer as to why she wanted to kill Ilya. She even revealed her existence. Coupled with the change in her emotions, perhaps Little Black would give an answer. Who knows? Facts have proven that Wu Yan's idea was correct. I've said it before, I'm Ilya. Little Black closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. It was as if the person she was about to say wasn't herself. To be exact, it should be said that due to certain reasons, another personality was born in Ilya's body. Due to certain reasons. Rin Enbin and Luvia's expression turned serious. Born in Ilya's body. Mio couldn't help but look at Ilya. Born. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Another personality. Ilya's expression kept changing. She couldn't help but ask. Then why didn't I know of your existence? Why didn't you appear before me? Didn't I say it already? I was born due to certain reasons. Little Black coldly looked at Ilya. It's because of this certain reasons that my existence was completely denied. I was even sealed. If it wasn't for you displaying extraordinary willpower that day and breaking the seal in my body, I wouldn't have appeared. I wouldn't have obtained my body? You said seal? Rin Enbin was surprised. There's a seal in Ilya's body? Can you speak more clearly? Ilya bit her lips. Then what is this certain reasons? What's with the seal? What did you mean when you said that I wanted you to bear all the pain and suffering in the past? Saw. Little Black closely stared at Ilya. After a long time she spread her hands. Who knows? You? Anger appeared on Ilya's face. Since you think it's all my fault, then at least let me know what happened to me. No. However, Blackie revealed a dispirited expression. I knew from the start that you didn't do anything wrong. I was just deceiving myself. Seeing Blackie's gloomy expression, the girls fell silent. Even Ilya's anger had unknowingly disappeared and she powerlessly lowered her hands. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed. He raised his hand and patted Little Black's head. No matter what, Little Black, since you know that Ilya didn't do anything wrong, then don't hurt her anymore. Don't attack her anymore, okay? But. Little Black slightly opened her mouth. She glanced at the silent Ilya and then at the sighing Wu Yan. In the end, she unwillingly nodded. I understand. Everyone present, including Ilya, heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1507. In the end, this chaotic night came to an end in an inexplicable manner. In terms of results, the harvest can be considered plentiful. At the very least, Blackie promised that she won't attack Ilya in the future. Ilya doesn't have to live in fear anymore. This can be considered as reaching their goal of capturing Blackie. Moreover, everyone had more or less understood Blackie's existence. Using the power of the Archer rank card to materialize Ilya's other personality. This is Blackie's true identity. Of course, there are still a lot of questions about Blackie's existence. For example, the reason why Blackie was born as Ilya's other personality. The so-called reasons that Blackie mentioned. Also, the seal that originally sealed Blackie in Ilya's body. One question after another still exists in everyone's heart. These questions can't be answered for now. Blackie doesn't seem to want to talk about this matter, so everyone can't get an answer. However, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Whether it's Ilya who has a seal in her body or Blackie who has a deep understanding of magic, their original identities are definitely not ordinary. At the very least, Ilya is definitely not a child from an ordinary family. Regarding this point, Rin and Osaka and Luvia said before they left that they will go back and investigate. Ilya also has doubts about her own identity. With a heavy heart, she stepped on the road back home. Even Mikoto is a bit concerned. Come to think of it, Little Black's appearance should cause these people to have a hard time, right? No. It's not only Ilya and the others who will have a hard time. Wu Yan and Ko's days aren't going to be any easier. The reason? It's very simple. I'll sleep in the same room as Big Brother. In the living room where only the four of them are left, Blackie sat on the sofa in front of Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto while puffing out her flat chest. She made such a declaration as if it's natural. The other three's expression froze. They were petrified on the spot. One room. The corner of Mikoto's eyes kept twitching. She forced a smile. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yes. Chuju also put on a fake smile, looking like she was cautiously persuading him. He spoke with a heavy heart. Little Black, you're a girl. Furthermore, she was only a 10-year-old girl. As a 10-year-old girl, how could she sleep in the same room as a loli, of the opposite sex? You were going to say lolicon, right? The corners of Wu Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Can you be any more tactful with your words? Sisters. There's nothing we can do about it. Faced with Hinajiku and Mikoto's kind advice, Blackie started to blush and fidget. I need magic power to survive. I don't even know when I need to replenish my magic power. What if I suddenly run out of magic power while sleeping and can't rush to Big Brother's side in time? What should I do? After saying that, Little Black still had a bitter look on his face, but there was a sly smile in his eyes. Could it be that the two sisters want to see me disappear? No, it's not like that. Chuju and Mikoto shook their heads. The smile on their faces was as fake as it could be. But you said you need to replenish your magic power, that means, that's right. Little Black pointed a finger at her lips, her cheeks flushed red. In the future I'll have to have more intimate interactions with Big Brother. For a moment, Wu Yan, who was hiding to the side to avoid being burned by the flames of war, heard the sound of something breaking. Then Chuju and Mikoto's expression froze. It's all for the sake of survival. Little Black looked as if she had won a battle, a lustful smile hung on her face. Or could it be that the two sisters who have a deep relationship with Big Brother are feeling threatened by a 10-year-old girl like me? Is there even a need to say it? You used such an intense method on your first kiss, and you look so open. Who would dare to overlook your danger just because you're young? Chuju and Mikoto roared in their hearts, but they couldn't find the words to refute. After all, Little Black was right. If they suddenly ran out of magic power in the middle of the night and their bodies disappeared, that would be a big problem. With the kind nature of the two girls, they wouldn't let Little Black face the danger of disappearing at any time because of their little thoughts. At that moment, Chuju and Mikoto hesitated. Their faces were full of grievances. The two girls who were completely caught up in the consequences of Blackie's disappearance completely forgot that Blackie could completely replenish all the mana it needed before falling asleep and then sleep comfortably. No matter how much magic power is needed to maintain Little Black's existence, with Wu Yan's supply, it shouldn't be hard to maintain Little Black's existence for an entire night, right? Besides, Wu Yan isn't the only one who can provide magic power to Little Black, others can as well. For example, Chuju and Mikoto. The two girls were led by the nose just like that. They hesitated for a long time before sighing helplessly. Forget it. Mikoto gave up on herself and called out. I don't care anymore. Yen. Chuju put on a beautiful smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. She stared at Wu Yan with a warning look. Don't you dare do anything bad at night. Don't forget Little Black is still a child. I see. Wu Yan clutched his heart as if he couldn't take it anymore. You two already know what I'll do to Little Black, right? Who knows? Chuju and Mikoto snorted in unison, turned around and walked back to their rooms. Era. Little Black, who was sitting on the sofa, kicked her legs in schadenfreude. These two sisters are so jealous. Who do you think did this to? Wu Yan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and asked what he was concerned about. Anyway, tell me, how long can you last if I provide you with magic power like I did just now? Who knows? Blackie shook his head gently and stopped kicking his legs. My magic capacity was taken from Ilya, and it's limited, so the amount of magic my body can hold is limited as well. I can't generate my own magic power like normal magicians. I can only absorb from others. Little Black looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. I didn't absorb the full amount of magic power in one go, but with the purity of Big Brother's magic power, it should be enough for me to live for a long time. If it's someone else's magic power, it would be much shorter. You can't generate your own magic power? Wu Yan nodded with a pensive look. Then, the magic power you need to fight is also absorbed from others, right? Little Black nodded. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, you should be able to last for a long time if you don't fight, right? It's not like that. The smile on Little Black's face disappeared. She lowered her head and her tone became depressed. My existence is maintained by consuming magic power. Just by living in this world, just by living, my magic power will be consumed little by little. If I don't get replenished one day, it will completely disappear. To be able to live like this, my existence itself is a miracle. The balcony's curtain seemed to respond. It fluttered up and down under the breeze. In the air, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded the entire hall. It made Wu Yan close his eyes, no longer able to speak. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of small arms wrapped around Wu Yan's neck. A playful voice sounded, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. In the past, with that level of magic power, even if I didn't fight, it would be depleted in a few days, but it's different now. Little Black's cheeks were flushed, the corners of her mouth curved up, looking at Wu Yan with eyes full of hope. Big Brother's magic power is incomparably pure, and it's almost endless. As long as Big Brother is here, I will definitely be able to live forever. So, Big Brother? Little Black's arms around Wu Yan's neck tightened. She pulled Wu Yan closer, her face slowly inching closer. Don't leave me. After saying that, in the vast hall, lips and tongues intertwined, the sound of breathing and sucking in breath caused by the lips pressed together. It lasted for a long time. Chapter 1508. Fuyuki City, Private Suechuan Gakuin Elementary School. Where do you plan to go today? Let's go to the game hall. Okay. But I still have to clean up after school. It's okay. We'll wait for you. Then there's no problem. During the end of the classroom was filled with this kind of ordinary conversation. It caused the faces of the primary school students in the classroom to be filled with joy. Looking at their restless appearance, they should be looking forward to the moment when school ends. Seeing this scene, Ilya sat on her seat and held her cheeks. Like an old person past her prime, she let out a long sigh. It's good to be young. Hearing Ilya's words, Sparrowflower, who was chatting at the side, turned around and looked at Ilya. Then she sneakily said to her companions, "Don't worry, Ilya. Why do I feel like Ilya has matured a lot in just one night?" She's too mature. Nato couldn't help but ridicule. Mature can no longer describe her appearance. She's just like an uncle. Is she sick? Long Z tilted her head. Do you want to take Ilya to see the goldfish? See, goldfish? Mei Mei was stunned. Shouldn't she go see a doctor? But Ilya has been a bit strange recently. Xiao Hua crossed her arms. She pushed up her glasses. A while ago she was also depressed. Now she has become like this again. The Ilya in the past would not be like this. Indeed. Nato nodded in agreement. The current Ilya is just like my older sister. Every month she would have a sad face for a period of time. My older sister said that this is the proof of a girl growing up. Could it be that Ilya is also growing up? No. Impossible. Xiao Hua muttered to herself. Then the corner of her mouth twitched. A while ago, Ilya seemed to be addicted to magical girl anime and was unable to extricate herself. I don't think that people who like magical girls will grow up. Grow up? Long Z suddenly spoke like this. How about we send Ilya some anime to watch? What did you say? Xiao Hua, Nanai, and Mei Mei widened their eyes. He looked at Long Z in disbelief. You actually have that kind of movie? There's still a lot. Long Z gave him a thumbs up and grinned. His teeth shone brightly. Every time my brothers were unhappy, I would give them that. They will be in a better mood. Hearing this, the three girls almost fell to the ground. You're giving it to your brother? It's useless to buy it anyway. Long Z curled his lips. The strange thing was that the owner of the movie store always looked at me with a strange expression after I bought the movie. Why was that? Which shop owner is he? Keihua couldn't help but yell. He actually sold that kind of film to elementary school students. You should really take him to the police station. And then? Naigue said with a righteous expression. Where's the store that's willing to sell movies to elementary school students? Eh? Long Z showed an expression of disbelief. Do you want to buy it too? Of course not. X3 on the side. Ilya glanced at Finch Flower, Nana Tortoise, Mimi and Dragon Sun who were in a mess inside again. It's good to be young, Ilya? Mayu who was sitting behind Ilya hesitated for a moment and said comfortingly. Are you thinking about Xiaohei? Of course not. Ilya turned her head away in a fit of pique. I'm just thinking about my own matter. Your own matter? Mayu tilted her head in confusion. Not only is there some kind of seal in my body, there's also another personality. Right now, not only has this personality become another me, it has also been chasing after me. Ilya put her hand on the desk and rested her chin on it. A layer of ripples appeared in her beautiful gem-like eyes. If that black fellow didn't appear, I wouldn't even know that my body was hiding such a secret. It's really, really unbelievable. Ilya. Mayu looked at Ilya's back and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and asked softly. Don't tell me you have no clue about this at all? Huh? Ilya turned around. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. What clue? The matter of having a seal in your body? Mayu pondered over her words. She seemed to be looking for a way to say it that would not provoke others. She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. For example, is it possible for your parents to know about this matter? Actually, I thought about this problem last night. Ilya rubbed her head and smiled helplessly. Unfortunately, my parents are not at home. Even if I want to ask, I can't find anyone to ask. Then what do you plan to do next? Mio looked straight at Ilya. How do you plan to face Xiaohei? To be honest, I don't understand what's going on with that fellow. Ilya stretched out a hand and clutched her chest tightly. Her eyes fluctuated and were filled with unprecedented bewilderment. But my intuition tells me, if I know everything about that fellow, my view of the world will definitely be greatly changed. Ilya? Seeing Ilya's confusion and anxiety about her future, Mayu couldn't help but clench her hand. An unbearable expression appeared on her face. It was not only because Ilya was Mayu's best friend. It was also because Mayu seemed to see her past self in the current Ilya. In fact, even now she might still be like this. Just like this, the two of them had their own thoughts. They fell into silence and faced Wu Yan. At this moment, the four little girls who were fooling around by the side transmitted such a conversation. Hey everyone. Mei Mei clapped her hands and gathered the attention of Qiao Hua, Naigui and Longzi. I heard that there will be a transfer student coming today. Transfer student? Unsurprisingly, such a topic was more than enough to attract the interest of elementary school students. Or rather, it could be said that even Ilya and Mayu's attention were attracted. Their eyes secretly looked over here. There will be a transfer student coming at this time? Gorse Flower rubbed her chin. How strange, yeah. Naigui also spread her hands. Mayu just transferred here not long ago. I didn't expect that there would be a transfer student coming. That's not the only coincidence. Mei Mei explained with interest. I heard that the transfer student this time is the same as Mayu. They're all from abroad. The class they're transferring to is also our class. They're all from abroad? Or our class? Longzi laughed out loud. Don't tell me that this transfer student is someone Mayu knows? According to the plot of the manga? Naigui said with a serious expression. That's definitely the case. Longzi also puffed out his chest. It will definitely become a triangle. It will definitely be very interesting. Xiaohua giggled. Then, her smile froze and she scratched her head. Did something strange sneak in just now? By the way, Mei Mei. Longzi, who was the amalgamation of strange things, looked at Mei Mei curiously. What's that transfer student like? I didn't see anything. Mei Mei stretched out a finger and tapped on her cheek. I heard that he's a very cheerful person with very dark skin, silver hair and golden eyes. The four girls who were chatting happily did not notice that every time Mei Mei described a characteristic, a drop of sweat would drip down Ilya's face. In the end, she was already sweating profusely. Ilya. Mayu was also unable to calm down. Don't tell me, aha. Ilya laughed dryly and wiped the sweat on her forehead. I have a bad feeling. As it turned out, Ilya's premonition was completely correct. Hello everyone. On the podium, Blackie was wearing a uniform and carrying a backpack. She had a lively and cheerful smile on her face. She tilted her head and greeted everyone energetically. I'm Chloe? Fong? I'm Spellin. Everyone can just call me Blackie. In the classroom, all the children looked at Blackie in a daze. Then all of their gazes gathered on Ilya. Ilya. Mayu's pretty face stiffened. She looked at Ilya who was sitting in front of her. There, Ilya was already lying on the table on the verge of death. Chapter 1509. What the hell is going on here? On the rooftop of the private Suechuan primary school, Ilya seemed to have endured for a long time. She shouted at Blackie, who was licking his popsicle leisurely while leaning on the fence. Why are you here? Ilya. Mayu, who was standing by the side, quickly grabbed Ilya, who seemed like she would pounce at any moment, and tried to persuade her. Calm down first, calm down. That's right, that's right. Blackie waved his hand casually. Can't you learn from Mayu and calm down a little before you speak? How can I calm down? Ilya shouted furiously. The person who wanted to take my life until yesterday suddenly came to the same school as me, the same class as me, and became my classmate. How can I calm down? Well, that's true. Blackie opened one of his eyes and glanced at Ilya. But is there a need for you to be so agitated? Didn't I promise Big Brother that I won't attack you again? Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Big Brother, right? It's not that I don't believe Big Brother. Ilya clenched her teeth and lowered her shoulders dejectedly. It's just that after you came, everyone looked at me with strange gazes. How can I stand it? That's something that can't be helped. Mayu played the role of a peacemaker and tried to reason with her. She tried to reason with her. Ilya looks exactly the same as Blackie. Even her name is similar. It's natural for people to feel strange. However, they definitely don't have any malicious intent. Besides, didn't I already explain it to everyone? Blackie shrugged his shoulders. I'm only your cousin. That's why my name and appearance are similar. There shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not that there's no problem. Ilya had tears in her eyes. Since you're the same person as me, you should know that Sparrow Flower and the others' thoughts are different from normal people. They'll definitely think that you're the illegitimate child of one of my parents. That's true. Blackie blushed with shame. Then he refuted unwillingly. I just want to live the life of an ordinary child. Am I wrong? It's not a question of whether it's wrong or not, but it's too strange, isn't it? Ilya had a look of disbelief on her face. In the end, how did you manage to transfer over? This? Xiaohei smiled calmly. I mentioned it to Big Brother in the morning. Big Brother helped me with the paperwork. Brother Wu Yen handled the procedures? Mei was taken aback. He asked with uncertainty. In other words, did Big Bro Wu Yen approve of your transfer? It can't be? Ilya widened her eyes in shock. Was it Big Brother who let you out? Hey, I'm not a pet. What do you mean by release? Xiaohei pouted unhappily. Big Brother is different from you. He's very gentle. As long as you mention it to him, he'll definitely agree to it. How could this be? Ilya's face was filled with dejection. Isn't Big Brother afraid that you'll go back on your words and continue to attack me? Since I promised Big Brother that I wouldn't attack you, I definitely won't attack you. Seeing Ilya's disapproval of her from the beginning, Xiaohei's mood instantly turned bad. Her tone also turned nasty. Do you think that everyone is like you, only knowing how to cause trouble for others? The person who's causing trouble has always been you. Ilya retorted with no trace of politeness. You're an unstable factor to begin with. Even if you don't attack me, who knows if you won't attack other students in order to replenish your mana. You don't have to worry about this. Xiaohei snorted coldly. Immediately, she revealed a delicate expression. She pointed her finger at her lips. Even her tone became erotic. It's precisely to prevent this kind of thing from happening. From last night until this morning, I've been very, very satisfied from Big Brother. Satisfied? Ilya and Mei were puzzled at first. Then they understood the meaning of satisfied. Their faces instantly flushed red. They looked at the delicate Xiaohei in disbelief. With trembling lips, they spoke with difficulty. You mean, humph? Xiaohei slyly chuckled. She seemed to be implying something. That's what I mean. Meiyu immediately covered her mouth with one hand. With a red face she muttered. From last night, until now, that's right? Xiaohei held her face as if she was reminiscing. In order to ensure my survival, Big Brother has never rejected me even once. When I think about the close contact with Big Brother, the feeling of our tongues intertwining, under Xiaohei's live broadcast-like commentary, Meiyu's face became redder and redder. Ilya's face was so red that it almost exploded. Unable to bear it anymore, she shouted. Impure. Too impure. What impure? We're both willing. Please call it the embodiment of love, okay? Xiaohei raised the corner of her mouth. Malice appeared in her eyes as she looked at Ilya and Meiyu. Could it be that the two of you are jealous? 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 Ilya was petrified. And no, it's not like that. Meiyu was so ashamed that she wanted to die. She subconsciously took a step back and almost fell to the ground. She attracted Xiaohei's meaningful gaze. Xiaohei laughed without concealing anything. It seems that the person Meiyu likes is Big Brother. But it's no wonder. Even Meiyu can only fall for Big Brother's gentle attack. Wu? Meiyu immediately lowered her head. Steam began to emerge from her head. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. The wavering of her heart was completely exposed. Meiyu? Seeing Meiyu's incomparably wavering appearance, Ilya also began to waver. But soon she closed her eyes and continued to shout at Xiaohei. I don't care. You just have to restrain yourself a bit. Don't forget that you're using my face. What if someone else sees it and misunderstands it? Misunderstand? Xiaohei blinked. Isn't that better? Ha! Ilya was unable to keep up with Xiaohei's rhythm. I don't dare to be so certain about Meiyu's words. But I know your feelings the best. Xiaohei had a meaningful expression on his face. His eyes narrowed. Even though you've been obsessed with your brother since you were a child, ever since you were saved by your big brother from the berserker's hands, you were comforted by your big brother when you fell into the fear of death. Later on, you were even enlightened by your big brother. Then you started to. Woo! Before Xiaohei could finish his words, Ilya shouted with the loudest voice she had ever shouted before. She angrily interrupted Xiaohei's words. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Xiaohei laughed happily. You can deceive others, but can you deceive yourself? If that's the case. Ilya was unwilling to be outdone and fought back. Then aren't you the same? Maybe. Xiaohei did not refute nor admit it. Instead he smiled calmly. After all, I really can't leave Big Brother now, Wu? Seeing Xiaohei's half-hearted manner without refuting, not to mention Ilya, even Meiyu revealed an unreconciled expression. Xiaohei spread his hands helplessly. You've bewitched 3 primary school students. Big Brother is truly sinful. No matter what. Ilya suppressed all of her emotions. As if changing the topic, she said to Xiaohei in a serious manner. This is the school. It's not a place for you to mess around. Don't do anything that will easily cause a commotion and ruin my school life. Otherwise? Xiaohei raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, what can you do? Wu? Ilya puffed up her cheeks resentfully. In terms of strength, it was impossible for Ilya, who was only around the 7th stage, to be a match for Xiaohei, who was able to use the archer's power and had reached the 8th stage. In terms of understanding, as Ilya's other personality, Xiaohei understood Ilya even better than herself. However, Ilya did not know anything about Xiaohei. Just like what Xiaohei said, Ilya could not do anything to Xiaohei. There's nothing I can do. Ilya had a sullen expression. I can only watch her closely. Chapter 15:10. On the other side, under Blackie's request, he helped her transfer to the Suichuan primary school so that she could go to school. Wu Yin, who had no idea that he had become the sinner mentioned by the 3 primary school students, had also returned home. Now, the dispute between Ilya and Little Black could be considered to have been temporarily resolved. Little Black shouldn't attack Ilya anymore. Moreover, with Meiyu watching from the side, there was no need to worry about the 3 little girls for the time being. Rin and Osaka and Luvia should be investigating Ilya and Blackie's identity. Moreover, they should be more or less paying attention to the information about the class cards. Nothing should happen over there anymore. As for Hinajiku and Mikoto, since they have nothing to do, they held hands and went out for a stroll. In other words, Wu Yen was the only one who was idle at home. He had nothing else to do. He could finally do the work that he didn't have time to do because of Ilya and Blackie's matter. Analyze the class cards, find the method to make the class cards, and create the archer card himself to complete the second part of his demigod path mission. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Wu Yen took out all the class cards in his hand and spread them on the glass table in front of him. Wearing heavy armor, holding a knight's sword and performing a knight's salute, saber, a lancer who wears gorgeous clothes and holds a long spear in his hand. Riding on a chariot. The Japanese cavalry, that looked like soldiers, wearing a long robe, holding a staff in one hand and a book in the other. Caster. An assassin wearing a skull mask and holding a pair of curved daggers in her hands. There was also a berserker who was holding a thick greatsword and looked like a crazy berserker. Other than the archer card, the rest of the class cards were spread on the glass table in front of Wu Yan. Who would have thought that these seemingly ordinary cards could not only draw out the power of the legendary heroic spirits, but they could also turn the holder into a heroic spirit. Basically, as long as he had enough magic power to support the use of the rank card and the method of using the rank card. Then, even if it was an ordinary person, he could rely on these few mediocre cards to instantly surpass the power of more than 90% of the magicians in the world who had painstakingly studied magic all their lives. From this perspective, even Wu Yan couldn't help but admire the creator of the class card. It was an item that could instantly grant an ordinary person the power of a heroic spirit. No matter who it was, they would more or less covet it, right? It was no wonder that the Magic Association wanted to take it back. I'm afraid that it wasn't just because the heroic spirits were absorbing the magic of the veins in Fuyuki City, thus disrupting the operation of the veins. It was not only because he was afraid that the rank card would fall into the hands of criminals. Originally, the Magic Association was an organization established by a group of magicians who studied magic. In order to better manage and develop magic, the Magic Association had more than once taken extreme measures to eliminate anything that would threaten them. They were not good people. Under such circumstances, it was forbidden to expose magic to human society in order to better protect the concealment of magic. They also managed and controlled some magic mediums, holy relics, magic books and ley lines. However, all of this was built on the premise that they were dedicated to magic research. It could be said that this was an organization that prioritized the interests in magic research as the premise of everything. The rank card could draw out the power of the heroic spirits, and it was made with extremely advanced magic theory. The Magic Association should be more interested in it because it was more selfish. Preventing the disaster caused by it was just a matter of convenience. The Magic Association was in order to study the rank card made with extremely advanced magic theory, and they were also eyeing the power of the rank card. Wu Yan wanted to complete the second part of his Demigod's Path mission. He didn't care about the power of the rank card itself. At most, he was interested in the treasure of the heroic spirits. In fact, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were also trying to get the second mage to accept them as his disciples through the mission of retrieving their rank cards. Although he didn't know who the creator of the class card was, the class card he created did attract a lot of attention and covetousness within the magic community. If he could really create such a card at will, then his ability must be quite impressive. That also meant that it wouldn't be easy to imitate the creator of the class card, to completely analyze the class card and find out how to make it. Even the Magic Association still hasn't been able to analyze the composition of the rank card. They only know how to use the card, limited expansion. You can imagine how difficult it is to analyze the rank card. Wu Yan wanted to take on this difficult task. Unlike the Magic Association, Wu Yan had the knowledge of magic from the 103,000 magic books and the tools in the system to help him. Analyzing the rank card should be easier than the Magic Association. Let's see what kind of materials are used to make the cards. After that, Wu Yan opened the system list. His eyes quickly moved across the list and stopped after a while. At the same time, ripples appeared in the air in front of Wu Yan. Like a stone thrown into the water, ripples spread out in all directions. Shortly after, a thick and heavy book slowly emerged from the center of the ripples and fell on the table next to the rank card. Of course, it wasn't a real book. Wu Yan picked up the book on the table and opened it. The book was at least 10 centimeters thick. There were no pages inside, only a groove. It was completely empty. Wu Yan placed the book with the groove on the table and picked up the saber, swordsman, card and put it in the groove. In an instant, the book was like a rainbow illuminated by sunlight. The surface of the book was flowing with colorful light like the surface of a lake. Within the groove, the dazzling multicolored lights gradually condensed together like rays of light, projecting onto the saber, sword soldier, job grade card. They moved without any pattern as though they were infrared rays, constantly scanning the interior of the groove. Along with the colorful light scanning, the surface of the saber, swordsman, card also flowed with colorful light. At this time, Wu Yan didn't pay attention to the saber, swordsman, card in the groove. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the other side of the book. This book has the ability to analyze matter. As long as an item is put in the groove, This tool will automatically scan and analyze the item in the groove. It will obtain the elements of the item and the nature of the item. Then, all the information obtained will be presented on the other side of the book. Although the more powerful the ability and the more complex the elements of the item, the more time it will take to analyze it. However, with the help of this tool, he believed that he should be able to smoothly obtain the information about the materials used to make the card. After obtaining the composition of the card, Wu Yan could focus on the theory and design of magic and conduct research. If he could obtain information about the theory and design of the card, in addition to the analysis of the composition of the card, then creating a card would not be an impossible task. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the saber, swordsman, card in the notch continued to circulate with a rainbow-like glow. Being scanned by the colorful rays, the other side of the book also started to show signs of activity. One by one, words appeared on the other side of the book without any warning. It was as if these words were there from the beginning and now they were just showing their original form. It was extremely magical. These words were the result of the tool's analysis of this saber, swordsman, card. That was only the beginning. The composition of the class card still wasn't that easy to analyze. The first information that appeared was only some of the properties of the materials used to make the class cards. It would take a long time to figure out what those materials were. However, looking at the analyzed properties of the materials used to make the card, Wu Yan was startled. He frowned in surprise. Chapter 15:11. In just a short amount of time, the properties of the materials that made up the class card were analyzed. It was amazing how magical the items in the system were. Of course, it was only the properties of the materials that made up the class card. It wasn't that easy to find out what the class card was made of. But when he saw the properties of the materials that made up the class card, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. From the other side of the book, the properties of the materials that made up the class card weren't that complicated. Instead, it was very simple. Basically, there was only one thing. The materials that made up the class card all had the properties of carrying magic. In other words, the materials used to create the class cards were basically the same as the gems used by Rin Enbin and Luvia when they used the gem magic. They could all be injected with a certain type of spell, and by triggering the spell inside they could create a magic spell. Other than being able to carry magic, the properties of the other materials that made up the class card were mostly able to circulate magic. It was that simple. It didn't have the properties that only existed in legends, nor did it have the effects of those rare materials that had long gone extinct and could no longer be found. If the materials that made up the class card were really only able to carry magic or circulate magic, then they would be the most common materials used in magic. That's because the materials used to make magic attire, all kinds of magic items, and items that were used to perform large-scale magic rituals, and so on and so forth. Basically, all of these materials were able to carry magic and circulate magic. The class card that could trigger the legendary power of the heroic spirits was actually made of such common materials? Could it be? Wu Yan had such a thought in his mind. The basis of the class card is actually to use magic to summon the heroic spirit's power and infuse it into the card for people to use? It wasn't impossible. In the 103,000 Book of Witchcraft, there were some magic tricks. They could be used to summon angels from the magic catalog world and allow angels to descend to this world. There were also some angelic spells that could borrow the angel's power. In that case, in this world, there was a magic trick that could borrow the heroic spirit's power. It could even be summoned. There was nothing strange about that, right? However, fundamentally speaking, the heroic spirits had been summoned. It was impossible for them to serve him. After all, they were all famous heroes in myths, legends, and history. They were existences that surpassed the realm of humans by obtaining the faith of humans. Their existence could be said to be miracles, just like Little Black. Even if such a famous hero could be summoned by a certain magic, how could he obediently listen to the orders of the summoner and be dominated and used by an existence weaker than himself? It's also because of this that the class cards were born, right? Through this, one can borrow the power of the heroic spirit or summon the heroic spirit. Then, through some means, one can abandon the original personality and consciousness of the heroic spirit and forcefully summon its power. This, perhaps, was the true face of a class card. In other words, the materials that made up the class card itself were just magic materials that could be found everywhere, and were not the key to forming the class card. The real key was the magic that could borrow or summon the power of the heroic spirits. If he could get the method to use this magic and inject it into a card that could bear the magic, then the class card would most likely be successfully created. It's not that easy. After pondering for a while, Wu Yan laughed bitterly. First of all, he didn't know if this magic could forcefully summon the power of the heroic spirit. Perhaps, it wouldn't directly summon the power of the heroic spirit, but it would summon a clone of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroes. That might not be the case. If it was a clone of the heroic spirit that was summoned, then to create a class card, one would have to think of a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and even body of the heroic spirit, leaving only the power of the heroic spirit to be used in the creation of the class card. If it was the former, creating a class card would be much easier. But if it was the latter, in addition to the magic, he would have to find a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and body of the heroic spirit and leave only the power behind to create a class card. Moreover, the idea that the class card could summon the power of the heroic spirit was some kind of magic was just a guess because the materials that made up the class card mostly had the properties of carrying magic and circulating magic. Whether that was true or not, he would have to work on the analysis further. Well? Wu Yan patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. The analysis work has just started and I already have a preliminary theory on the design and theory of the class card. In terms of progress, it's a huge gain. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan picked up another class card. While waiting for the analysis result of this saber, sword soldier, class card, he started to study the theory of magic. On the other hand, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were in trouble. Hey! In the courtyard of Luvia's house, Rin and Osaka held his phone to his ear and exclaimed when he heard the voice from the other side. They're going to send someone else to retrieve the card. No? No way. Luvia's heart was in her mouth, she couldn't help but put her ear to the phone and said anxiously. But aren't we supposed to be the ones to retrieve the card? As soon as she said that, an old voice came from the other side of the phone. But you still haven't retrieved all the cards yet, right? That's true. Rin and Osaka stuttered and laughed. But master, you don't have to send someone else, right? Do you think the card retrieval test is only for you to become a disciple? The person Rin and Osaka called Great Master, who was also the legendary second magic envoy Kixio? Zarich? Shubian Ogu's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Don't forget, the rank card will cause chaos in the earth veins of Fuyuki City. If something goes wrong, it may cause the earth veins to dry up and even affect the area above the earth veins, which is Fuyuki City. Are you okay with that? Before the class card was retrieved, the heroic spirits in the mirror realm would absorb mana from the veins to maintain their existence. Like Blackie, they were existences that relied on class cards as attachments. If they lost the support of magic, they could only vanish from this world and return to their main bodies on the Seat of Heroes. The difference was that in a fictional world like the mirror realm, which was also the imaginary domain, the heroic spirits could directly absorb the magic power in the veins. They did not have to worry about not being able to replenish their magic power, unlike Little Black, who needed to absorb from others. The unrestrained absorption of mana from the ley lines, the existence of the class card had also caused the ley lines to become chaotic. If something goes wrong and the veins of the veins are too chaotic, Fuyuki City will suffer. But that shouldn't be a problem for them to worry about. Out of the 7 cards, although one of them became Xiao Hei's possession and the other 6 are in Wu Yan's possession, he has already retrieved all of them. The chaos in the veins of the veins should have been solved. Master, maybe it's not appropriate for me to say this? Rin and Osaka said tentatively after pondering over the words in his heart. There are some developments in my work here. Although it hasn't been resolved yet, the chaos in the earth veins may not happen again. So, there's no need to be so anxious, right? The earth veins won't become chaotic? However, the next sentence from the other side of the phone made Rin Hasaka and Ruvia tremble. Their pupils instantly shrank. We have been investigating the situation of Fuyuki City's underground veins until an hour ago. The result is that the underground veins are still in a state of chaos, and the situation is getting worse and worse. Maybe the underground veins chaos will not happen again? The ley lines are still in chaos. Both Rin Enbin and Luvia couldn't help but exclaim. The reason for the chaos in the ley lines was the 7 grade cards. Hadn't all of them been retrieved? Why hadn't the earth veins returned to normal? Chapter 15:12. Impossible. Almost subconsciously Luvia replied. The rank cards are already? Luvia. Rin Enbin hurriedly covered Luvia's mouth and stopped her from saying anything. What? No, it's nothing. Rin and Osaka glared at Luvia and asked suspiciously. Is the ley line still not back to normal? Zelrich's voice turned unfriendly. Are you saying that I would lie to you? No. It's not like that. Rin and Osaka's mouth opened and closed. Of course, Zelrich didn't know that the 7 class cards had all been retrieved, and the passage to the mirror world in the imaginary domain should have been closed. It would no longer absorb mana from the ley lines and cause chaos in the ley lines. If he knew about this, he would understand why Rin and Osaka and Luvia were shocked. Unfortunately, Rin and Naka didn't plan on letting all the cards fall into the hands of another group of people. The remaining card even became an existence that possessed a personality. He reported all of this to Zelrich. Elia and Mio were dragged into this mess by Rin and Osaka and Luvia. Blackie was a persona separated from Elia's body. Therefore, Rin and Osaka and Luvia couldn't report this to their superiors. As for Wu Yen, it was Rin and Osaka's own selfish decision. Under these circumstances, Rin and Osaka couldn't explain the current situation to Zelrich and tell him the real reason why the earth veins wouldn't be chaotic. Forget it. Zelrich didn't want to pursue the matter and continued with the topic. Considering that you haven't completed the mission and the ley line is still in chaos, it's hard to determine if there will be any changes. You also reported that retrieving the rank cards is more difficult than expected. Therefore, I would like to send you some reinforcements. Is that okay with you? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka felt a little helpless. If he really sent reinforcements, then, if he lost the wand and dragged the ordinary people down with him, the existence of Xiaohei and the class cards would be exposed to the public. No matter what, Rin and Osaka didn't want to see this happen. He gritted his teeth. Immediately, Rin and Osaka gave such an answer. Great Master, can you leave this matter to me for the time being? Leave it to you? Zelrich didn't expect such an answer from Rin Farasaka. He paused for a moment. What is the meaning of this? What is the specific situation? It's hard to explain it to you here. Rin and Osaka rubbed his forehead and replied. However, something did happen on my side. The ley lines shouldn't be in chaos anymore, but now it's still in chaos. I have some doubts myself. Anyway, only the Uosaka clan, who is responsible for the jurisdiction of Fuyuki City's ley lines, can conduct a comprehensive inspection. The association can only conduct a subtle detection. It's better to leave this matter to me first and let me confirm the reason. Hearing this, Zelrich fell silent. As Zelrich fell silent, Rin Enbin and Luvia's heartbeats involuntarily quickened as well. They felt as if time itself was unbearable. After a long time, Zelrich finally spoke in a deep voice. Forget it, do whatever you want. Rin and Osaka heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly apologized. Sorry for the trouble, Great Master. You've caused a lot of trouble, and since you don't want me to deal with it, then I won't. Zelrich warned. However, as you know, the people in the Magic Association aren't on the same side. They're all devoted to magic research and there are many who are crazy about it. There are also many who covet power, and both of them can be satisfied with a rank card. I understand, Great Master. Rin Enbin and Luvia exchanged a glance. I will be careful. Solve the ley lines problem as soon as possible. After saying that, Zelrich didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone, causing a busy tone to come out from Rin Dosaka's phone. What's going on? Luvia couldn't wait to voice out all the questions in her heart. Why is the ley line still in chaos? Who knows? Who knows? Rin and Osaka put away his phone with an uncertain expression. The 7 class cards have already been retrieved from the mirror world, and the passage to the imaginary region has also been closed. Logically speaking, the ley line should have returned to normal by now. Could it be because of Blackie? Luvia furrowed her brows. She said it herself, her existence is similar to the heroic spirits. Could it be because of her that the ley lines are in chaos? No. No. Rin and Osaka pondered for a moment before shaking his head in denial. The heroic spirits rely on the passage to the null realm to absorb mana from the ley lines. Blackie exists in this world, so there's no way she can connect to the ley lines and absorb mana from the ley lines. Maybe she's absorbing mana from the ley lines? Luvia reminded him. Maybe Blackie knows the center of the ley lines in Fuyuki City, which is the location of the underground cavern. If she's there, then she can absorb mana from the ley lines. But she doesn't have to do that. For some reason, Rin and Osaka's tone sounded annoyed. Since that guy is providing her mana, Blackie doesn't have to worry about the lack of mana. Why would she do that? Then what's going on? Luvia gnashed her teeth in anger. Is it because of that guy? Hey, why do you keep thinking about other people? Rin and Osaka held his head in his hands. Haven't you thought about the possibility that it's because of us? Luvia was startled. Are you kidding me? We haven't even touched the ley lines, how could? Halfway through her words, Luvia's pretty face stiffened. Do you remember now? Rin and Osaka sighed. That's right. In the last card battle, in order to seal Mikoto's power and Hinajiku's weapon, we used the ley lines to construct a large-scale magic array. Maybe it caused the ley lines to become chaotic at that time. Who knows? It can't be. Luvia's face was covered in cold sweat. We only used our mana, how could it cause the ley lines to be in chaos? But we can't be sure that it's not because of us, right? Rin Enbin pursed his lips. If that's the case, the master's backup will be exposed. What should we do? Luvia took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Do you have a solution? The Enbin clan has a way to adjust the ley lines. Rin Enbin glanced at Luvia. If it's because of the magic formation we created last time, I can adjust it with some time. I'm just worried that there might be other reasons. Other reasons? Luvia said doubtfully. What reasons? For example, the flow of mana is obstructed. The ley lines are too narrow. There might be something blocking the flow of mana. Rin Enbin lowered his head and pondered. If that's the case, we'll have to find another solution. Seriously, why am I so unlucky? Luvia grumbled as she turned around and looked at her mansion that was gradually taking shape. I thought I could relax a little after my mansion was completed. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I'm the one investigating the ley lines, not you. I haven't even complained yet, so why are you complaining? Rin Enbin couldn't help but look at Luvia. Also, don't forget, we need to investigate Ilya's identity. Then I'll be in charge of investigating Ilya Jasvil's case. Luvia tapped her hand. You'll investigate the ley lines, how about it? I guess that's the only way. Rin and Osaka lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate. Even her ponytails were hanging down. She looked lifeless. Why do I feel like everything is going wrong after coming to Fuyuki City? Who did I offend? Era? Luvia laughed provocatively. Why is it that everything is not going according to plan? Didn't you find your ideal husband? Ideal husband? Rin Enbin's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? How is that not possible? You've already done this kind of thing, that kind of thing? Don't make it sound like that. There's nothing going on. Is that so? Shut up. Nouveau riche. Ah. Chapter 15-13. I'm back. The door to the hall was pushed open along with a cheerful voice. Xiaohei, who was carrying a backpack, had a satisfied smile on his face as he skipped into the hall. Big brother. My two sisters. I'm back. You're back? Hinajiku, who was chatting with Mikoto, turned around and smiled when she saw Blackie walking in. How do you feel on your first day of school? Not bad. Although Xiaohei said so, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He threw his bag on the cabinet outside the kitchen, sat down and kicked his legs. Even though I can feel how Ilya felt when she went to school before I was separated from her, it's still more interesting to do it myself. Is that so? Hinajiku tilted her head and nodded in agreement. It's been a long time since I went to school. Seeing you like this, I can't help but recall the time when I was in White Emperor College. White Emperor College? Sasuke blinked her eyes in confusion. Is there such a college? It's in a place far, far away. Hinajiku smiled as if she was reminiscing. It's normal that Sasuke doesn't know about it. Seeing you two like this, I also remember the time when I was in Tokuwadai Middle School. Mikoto, who was sitting not far from Sasuke, chuckled. By the way, why do you two sound like mother and daughter? Mother and daughter? Hinajiku and Inoki looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were as strange as it could get. Although Little Black and Ilya were both only 10 years old, Hinajiku was only 16 or 17 years old. For a girl of this age to have a child, it couldn't be said that they didn't exist, but even if they did, their daughter definitely wouldn't be 10 years old. Of course, Asuna was only 17 years old and Yui looked like she was 10 years old. The two of them were mother and daughter. This was an exception. After being reminded by Mikoto, Chuju and Sasuke felt like their conversation was too much like mother and daughter. They turned their faces away awkwardly. Right. Blackie looked at Mikoto. Where is Big Brother? Mikoto didn't say anything. Instead, she pursed her lips in another direction. He signaled Little Hay to look over. Blackie looked over in confusion. Then he saw Wu Yen sitting on the sofa. However, Wu Yen on the other hand is doing something weird. There was a thick book on the glass table in front of him, but there were no pages inside, only a groove. There was a dazzling rainbow-like light flowing on it. Beside the book were a few cards. There was also a card in the book's groove. Then there was another card floating above Wu Yan's palm. Taking a closer look, Xiaohei could see clearly that on Wu Yan's palm, there was a small and precise geometric pattern that was spinning. It was emitting a strange fluctuation that was surging into the card that was suspended above. Following the influx of the strange fluctuations, the suspended card also began to rotate. The pattern on the surface seemed to move, like a painting that was quickly flipping, giving people a feeling that it had a life of its own. As for Wu Yen, his eyes were closed. His face was expressionless as if he was asleep. His expression revealed a sense of serenity. That's a class card? Looking at this scene, Little Hay reflexively put her hand on her chest. And here there was the last class card. And that was also Wu Yan's goal. Thinking of this, the smile on Blackie's face disappeared, and the look in his eyes became uncertain. Big Brother. What is he doing? Not sure if Mikoto noticed the change in Little Hay's expression. She stared at Wu Yen, who had his eyes closed, and replied. He's analyzing the class card. Analyzing the class card? Hinagiku nodded vigorously, glancing at Blackie as she replied. Yen wants to obtain all the class cards. Little Hay's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is she hinting at me? Is she hinting that Big Brother wants to retrieve the archer in my body? Little Hay's worries were unfounded. But now there's no way to obtain the archer card. Chuju smiled as if she saw through Little Hay's thoughts. That's why he wants to fully analyze the class card and obtain the method to create the second archer card. These words seemed to have dispelled the haze in Xiaohei's heart, causing Xiaohei's amber eyes to brighten. His usual calm smile hung on his face once again. Big Brother is really amazing. Even the Magic Association couldn't decipher the class card, and Big Brother wants to find the method to create it. This isn't just difficult. Difficult is one thing. As long as we succeed, time isn't a problem for us. Mikoto shook her head and raised her eyebrows. I'm just worried that we won't get anything out of it no matter how much time we spend. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Wu Yen, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Well, I did get quite a lot today. With that, the geometric pattern on Wu Yan's palm shattered into pieces. The class card floating above his palm fell to the ground and was placed on the table by Wu Yen. Chuju and Mikoto both stood up. Big Brother. Xiaohei also got up and ran over to sit on the sofa. He hugged Wu Yan's arm and grinned from ear to ear. Did Big Brother really decipher the class card? No, it's still too early to talk about it. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Currently, I only have a rough idea of the Lunger. Speaking of which, Little Hay? Chuju walked over and looked at Little Hay. You look like you know everything, and you even relied on the archer rank card to obtain a body. Don't you know anything else? To be honest, I don't know much about the existence of the class card. Little Hay shrugged. Even though it's in my body, I don't know anything about it. Whether it's the design theory or the composition of the class card, I don't know anything about it. You don't know anything? Mikoto put one hand on her waist and the other hand scratched her cheek. You don't know anything and you can use Dream Summon, that's really, well? Xiaohei said with a sigh. I can use the archer's power, but you guys better not think of me as someone who can use Dream Summon. Don't think of you as someone who can use Dream Summon. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at Little Hay. What do you mean? In other words, you can't say that I know how to use Dream Summoning. You can only say that I can use Dream Summoning. Xiaohei hesitated for a moment before turning his head away. As for me, I actually have a very special ability. Special ability? You can say it's a cheating ability. Little Hay explained with a smile. For example, let's take Dream Summoning as an example. I didn't know how to use it at the beginning, but when an enemy that I can't deal with appears in front of me and I think that I need strength, the method of Dream Summoning with a class card automatically pops up in my head. I don't know anything about rank cards, but I can still get the method to use the rank card Dream Summoning. This is my special ability. Blackie spread out his hands. By omitting all the necessary processes, and only taking the results that I want, I'll get the answer to the problem. That's how I learned the method of dream summoning. Omitting the process? Getting the result? Getting the answer? Hinajiku and Mikoto were both shocked beyond words. This. Wu Yin looked like he had something to say but he couldn't. Isn't that what you want? It can only be to a certain extent. Little Hay smiled mischievously. Just like the first time I met you, big brother. At that time I also thought, I need to be faster. Then, the method to use space transfer appeared in my mind. So, even though I know dream summoning, I don't know much about class cards compared to you guys. That's true? Wu Yin sighed. Looks like Little Hay didn't get anything. Oh? Little Hay raised an eyebrow. That's not necessarily true. Chapter 15-14. That's not necessarily true. Just as the three of them were about to give up on Xiaohei's information, Xiaohei said something else. I don't know how the rank cards are made, but I do have an idea as to why they are made. What's the purpose of a class card? Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto perked up. That's right. Xiaohei's eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a solemn and heavy atmosphere. He glanced at the three people present and said word by word. Have you heard of the Holy Grail War? Holy Grail War? Chuju and Mikoto were at a loss when they heard this unfamiliar term. Only Wu Yan's pupils shrunk. The Holy Grail War. As the name suggests, it's a war that revolves around the Holy Grail. To be more precise, it's a ritual. A very large ritual. The ritual's basic purpose is to summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. In other words, the Holy Grail War is actually a ritual to summon the Holy Grail War. There's a huge vein under Fuyuki City that's connected to an endless source of magic. The foundation of the Holy Grail War is to construct a spell to summon the Holy Grail and use the vein to accumulate a certain amount of magic every 60 years. To summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. Of course, the summoning of the Holy Grail doesn't only require magic and a summoning spell, it also requires a key to summon the Holy Grail. This key is the ritual to summon the Holy Grail War's Holy Grail War. Through the power of the Holy Grail, he would connect to the heroic spirit thrones where the heroic spirits were and summon 7 heroic spirits. Then he would bestow each heroic spirit with a job rank and have them kill each other in a small-scale war. When the remaining 6 heroic spirits are killed and there's only 1 heroic spirit left, the Holy Grail will be formed. Then it will be summoned. This is the Holy Grail War. The ranks of the 7 heroic spirits were as follows: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Day Rider, Caster, Magician, Assassin, Berserker. It was exactly the same as what was shown on the 7 job rank cards. The rank card could draw out the power of a heroic spirit corresponding to one of the 7 ranks. Who would believe that class cards had nothing to do with the Holy Grail War or even the Holy Grail? But, the Holy Grail War should be a war ritual that only exists in the original world of magical girl Ilia, the world of fate. Could it be? This world also had the Holy Grail War? Actually, if you think about it carefully you'll understand. Blackie's voice was slightly suppressed. Summoning a heroic spirit requires a very complicated magic ritual. Not only does it require the summoner to have a certain degree of spiritual and physical compatibility with the heroic spirit, but it also requires the summoner to have a deep affinity with the heroic spirit to act as a catalyst during the summoning. It's just wishful thinking to summon a heroic spirit with one's own power. Only with the help of the Holy Grail can it be possible, even if it's just a little bit of the heroic spirit's power. Since class cards can draw out the power of the heroic spirit, it's definitely impossible to create it with one's own power. Blackie raised its head and stared at the class cards on the table. But if there's the power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst, then it's a different story. The power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst? Wu Yen looked at Blackie as if he realized something. You mean, that's it? Blackie picked up a class card on the table and raised it above its head. The Holy Grail War that was supposed to have 7 heroic spirits fighting each other has changed. The summoner no longer summons the original heroic spirit but the summoned heroic spirit's power to create a card. With the card as a medium and dream summoning as a method, the magician who participated in the Holy Grail War will personally fight each other. Blackie placed the class card back on the table and looked at Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto. That's what I'm thinking. The whole place was silent. although I don't understand what the Holy Grail War is. Mikoto crossed her arms and lowered her head. But I think I understand what Blackie is trying to say. In other words, Chuju said with uncertainty. To create a class card we have to rely on the help of the Holy Grail, right? To be exact, we have to rely on the Holy Grail summoning ritual in Fuyuki City that is activated once every 60 years. Wu Yin smiled helplessly. That's what Blackie means, right? Once every 60 years? Chuju exclaimed. Mikoto's eyes widened. How long do we have to wait? That's just my guess, it might not be correct. Blackie shook its head. Ever since the Holy Grail War was brought up, even the smile on its face became forced. Maybe, in this world, there's someone who can extract the power of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroic spirits and use it to create a card. Who knows, Blackie? Chuju looked at the forced smile on Blackie's face. She hesitated for a moment before asking. Does the Holy Grail War have anything to do with you? The smile on Xiao Hei's face completely disappeared as soon as he heard this. Does it have anything to do with me? With a self-deprecating expression, Blackie clenched its fist. How can it have nothing to do with me? I was born to become the Holy Grail. Wah. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. It's ridiculous, isn't it? The self-deprecating expression on Blackie's face became more and more intense. It has already become a magic tool before it was born. A few months after it was born, it was forcefully instilled with all the knowledge and language through magic so that it could become the Holy Grail in the Holy Grail War and become a wishing instrument. How can this be? Chuju couldn't believe it. Using me as a tool, a sacrificial lamb? Mikoto's expression turned cold. Looks like the Holy Grail War isn't a good thing after all. Magic is such a dark and bloody world. Becoming a tool is my fate that was decided before I was born. Xiao Hei clenched his teeth and a resentful expression appeared on his face. Yet, I wasn't even useful as a tool. Wu Yin, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and revealed Blackie's biggest secret. You're sealed, aren't you? Sealed? Sealed? Hinajiku and Mikoto were both stunned. Yes. Blackie nodded expressionlessly as if she wasn't talking about herself. My birth mother sealed everything. She sealed my abilities, my knowledge, my memories. She erased everything. So, an ordinary child, Ilya, was born. Wu Yin finally understood everything. So that's how it is. Ilya's sealed memories and knowledge settled in her body and gradually grew stronger. In the end, she turned into another personality with consciousness. Then, that personality even obtained a body. Xiao Hei seemed to have lost all her strength as she collapsed on the back of the sofa. She buried her eyes under her bangs so that no one could see her expression clearly. In the end, she became the current me, Blackie. Chuju and Mikoto were silent. She was born as a tool, but she wasn't even able to perform as a tool before she was sealed. When she obtained a body again and became a real existence, she became a fake. Her existence was a miracle. Without mana, she would disappear. Even the foundation of her existence, the class card in her body, could be targeted by others and taken away. Her family, friends, they all became the things that Ilya was born later on. These things that should have belonged to Blackie were all gone. In the end, everything about Xiao Hei had been denied. No wonder Blackie had the ability to fulfill her wishes to a certain extent. That was because she was born as a wish-granting tool? It's all right. Amidst the deathly silence in the hall, such a voice abruptly rang out. Blackie was stunned. Just as she was about to look at the source of the voice, a hand covered her head and gently stroked it. Since you were born, there must be a reason why you were born. I believe that. We believe that as well. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Blackie's eyes rippled with light. In the end, it turned into hope. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.